Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 83, Kyoto School Students' Ordeal. Half an hour after the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event began, everyone from Tokyo School had met their respective targets. So you're the students from Kyoto School. Satoru Gojo, standing on a tree, looked down at the three people in the field. Who? When did they get here? Satoru Gojo. The three people under the tree were startled by the sudden voice. They seem weaker than Yutaheim. Could it be that Eiji was right and I misjudged Yutaheim? Satoru Gojo looked at the one special grade Jujutsu Sorcerer and two grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerers below, comparing them to the Yutaheim he had just met. Because he wasn't very social and spoke too bluntly, Satoru Gojo didn't know or remember many Jujutsu Sorcerers. Among the Jujutsu Sorcerers he currently knew and remembered, Yutaheim was indeed the weakest. Yutaheim, they're the freaks, not me. I'm really not weak, I swear. Sob sob. It's Satoru Gojo. Don't hold back, everyone, attack with all you've got. The Kamo family Jujutsu Sorcerer leading the group shouted first. Satoru Gojo's gaze fell on the Kamo family Jujutsu Sorcerer. Oh, he's actually walking towards me. He's not running away, but actively approaching me. A gentle smile spread across Satoru Gojo's lips. Summoned Spirit, Blood Snake. The Kamo family Jujutsu Sorcerer formed hand seals, and a blood-red snake was summoned as a summoned spirit. The blood snake attacked Satoru Gojo. Beside him, another Jujutsu Sorcerer waved their hands. Several stones suddenly flew up from the ground and shot towards Satoru Gojo. The last Jujutsu Sorcerer, using the trees for cover, quietly approached Satoru Gojo from behind and threw a punch. This coordinated attack was clearly well-trained. Facing the three-person assault, Satoru Gojo leisurely commented on their attacks in his mind. The flying stones are blocking my escape routes. The blood snake is drawing my attention head-on. The killing blow is from the Jujutsu Sorcerer behind me, isn't it? But the next moment, the flying stones, the snake's maw, and the fist all stopped beside Satoru Gojo. Muda. Useless. The distance between you and me is infinite. Satoru Gojo effortlessly dismantled their well-practiced combination technique with a few punches. Damn it, this is infinity. One Jujutsu Sorcerer said unwillingly. Don't panic. He can't maintain infinity forever. There must be an opening. We just need to hold on and seize that moment to win. The Kamo family Jujutsu Sorcerer leading the group encouraged their teammates. As expected, hearing this, the morale of the other two instantly recovered. At this moment, the three Jujutsu Sorcerers, who were a head shorter than Satoru Gojo, stood shoulder to shoulder, ready for battle, with the imposing Satoru Gojo above them. The backs of the three looked like brave warriors challenging a demon king. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto had also encountered his enemy. Drip 1 milliliter of this. Suguru Geto was carefully dripping the potion Eiji had given him into his honey tea. Then, he drank the small amount of honey tea left in the bottle in one gulp. Afterward, Suguru Geto turned his gaze to the cursed spirit that had been subdued nearby. Ack. He swallowed the cursed spirit jade in one bite. As expected, the disgusting feeling, like wiping up vomit, was gone. A warm smile appeared on Suguru Geto's face. Unfortunately, Satoru Gojo didn't see this scene, and the smile was interrupted shortly after it appeared. One of my cursed spirits is gone. The cursed spirits controlled by Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation couldn't share vision like Mei's black bird manipulation. Therefore, Suguru Geto could only guess what they encountered based on the cursed spirit's feedback. This doesn't feel like the work of other cursed spirits. Are they Jujutsu Sorcerers from Kyoto School? Suguru Geto quickly reached a conclusion. I should deal with them first. Otherwise, they might exorcise all the cursed spirits I released, mistaking them for participants in the exchange event. Afterward, Suguru Geto walked in the direction where the cursed spirit had disappeared. Finally, there was the picnic foursome. Someone's coming. Mei, with her eyes closed, gave the warning the moment the Kyoto School Jujutsu Sorcerers approached. I know. Prepare for battle immediately. Yutaheim was the first to react. No, Senior Yutaheim, you can rest. Ria, it's up to you. Eiji pushed Yutaheim down and then spoke to Altoria beside him. Leave it to me. Altoria stood up. At this moment, the three from Kyoto School also emerged from the woods and arrived at the clearing where the group was picnicking. Aren't we participating in the exchange event where someone gets injured every year? A Kyoto School Jujutsu Sorcerer asked his teammate in confusion. Yeah, that's right. His teammate nodded. Then why are they having a picnic? His teammate fell silent. I don't know. Then, they saw the smallest girl among the 4 picnickers walking towards them. 2 of the 3 were instantly enraged. Someone once said that strong individuals in Jujutsu Kaisen were all gorillas. While that statement might be an exaggeration, looking at the height and build of the strong characters in Jujutsu Kaisen, one would find some truth to it. It's the same for women. Mei is 1.72 meters tall, and Yutahime is also over 1.7 meters. It's estimated that among the female Jujutsu sorcerers who have appeared so far, Altoria could only possibly be taller than Momo Nishimiya. Hey, don't get impulsive. Did you forget the intel we reviewed before the battle? The Jujutsu sorcerer, who was clearly the leader of the trio, stopped his impulsive teammate. Special grade imaginary heroic spirit. Special grade. Okay, we really didn't look at that. We won too easily last year, so we thought this year would be the same. Listen up, we're no match for a special grade. In a moment, oof. Before he could finish speaking, Altoria, wielding an invisible sacred sword, struck the Jujutsu sorcerer in the abdomen with its hilt. Too much talking. Tactics should be discussed before the battle. On the battlefield, the enemy won't give you time to discuss tactics. Altoria looked at the leading Jujutsu sorcerer with imposing eyes. In less than a minute, all 3 were knocked out by Altoria and tossed aside. Altoria then returned to her true battlefield and began to battle the great enemy of hunger. Let's shift our focus back to Satoru Gojo. The 3 brave warriors who had challenged the Demon King Satoru Gojo were now desperately fleeing. Take this. Satoru Gojo grabbed the tail of the blood snake with his right hand and swung it, whipping it like a whip towards the 3 fleeing Jujutsu sorcerers below. Ah, don't twist your body around so much, I can't aim properly. Satoru Gojo complained, holding the snake's tail with his right hand and grabbing its head with his left. Blood snake, can you even speak like a human? Hee hee. As if remembering something amusing, a mischievous grin appeared on Satoru Gojo's face. The blood snake and the 3 Jujutsu sorcerers fleeing below felt a chill down their spines. The 3 people below ran even faster. Blood snake, don't just run, unsummon me first. Kamo family Jujutsu sorcerer, I don't dare. That great demon said if I unsummon you, he'll use me for a draw next. Blood snake, XX at hashtag and dot. A few minutes later, Satoru Gojo nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the 3 people hanging from a tree in a seductive, alluring pose by the blood snake. This snake has some great resilience, to be able to stretch this far, Satoru Gojo praised. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 84, The Prelude to the Outrage, Winds Rise. The Kyoto Sister School exchange event concluded, and life at Jujutsu High became rather uneventful. The usually active cursed spirits also grew quiet with the arrival of winter. It felt as though the cursed spirits needed to hibernate. Soon, the second year at Jujutsu High began. Nighttime, in a house in Miyagi Prefecture. A woman with stitched seams on her head pondered over a piece of paper filled with writing. Kaori Itadori, or rather, Kenjaku. Master Tengen's assimilation, occurring once every 500 years, was approaching, and Kenjaku would not let this opportunity pass. After all, if it was missed, another 500 years would have to pass. 500 years, such a long time. And unlike last time, Kenjaku had the most suitable chess piece this time. Toji Fushiguro. This rare calamity of heaven with absolutely zero cursed energy. Everyone had some cursed energy, more or less. Even with a heavenly restriction, it was extremely rare to find an extreme case like Toji Fushiguro, who possessed absolutely zero cursed energy. Toji Fushiguro, with his complete lack of cursed energy, could not be judged by the cursed energy system, and naturally, he would not be affected by the cursed energy system's causal bond. Therefore, Toji Fushiguro was the most likely person to break the causal bond between Master Tengen and the star plasma vessel. However, Kenjaku's gaze shifted to the list of students at Jujutsu High. The current Toji Fushiguro is no match for Jujutsu High. Kenjaku's gaze began to scan through the list of students at Jujutsu High one by one. Satoru Gojo, the Six Eyes cannot be excluded from this matter, let nature take its course. Suguru Geto, troublesome but should be within Toji Fushiguro's ability to handle. Saber. Kenjaku fell into thought. Kenjaku had never fought Altoria, but from her performance in anime and the definition of a special grade imaginary heroic spirit, much could be understood. A battle-hardened warrior. With her present, Toji Fushiguro's success rate would be greatly reduced. Kenjaku drew a circle around Saber's name. Midia went abroad some time ago and hasn't returned yet, so she doesn't need to be considered. Heroic spirit Amiya, his clairvoyance observation ability is also very troublesome. Upon seeing heroic spirit Amiya, Kenjaku suddenly remembered a question. What's the difference between an inherent barrier and a domain expansion? I should try it out if I get the chance. After that, heroic spirit Amiya's name was also circled by Kenjaku. Shoko Yeri is treasured by Jujutsu High, so she shouldn't be put in danger easily. Besides, even if Shoko Yeri showed up, Toji Fushiguro could handle her. Then, Kenjaku's gaze fell on the last name. Dongfang Eiji, this one must be lured away. Whether in anime or reality, operations to recall heroic spirits using command spells have occurred. Eiji made no secret of his ability to summon heroic spirits back to his side at any time. So, as long as Eiji was present, it was equivalent to all other heroic spirits being present. In the worst-case scenario, the command spell might even summon Medea from abroad. It won't be easy to keep Dongfang Eiji away for more than 3 days, what should I do? Kenjaku began to search through the cards in his hand in his mind. The Kamo family should not be involved in this matter, as it would be equivalent to announcing the Kamo family's participation in the rebellion against Master Tingen. Therefore, at most, they could provide a little help within reasonable limits. For example, issuing missions under the name of the Jujutsu Management Council. The star religious cult lacked sufficient combat power and could, at most, act as the visible mastermind. Curse users. Since the Six Eyes were born, many curse users were forced into seclusion. Now, there weren't many ignorant curse users left to use, and they could at most play a supporting role. Why are all the strong individuals gathered at Jujutsu High? Kenjaku scratched his head in frustration. He looked out the window. A child with pink hair was sleeping soundly. The vessel for Sukuna is complete. My wish is only one step away from success. A look of determination appeared in Kenjaku's eyes. It's time to use some of my collection. For 1,000 years, Kenjaku had collected the remains of many ancient powerhouses and turned them into cursed objects. Not only ancient powerhouses, but Kenjaku had also collected many cursed spirits as cursed objects. This was how the culling game came to have 1,000 fencers and 10 million cursed spirits. Kenjaku sifted through the information on each powerhouse and cursed spirit. Finally, he selected several cursed objects that were transformed from special-grade cursed spirits. After deciding on his targets, Kenjaku's figure disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in a villa, Riko Amanai, who had fallen asleep under Masato Kuwa's care, received a special guest. A barrier, transparent and isolating all observation and perception, quietly formed in Riko Amanai's room. A figure in a purple robe appeared by Riko Amanai's bedside. It was Medea, whom Kenjaku thought was still overseas. Under Eiji's arrangement, Medea had quietly returned to the island nation last night. So this is the star plasma vessel. The body closest to Master Tingen and with the best compatibility. Medea looked at the sleeping girl on the bed with great interest. If I study this child's body, can I get some information about Master Tingen? Seeing the girl's troubled expression, as if having a nightmare, Medea decided against doing anything. No matter how strong she appeared in front of Masato Kuwa, she must still feel scared and helpless when alone. After all, her life had just begun, and to be sacrificed at this prime age. What a cute child. Medea took a red gem from her robe and gently placed it on the girl's chest. A miraculous scene occurred. The red gem sank into Riko Amanai's body as if it were a stone dropped into water. Gently tucking Riko Amanai in, Medea then lightly touched the girl's forehead with her right hand. The next moment, Medea vanished from Riko Amanai's room. The worry on Riko Amanai's brow had disappeared. Her lips curved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on Riko Amanai's face. Sweet dreams tonight. Meanwhile, in a secret room filled with barriers, Kenjaku was searching for his desired cursed objects. Got it. Kenjaku stopped in front of a cursed object that looked like both Buddha and a demon. A hero of justice, huh? Let me make good use of your justice. A wicked smile spread across Kenjaku's lips. Next is Dongfang Eiji. According to the Jujutsu Management Council's records, Dongfang Eiji had already mastered domain expansion, and coupled with his ability to summon heroic spirits with command spells at any time, it would be very difficult to kill him. But the objective this time is not to kill him, only to trap him. Thinking this, Kenjaku picked up a turtle-like cursed object. This won't be difficult for someone with the 6 eyes like Satoru Gojo, but it will take you a lot of time, Dongfang Eiji. However, to prevent Saber from not being on a mission with Dongfang Eiji, I should bring a few more cursed objects. Soon, Kenjaku had 2 more cursed objects in his hands, a bone spike and a tangled mess of what looked like old, matted together thread. With these, even that Saber wouldn't be able to win easily in a short time. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 85, Hidden Inventory, Past Arc, Placing a Piece. Night provided the best cover, burying countless unknown things. Toji Fushiguro looked down at the woman beside him, who was too exhausted to move. He quietly got out of bed. Beep. He turned on the TV and idly watched a sports game, wondering which team would win this time. Whoosh. A gust of wind seemed to stir out of nowhere in the room. Toji Fushiguro turned his gaze behind him. There, a woman completely shrouded in a robe appeared out of thin air. A troublesome woman, but no killing intent. Toji Fushiguro made his judgment. Who are you? Wanna play too? As he spoke, Toji Fushiguro turned, revealing a powerful physique that would captivate not just women, but men as well. For Toji Fushiguro, who possessed the strongest body, dealing with 2 women was no problem at all. This was also why sugar mamas were always looking for him. Ah, I forgot to send living expenses to Megumi and the others. I should go back tomorrow. Toji Fushiguro scratched his head. Unfortunately, you're not my type. Midia's expression didn't change in the slightest at Toji Fushiguro's words. If Altoria or other female heroic spirits were here, they might have felt disgusted by Toji Fushiguro's remark. But Medea was a hero from the age of Greek mythology. She had seen too many heroes who constantly showed off their muscles, whose personalities could be described as hardy and straightforward at best, and barbaric and rude at worst. However, there were heroic spirits who were interested in someone like Toji Fushiguro. For example, Queen Meb. If Queen Meb were here, she might have already started conquering Toji Fushiguro. Then why are you looking for a man in the middle of the night? Toji Fushiguro scratched his head, a bored expression on his face. Honestly, a sugar mama wasn't quite enough to satisfy him. Your old friend will be looking for you tomorrow regarding a commission. Interested in earning some extra money? I haven't taken any commissions for years. Having confirmed that the woman behind him had no ill intentions, Toji Fushiguro turned his gaze back to the TV. I know, but he will persuade you to take the commission, and my request is simple. Medea walked up to Toji Fushiguro's side. First, you cannot damage the opponent's brain while carrying out the commission, and you must ensure the integrity of the corpse. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Toji Fushiguro showed no reaction to Medea's words. Second, help me clean up some trash after the commission is finished. Medea raised her hand, and stacks of cash fell onto the sofa from her purple robe. The total payment for this commission is 500 million. This 50 million is a deposit. With that, Medea turned and left. Oh, and the commission your friend is offering you tomorrow is also 500 million. After speaking, Medea disappeared from the room. A woman who plays at being a god. Toji Fushiguro glanced at the spot where Medea had disappeared. Then his gaze fell on the cash on the sofa. I'll just take this money to Megumi and the others. As for the commission, no one could force the calamity of heaven to do a commission he didn't want to do. This money was just left here by you, not like I snatched it from your hands, so what's there to return? Grabbing a trash bag, he packed the cash and left the villa, taking a taxi home. The next day, after appeasing the sugar mama, Toji Fushiguro received a phone call. It was from an acquaintance whose name he could barely recall. After hanging up the phone, Toji Fushiguro's eyes became serious. Interesting. It wouldn't be strange for Kong Shiyu to seek him out for a commission. Even though he hadn't taken jobs in a long time, he was once an ace, known as the Sorcerer Killer. But adding that mysterious woman who seemed to know everything changed things. It's like being a chess piece placed on a board. Toji Fushiguro realized his situation. Although Toji Fushiguro usually appeared lazy and like a societal dropout, he was incredibly powerful in both strength and intellect. In the original timeline, he had used meticulous planning to weaken Satoru Gojo to the greatest extent possible, and then nearly killed Satoru Gojo with various means he had prepared in advance. This all demonstrated Toji Fushiguro's intelligence. I'll look forward to it. Toji Fushiguro got up and headed to the meeting place Kong Shiyu had mentioned. His body was getting rusty after so long of peace. Toji Fushiguro intended to see who and what dared to involve him, the calamity of heaven. If they couldn't satisfy him. Jujutsu High. Amiya-kun. What is it? Heroic Spirit Amiya, who was cleaning, looked up at Masamichi Yaga. It's an emergency mission. The difficulty is very high, and Jujutsu headquarters specifically requested you handle it. Oh. Heroic Spirit Amiya frowned slightly. Normally, an unexpected emergency mission wouldn't be an issue, but Eiji had just told him a few days ago about recent activities, and now he was being specifically assigned. What kind of mission? At a temple in Nagasaki, several curse users have taken over a dozen children hostage to blackmail Jujutsu headquarters. The nature of this incident is extremely malicious, and Jujutsu headquarters hopes you can quell it with overwhelming force. Heroic Spirit Amiya's heart sank. What are their demands? And why not dispatch Jujutsu Sorcerers from nearby instead of sending me all the way from Tokyo? Nagasaki was quite far from Jujutsu High. They are demanding 30 billion yen in cash, 3 special-grade curse tools, and a full tank of gas. As for why you were specifically chosen, the local Jujutsu Sorcerers discovered a special grade cursed spirit inside the temple after investigating. A special grade cursed spirit? Can those curse users control a special grade cursed spirit? I don't know. This incident is very complex, involving curse users, hostages, and a special grade cursed spirit. Any mistake could lead to irreversible consequences, which is why Jujutsu headquarters specifically designated you for this mission. Masamichi Yaga looked directly at heroic spirit Amiya. Unaware of the reasons behind the scenes, he believed it was merely a particularly malicious and unusual incident. I understand. Heroic spirit Amiya nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether this situation was a coincidence or had ulterior motives, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. I understand. I'll arrange a car to take you there right away. Masamichi Yaga breathed a sigh of relief. Special grade Jujutsu sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo was abroad and couldn't be relied upon. Others either lacked the strength or hadn't faced such a complex situation. Therefore, in Masamichi Yaga's view, the management council's arrangement was correct. Heroic spirit Amiya, with his great strength and countless completed complex missions, was indeed the most suitable candidate. Watching Masamichi Yaga leave, heroic spirit Amiya made a decision in his heart. He would complete the rescue and exorcism missions as quickly as possible, and then await Eiji's summons. As long as he acted fast enough, Eiji could summon him back with a command spell when his strength was needed. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 86, Clouds Disperse. A designated mission for me and Altoria. Eiji, who had just woken up, looked at Masamichi Yaga with confusion. That's right. This incident has already caused 10 fishermen to go missing, and it's suspected to be a special grade cursed spirit. Another special grade. Eiji lowered his eyelids, his mind beginning to ponder. Just moments ago, Eiji had received a message from heroic spirit Amiya, informing him that another special grade cursed spirit had appeared in the Nagasaki area. Coincidence? Definitely not. Should he refuse? No, he had never refused a designated mission before. Refusing this one would be like telling others that he knew something. He'd just have to deal with it as it comes. Besides, he had already made arrangements. Eiji opened his eyes. I understand. I'll head out after I change. Masamichi Yaga nodded and left. However, shortly after Eiji departed, Masamichi Yaga received another designated mission for Jujutsu High students. And this time, it wasn't from the Jujutsu Management Council, but a mission designated by Master Tengen. Satoru Gojo and Sugiura Geto, Suddenly, except for Shoko Yeri, who rarely took missions, all the other students at Jujutsu High had been assigned tasks. And they were all being sent to different locations. Masamichi Yaga sensed something was off. While assigning missions to Jujutsu High students was common, they were rarely directly designated, and missions didn't usually pile up like this. Normally, Eiji and the other 4 often went on missions together. But this situation was different. 2 rare special grade cursed spirits had appeared at once. Furthermore, 2 out of the 3 missions involved curse users. But with their strength, they should be able to complete even special grade missions smoothly. The corners of Masamichi Yaga's mouth curved upwards. Although he constantly worried about these talented students, there was one thing he had to admit. His students were strong, they were geniuses who could support the future of the Jujutsu world. Splash. The gymnasium door was pushed open, and the scene inside made Masamichi Yaga frown instantly. Inside the gymnasium, 2 heads were stacked almost perfectly on top of each other. The crucial point was that these 2 heads belonged to Satoru Gojo and Sugiura Geto. How long are you 2 going to play around? Masamichi Yaga's authoritative voice carried a hint of helplessness. We have a mission to give you. As soon as Masamichi Yaga finished speaking, Satoru Gojo and Sugiura Geto showed undisguised expressions of disgust. They would have been happy if there was a mission during class, but today was their day off. Do you have any objections? No, X. Satoru Gojo and Sugiura Geto said in perfect unison. Masamichi Yaga turned away, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Was it really okay for Master Tengen to designate a mission to them? But then again, if it were the 2 of them? The 3 of them chatted as they walked, soon arriving at a classroom. Escort and assassinate a young girl. Have you lost your mind? The contradiction in Masamichi Yaga's words made Satoru Gojo unable to help but question loudly. If she was to be assassinated, why escort her? And the target to be assassinated was a young girl. Soon, with Masamichi Yaga's explanation and Sugiura Geto's additions, Satoru Gojo received his answer. The pillar of the Jujutsu world, Master Tengen, is unable to maintain their physical form due to aging. To prevent Master Tengen from evolving in a way that is detrimental to the Jujutsu world, they need to assimilate with a star plasma vessel to rewrite their body and restore its youthful vitality. I see. While evolving into Metal Greymon would be great, it'd be troublesome if I ended up as Machine Ramon, so it's better to just reset from Agumon and start over. Satoru Gojo summarized it in an easy-to-understand way. You can think of it that way. Suguru Geto was clearly shocked by his best friend's peculiar thought process. The problem is, the star plasma vessel girl who is supposed to assimilate with Master Tengen has been targeted. Masamichi Yaga opened the laptop on the desk and introduced the known information to the two of them. This mission is very important. If it fails, the impact will affect the stability of ordinary society. You two need to get yourselves together and complete this mission seriously. Upon hearing how important the mission was, their expressions turned serious. For these two geniuses, only such important missions could pique their interest. Meanwhile, Eiji and Altoria were also on their way to the mission location by car. The assistant supervisor in charge of their mission this time was not Shuji Zenin. This also conveyed some information to Eiji. After all, ever since Eiji enrolled in Jujutsu High, Shuji Zenin had always been by his side whenever they went on missions. Therefore, Shuji Zenin could now be considered Eiji's exclusive butler. However, for a crucial mission like exorcising a special-grade cursed spirit, the assistant supervisor had been replaced by someone obscure and far less capable than Shuji Zenin. Are they planning to feed me false information to influence my judgment, or are they preparing to make a move behind my back? Eiji sized up the assistant supervisor driving the car. Too weak. They don't seem to have any special tricks up their sleeve. At most, they'll probably just use a pre-prepared curtain to stop me from leaving. If that's the case, then I don't need to worry. After all, I don't think any curtain could withstand Altoria's noble phantasm. All that's left is to influence my judgment with false information. This situation wasn't uncommon. After all, when a company faces a major problem, it's normal for the intern responsible for it to take the blame and be fired. Tell me about this mission's details. Yes. The assistant supervisor driving the car immediately replied. Initially, several people on an island went missing. Later, the police who went to search for them also lost contact. The assistant supervisor reported everything from the beginning of the incident in meticulous detail to Eiji. Later, as the number of missing persons increased, the window in the police station noticed the incident and went to investigate the scene. It was eventually confirmed to be the work of a cursed spirit. The assistant supervisor breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the report in one go. Meticulous also meant long-winded. How did the window determine that there was a suspected special-grade cursed spirit here? This was what Eiji was most concerned about. It is said that the report was submitted by an assistant supervisor from the Jujutsu Management Council who came to investigate. That assistant supervisor is very capable. The assistant supervisor driving the car seemed to have opened a floodgate of gossip. It is said. Even irresponsible statements like, it is said, were being passed as intelligence to Jujutsu sorcerers about to head into battle. Confirmed. This young lady is just a rookie intern. The suspicion regarding the assistant supervisor was cleared. The next thing to be wary of was that special-grade cursed spirit. There are still 2 days until the assimilation with the star plasma vessel. What kind of cursed spirit gives the mastermind the confidence to trap me for 2 days? Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 87, The First Day. Snap, snap. Inside a cave resembling a sea cave, Eiji and Altoria were walking towards the deepest part of the cave. The cave floor was entirely covered in seawater. Moreover, the cave was very deep, not looking like it was naturally eroded by the sea. Altoria, having received a blessing from the Lady of the Lake, could walk directly on water. Eiji, meanwhile, summoned a toad. The toad moved slowly through the water, with Eiji standing on its back. I wonder if the water walking and climbing out methods from Naruto would work. I should try them sometime. In the past, whenever he encountered water-based terrain, he would just sit on Cheongchi's back. This time, the cave was too narrow for Cheongchi to move. It looks like we're here. Seeing the faintly lit cave entrance ahead, Eiji became extremely alert. Altoria entered the cave entrance first. In this situation, Altoria, who could move freely on water, was better equipped to handle sudden developments than Eiji, who needed a toad to step on. However, not long after the two entered, a highly concealed barrier at the cave entrance began to change, eventually sealing the entire entrance. That should do it. Next is Jujutsu High. A woman with stitches on her head left the island silently. From beginning to end, no one knew she had been there. Eiji, who had entered the cave, looked at everything before him with confusion. Before Eiji and Altoria's eyes lay a dreamlike underwater world. A colorful space, seemingly glowing coral, vibrant fish, and a massive palace. Dragon Palace City. Eiji uttered the name of the palace. What's wrong, Ria? Eiji looked at Altoria with surprise. Honestly, for a moment, Eiji thought he had transmigrated again. Something's wrong. There's not a trace of life here. Altoria swept her gaze sharply around. I can't feel any life force from those fish swimming around, and my intuition tells me everything here feels off. Altoria swung her sword forward. The invisible sword in her hand sliced through the coral, cutting it directly. Altoria frowned. She had initially thought everything here was an illusion, but the sensation from swinging her sword made her feel that it was all real. Ding! At this moment, the wheel of Mahoraga, which Eiji kept in his shadow, began to spin. The world in Eiji's eyes began to change drastically. The colorful space disappeared, replaced by a lifeless, gray-blue hue. The sparkling coral vanished, turning into something horrifying, like twisted bones. The fish swimming in the air transformed into masses of foul cursed energy. Your intuition is correct, Ria. Eiji's words made Altoria, who was ahead, stop in her tracks. Did you find something, Eiji? Altoria's emerald green eyes fixed on Eiji. Yeah, everything here is an illusion attached to physical objects. Let's wait a moment. Once Mahoraga further adapts to this environment and can make it so you're not affected by the illusion, we'll proceed. Eiji stepped in front of Altoria. While she was still being affected by the illusion, he would protect her safety. An illusion attached to physical objects. No wonder the feeling of swinging my sword just now felt so real. Altoria nodded. Time ticked by. Mahoraga finally provided a method for Altoria to bypass the illusion's influence. Having broken through the cave's illusion techniques, the two began their investigation in the lifeless Dragon Palace city. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, who had arrived beside Riko Amanai, easily defeated the curse user organization Q that had come to attack. This naive and overconfident organization was forced to disband due to the capture of their strongest fighter and core members. What should we do about this? Go to a doctor. Satoru Gojo walked into an intact room, carrying the unconscious Riko Amanai in his arms. If only we could use reverse cursed technique like Shoko and Eiji. Suguru Geto looked at the unconscious Riko Amanai with a headache. How could we? I don't understand anything Shoko says. Satoru Gojo's mind conjured up an image of Shoko Yeri pointing a finger to the sky and then drawing circles in the air with a whoosh. At the time, the two of them were almost driven insane by Shoko. And Eiji, he said you'd get it if you were on the brink of death once. This time, Eiji holding a chicken wrap appeared in his mind. Reverse curse technique, huh? Find someone you don't know who can beat you half to death, and you'll get it. The memory ended. We're the strongest, where are we going to find someone who can beat us to the brink of death? That's true. The two exchanged a smile. Young men are wild and free, and both were confident in their strength. Woo. As their eyes met, Riko Amanai, in Satoru Gojo's arms, trembled slightly. Ah, she's awake. Their gazes immediately shifted to Riko Amanai. Yo, you okay? Satoru Gojo flashed a smile at Riko Amanai, which he thought was quite handsome. However, Satoru Gojo didn't receive the admiring gaze he expected from the girl, but rather aura. A full-powered slap from the girl. Riko Amanai easily accomplished something Jogo never could in his life. She left a mark on Satoru Gojo's handsome face. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll take care of you first. Satoru Gojo covered his bright red face with one hand, glaring at Riko Amanai, who had struck a fighting pose with excitement. He kept telling himself, hold back, hold back. She's the person we need to protect. Don't get angry with this little brat. Suguru Geto, suppressing a wildly rising smile, stepped forward to comfort Riko Amanai. Don't worry, we're not the ones who attacked you before. The next moment, Suguru Geto also received a heavy blow from Riko Amanai. Liar. You're definitely lying. You weirdo with bangs. A shady guy with squinty eyes, dressed like a non-mainstream person, how could he be a good guy? Riko Amanai thought to herself. Suguru Geto's smile froze. This time, it was Satoru Gojo's turn to suppress his laughter. The next moment, the two best friends looked at each other and smiled, then Misato Kurwa arrived in the room, riding a cursed spirit that Eiji had named Sea Bull, and witnessed a scene that shocked her. Two high school boys, both over 180 centimeters tall, were each holding Riko Amanai's limbs and twisting them in opposite directions. Are they wringing out a bedsheet? No, that's not a bedsheet, ah. Misato, help. Seeing someone arrive, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto let go. That is, they let go directly, and Riko Amanai fell face first onto the ground. What are you riding, Misato? Riko Amanai's gaze was quickly drawn to the rather cute sea bull. It was rare to see a cursed spirit so good-looking. This is the cursed technique of that guy with the lock of hair on his forehead. Misato Kurwa elegantly waved at Suguru Geto. Lock of hair, on his forehead. Suguru Geto felt completely unwell. Pfft. This time, Satoru Gojo couldn't hold it in. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 88, The Tyrant's Fangs. So, Zenin. Are you going to take this commission? On a tall building not far from Satoru Gojo and the other two, Kong Shiyu was trying hard to persuade Toji Fushiguro to join the operation. It was all because the star religious cult was paying handsomely. Even Kong Shiyu, who only took a small cut from the middle, could make a fortune. Therefore, Kong Shiyu was particularly attentive to this sorcerer killer, whom he usually avoided. After all, the star religious cult truly had no ability to fight powerful Jujutsu sorcerers. The people in their cult were good at deceiving rich people with their fake divine acts, but if they were made to face the six eyes, they'd be nothing but fodder. The star religious cult is quite generous, Kong Shiyu continued to tempt him. I'm not Zenin. Toji Fushiguro's words stunned Kong Shiyu, who began to frantically ponder the meaning of those words in his mind. I've married into the family. I'm Fuhaku now. Toji Fushiguro lifted his slipper-clad foot and scratched an itch. At this moment, Toji Fushiguro gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity, like the evil god of the fiery cloud. If you were to drop Toji Fushiguro into a crowd, it would be hard to imagine that this was the calamity of heaven who once wreaked havoc on one of the three great families. So that's it. I'd heard from Toji before that he disliked the Zenin family. Was his retirement these past few years because he got married? Kong Shiyu felt he understood why the sorcerer killer had retired in recent years. It was just that his guess was slightly off. While Toji Fushiguro's distancing from black market commissions had family reasons, it was more because the sugar mama was too appealing. He could get tons of money without doing anything. Wasn't that much better than the constant fighting in the underworld? Interesting. I'll take this commission. Just as Kong Shiyu was thinking about how to persuade him further, Toji Fushiguro spoke first. Kong Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the client had said that other curse users didn't matter, they had to have Toji Fushiguro accept the commission for them to get paid. When can I get the deposit? Anytime. The star religious cult is being quite generous this time. As he spoke, Kong Shiyu took out a card from his pocket. You don't need to give it to me yet. Kong Shiyu's hand stopped in midair. Use this deposit to post a commission. The target is that star plasma vessel. Alive or dead, and try to let as many curse users know about it as possible. You plan to outsource the commission? Kong Shiyu was speechless. After all his effort in finding curse users and figuring out how to persuade Toji Fushiguro, he only earned tens of millions. And this guy, Toji Fushiguro, was going to earn more than 10 times that just by outsourcing the task. No, the person the Six Eyes wants to protect isn't someone those weaklings can touch. Then why are you? Set the commission time for 40 hours. Don't mention anything about the star plasma vessel in the task description, just say it's a normal person. Before Kong Shiyu could finish, Toji Fushiguro interrupted him. 40 hours? Conceal the identity of the star plasma vessel. Kong Shiyu felt like he understood something. I get it, I'll do it right. Kong Shiyu looked up, about to reply, only to find that Toji Fushiguro had already left. This guy, as expected, he doesn't want to see anyone anywhere except at work or in hell. Kong Shiyu scratched his head helplessly and began to post the new commission on the dark web. At this moment, in the shadows of the stairwell, Toji Fushiguro, who was heading downstairs, had a creepy, perverted smile on his face. Don't disappoint me. The experience of being rejected by the Jujutsu world since childhood was like a thorn deeply embedded in Toji Fushiguro's heart. Now was the time to trample on the dignity of those arrogant Jujutsu sorcerers. When the divine child, who changed the Jujutsu world from the moment of birth, dies by the hands of this monkey they look down upon, what kind of expressions will those old geezers wear? I can't wait. At this moment, the calamity of heaven, who hadn't drawn his sword in years, bared his deadly fangs like a mighty lion awakening from its slumber. Beep, beep. On a congested highway, countless drivers impatiently honked their horns. Click. The car door opened, and the assistant supervisor, who had just gotten out to check the situation, returned to the vehicle. What's the situation up ahead? Heroic Spirit Amiya asked first. Mr. Amiya, a large truck overturned ahead, completely blocking the road. They're working on clearing it. So, they're just stalling for time. This was already the second unexpected incident on the way to the mission. The first was a landslide on a certain section of the road. At that time, Heroic Spirit Amiya got out and helped other drivers push aside most of the rocks, clearing a path for traffic. This time, they had gone as far as to block the road with a large truck. While Amiya could have dealt with the previous landslide, he couldn't do anything about this one. After all, people would just be amazed by his strength if he pushed away large rocks. At most, they'd give him a few nicknames. Like a once-in-a-century strongman. Or the Heisei era's Raiden Eamon. Or the King of Muscles. But being able to push a large truck by himself couldn't be explained by mere strength. I'll head on ahead. We'll meet in Nagasaki. After speaking, heroic spirit Amiya, who was in the back seat, spiritualized and disappeared. Wait, Mr. Amiya. The assistant supervisor driving looked back, only to find heroic spirit Amiya already gone. There was only one reason heroic spirit Amiya dared to do this. The island nation was small. With a heroic spirit's power, crossing mountains and traversing land was no difficult feat. Furthermore, in this situation, traveling on foot would clearly be much faster than driving, given the constant accidents. A few hours later, heroic spirit Amiya arrived at the mission rendezvous point. What's the situation? Heroic spirit Amiya, having dispelled his spiritualization, appeared beside a man responsible for cordoning off the accident scene. Huh. The man was startled by heroic spirit Amiya's sudden appearance. After carefully confirming that heroic spirit Amiya was the powerful reinforcement with special grade strength designated by the Jujutsu headquarters, the man's face lit up with joy. Hello, Mr. Amiya. I'm Tanaka, the assistant supervisor in charge of the scene lockdown. I'll report the situation to you now. Heroic spirit Amiya nodded. Judging by the man's joyful and relieved expression, he wasn't working with the people who had been stalling for time earlier. There are currently 3 curse users and 1 special grade curse spirit inside the temple. The hostages are not in danger at the moment. The assistant supervisor took out a blue folder and opened it. One of these 3 is a very active curse user recently, with strength roughly equivalent to a grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. The Jujutsu headquarters has no records for the other 2, so they are likely curse users who have been operating in secret. The assistant supervisor handed several photos to heroic spirit Amiya. They were candid shots of the curse users taken from various angles by personnel at the scene. Similar photos had been sent to the Jujutsu headquarters previously to gather information on curse users. Additionally, we have identified the true identity of the special grade curse spirit in the temple. After saying this, the assistant supervisor looked up and spoke in a heavy tone. Special grade cursed spirit, Kishimojin. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 89, Hero of Justice. Kong Shiyu's efficiency was incredibly high. Toji Fushiguro had only asked Kong Shiyu to post the commission in the morning, and by the afternoon, 2 curse users had been swayed by Kong Shiyu's offer. This stemmed from Kong Shiyu's deep understanding of black market commissions. Kong Shiyu knew how to post a task that would pique someone's interest without raising suspicion. They also knew which curse users were currently active in the vicinity. But just as Toji Fushiguro had said, these weaklings posed no threat to the star plasma vessel under the protection of the 6 eyes. A summoned spirit user who tried to sneak in for a close-range surprise attack on Sugurageto was sent flying by the master of hand-to-hand combat, Sugurageto, with 2 blows from his fist the size of sandbags. The creepy muscular man wearing a bread bag over his head was knocked unconscious by Satoru Gojo, who had grown bored of him. However, Toji Fushiguro wasn't concerned with the performance of these curse users, he had already found his prey. On the school grounds, Misato Kurwa was sprinting towards Riko Amanai's location. Sugurageto, who was supposed to be with her, had been persuaded by her to go protect Riko Amanai first. In Misato Kurwa's opinion, she was just a maid of no value to a curse user, and Riko Amanai was the one who needed everyone's combined protection. What Misato Kurwa didn't expect, however, was that Toji Fushiguro's target had been her all along. Thump. Before Misato Kurwa, who was running, could even react, Toji Fushiguro knocked her out with a single palm strike. This maid, who was skilled in hand-to-hand combat and could fight curse users, was subdued by Toji Fushiguro in one move. He took out a rope, tied Misato Kurwa up, and then used her phone to take a picture and send it to Riko Amanai. The series of actions was executed flawlessly, clearly indicating an experienced hand. Hey, come over here and find a place to deal with this woman. After giving the address, Toji Fushiguro hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Kong Shiyu. Is this commission yours or mine? Despite the internal complaint, Kong Shiyu's excellent professional integrity led them to quickly accept Misato Kurwa and hand her over to the star religious cult. The clever Kong Shiyu had already guessed Toji Fushiguro's plan. In the mountains of Nagasaki under the cover of night, a car broke through layers of blockade and arrived in front of a temple gate. A curse user emerged from the temple entrance. Not bad, not bad. You didn't poison the food, did you? The curse user looked with satisfaction at the takeout they had ordered. They looked arrogantly at the assistant supervisor who had delivered it. No. Hey, who knows if you did anything tricky? But it's fine, I'll let those brats try it first. The assistant supervisor glared at the curse user's words. What are you looking at? As the assistant supervisor was about to speak, they were hit in the face by the curse user's fist, filled with cursed energy. Tui. The assistant supervisor spat out a mouthful of blood. The curse user thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of acting with impunity. Hey, stop playing around, the boss is waiting. Just as he was about to do something else, a companion hidden in the shadows behind him spoke up to stop him. TCH, I'll let you off this time. With that, the curse user turned and walked into the temple. Damn it. The assistant supervisor angrily punched the ground, but in the end, could only helplessly return to the blockade line. Good work. Huh. Heroic Spirit Amiya's words made the assistant supervisor look up in surprise. Thanks to you, I've gathered their intel. Leave the rest to me. The firm, powerful words made the assistant supervisor's grievances and anger completely vanish. Please, Lord Amiya. MHM. With that, Heroic Spirit Amiya disappeared from his spot. Possessing clairvoyance and excellent eyesight, Heroic Spirit Amiya had already clearly seen the appearances of the two curse users and gathered a good amount of information. Judging by the cursed energy emanating from the curse user's punch, his strength is at most equivalent to a grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. The other curse user, whom the person inside the temple called boss, won't have a strength exceeding grade 2 either. When the assistant supervisor had delivered food to the curse users earlier, their phone had been on the entire time, and the outside naturally heard the word boss. Now that the curse user's strength is understood, and the true form of the curse spirit is grasped, the next step is. Heroic Spirit Amiya began to formulate and refine the rescue plan in his mind. At this moment, within the main hall of the temple, inside Kishimogen's domain expansion. Oh, those guys actually bought it. This bread is a limited edition, I lined up several times and still couldn't get it. That's because you're too lazy. You always sleep until noon before going to queue. The two curse users took out the food from the lunchboxes one by one. Share some of each with those brats. The boss, standing nearby, spoke up. TCH, what a waste. Smack. The curse user's companion slapped him on the head. Better safe than sorry, right? Besides, if you don't give those brats any food, aren't you afraid they'll starve to death? I know. Honestly. He finished speaking, reluctantly portioned out some food, and carried it over to the bound hostages. Here, eat up. However, the children were frightened by his fierce expression and none dared to step forward. Eat when I tell you to, you troublesome brats. With that, he reached out, pinched one of the child's mouths, and shoved the food inside. MMPH. The child cried out in pain from the curse user's rough handling, tears streaming down his cheeks. Just then, a terrifying figure appeared behind the curse user. Special grade cursed spirit, Kishimogen. Born from a mother who lost her child 100 years ago, she transformed into an overcursed spirit after death. She collects and protects every child, and kills anyone who harms them. At this moment, this curse user, who had harmed a child, became Kishimogen's target. However, due to a binding vow made with Kenjaku, Kishimogen could not kill these curse users at this time. But, she could teach them a lesson. Aya. Kishimogen's sudden attack threw the curse user into a panic. What's going on? Didn't that woman say Kishimogen wouldn't target us for 3 days? Idiot, that woman said she wouldn't kill us. Kishimogen is protecting those children. With that, the curse user called boss grabbed the screaming curse user and fled outside. Follow me. You want to spar with a special grade curse spirit. The three of them quickly left the main hall of the temple, escaping Kishimogen's domain expansion. Who is that a special grade cursed spirit? So terrifying. The boss of the curse users looked at his incompetent companion, whom he was carrying, and gritted his teeth in anger. If this guy wasn't useful later, he would have loved to just throw him to Kishimogen to be killed. However, high above where they couldn't see, Heroic Spirit Amiya, having witnessed the simultaneous appearance of the three curse users, did not let this golden opportunity slip by. 3 arrows were already knocked on his bow. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 90, Justice Should Be Thanked. The moment Heroic Spirit Amiya's vision registered the 3 curse users, he acted. Tration. Heroic Spirit Amiya knocked 3 Crimson Hounds onto his bow. As Heroic Spirit Amiya drew the bowstring, the Crimson Hounds began to elongate. Finally, they transformed into 3 ferocious arrows. Whoosh. The 3 arrows were loosed, and the sudden surge of immense cursed energy naturally drew the attention of the 3 curse users. But it was too late. The moment they lifted their heads, the 3 arrows had already pierced their bodies. Heroic Spirit Amiya didn't wait for the results where he stood. The instant the arrows were fired, he pushed off with his legs and charged into the temple. This was both a testament to his confidence in his archery and his desire to rescue the hostages as quickly as possible. After carefully assessing the situation within the temple, heroic spirit Amiya realized that the greatest threat to the hostages wasn't the special grade curse spirit Kishimojin within the temple. It was the 3 curse users. According to records from Jujutsu headquarters, Kishimojin was a special grade curse spirit that appeared 100 years ago. This special grade cursed spirit would gather and protect children who appeared in its vicinity, killing anyone who intended to harm them. This harm also included parents who wanted to bring their children back. Strangely, before an extermination team organized by the 3 great families could act, this special grade cursed spirit had already been exorcised by an unknown individual. Therefore, heroic spirit Amiya knew that to ensure the hostages' safety, the most crucial step was to eliminate the 3 curse users first. However, due to Kishimojin's innate domain, heroic spirit Amiya couldn't observe the situation inside the main hall of the temple from the outside. This made it difficult for him to pinpoint the curse users' exact locations. Furthermore, the innate domain was saturated with Kishimojin's cursed energy. Without the advanced cursed energy suppression of an assassin, heroic spirit Amiya would be as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the dark if he entered the innate domain. So, heroic spirit Amiya didn't act immediately. Originally, heroic spirit Amiya's plan was to first determine the approximate locations of the curse users and the hostages. Then, he would separate them by deploying his inherent barrier. This would allow him to eliminate the curse users and exorcise the cursed spirit while protecting the hostages. However, the arrogant and foolish actions of these curse users made heroic spirit Amiya's task much simpler. I am the bone of my sword. Heroic spirit Amiya vaulted over the wall, entering the temple grounds. Unknown to death. Nor known to life. Boom. Heroic spirit Amiya kicked open the main hall doors and charged into Kishimojin's innate domain, his gaze sweeping the interior like a hawk's. Kishimojin reacted with extreme anger to heroic spirit Amiya's sudden intrusion into her domain. Her previously benevolent yet eerie smile, akin to a Buddha's, twisted into pure rage and madness. Unlimited blade works. Kishimojin's claws stopped inches from heroic spirit Amiya. The next moment, terrifying cursed energy erupted from heroic spirit Amiya's position, instantly shattering Kishimojin's innate domain. When Kishimojin regained her sight, she found herself in a boundless wilderness. Bathed in the twilight, countless swords lay dormant upon countless sword mounds. In this endless wasteland of swords, only one spot was devoid of any blades. Rustle. A dozen children opened their eyes to find their surroundings transformed. Gone was the bright yet unsettling temple. In its place was a wilderness under the twilight sky. The entity before them had changed from the eerily terrifying Kishimojin to a broad, dependable back. You are safe now. Come play a game with Big Brother. The white-haired figure turned, speaking softly to the children. Close your eyes and count to 60. If you can do it, there'll be a reward later. The gentle words compelled the children to unconsciously follow the white-haired man's suggestion. The children closed their eyes and began counting in their minds. 1, 2, 3. Next up is you. Seeing the children obediently close their eyes, heroic spirit Amiya finally turned his gaze to Kishimojin, who was being pursued by countless flying swords. At this moment, Kishimojin's body began to swell as countless distorted child-cursed spirits were swallowed into its belly. Kishimojin's actions made it seem like it was devouring all these cursed spirits. However, heroic spirit Amiya knew that it was protecting them within its own body. You are also a pitiable existence. A long black bow appeared in heroic spirit Amiya's hand. A spiraling weapon flew from a distance. Become Buddha. Heroic spirit Amiya knocked the spiral sword onto the bow. The spiral sword began to transform, eventually becoming an arrow. Fake spiral sword. The arrow, imbued with terrifying cursed energy, struck the enlarged Kishimojin. The spiraling shaft pierced Kishimojin directly. Imaginary destruction. Boom. The shaft of the fake spiral sword, which had just pierced Kishimojin, shattered. The immense cursed energy that formed the noble phantasm was released in a destructive manner all at once. A massive explosion erupted at Kishimojin's wound, and the special grade cursed spirit was engulfed by the explosion of imaginary destruction from the inside out. As the dust settled, special grade cursed spirit Kishimojin vanished along with the smoke and debris. The children behind them obediently opened their eyes only after counting to 60. When they opened their eyes again, the terrifying bad guys and the frightening monsters were all gone. All they saw was a big brother with a gentle smile. Heroic spirit Amiya helped the children up one by one, then spread his arms wide, subtly encompassing them within his embrace. Thus, a dozen or so children were led out of the temple by heroic spirit Amiya. The hostages are safe. Everyone, commence operations immediately. Those who had been blockading the temple sprang into action upon seeing the children safely rescued. There were medical personnel carrying the children one by one with blankets to be settled in the rear, and Jujutsu sorcerers who immediately rushed into the temple to confirm if there were any remaining dangerous elements. Heroic Spirit Amiya obtained a considerable amount of food and candy from an assistant supervisor and was now distributing it to the children surrounding him. Don't snatch, there's enough for everyone. Before long, these children, who had been living in fear, fell asleep after eating their fill and drinking their fill. Shiro Amiya, who quietly exited the tent, found the area outside filled with people. Thank you so much, Mr. Amiya. The assistant supervisors, the windows, and the field personnel summoned by Jujutsu headquarters present all bowed deeply to Heroic Spirit Amiya in gratitude. There were many incidents of cursed spirits causing casualties, and each time their hearts were filled with sadness and helplessness, until they gradually became numb. But even so, upon learning that a dozen or so children were in danger, they still felt nervous and anxious. In their most powerless moment, a hero descended. A dozen or so children were rescued without a single injury. Rescued from 3 curse users and 1 special grade cursed spirit. At this moment, their hearts were filled with gratitude and respect. No, this is the result of everyone's collective effort. I have other tasks, so I'll be leaving the rest to you. Heroic Spirit Amiya's lips curved into a slight smile. This feeling wasn't bad. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 91, Illusory Dragon Palace City. Eiji and Altoria were walking through the dilapidated and decaying Dragon Palace City. The land was devoid of life, with gray coral and clumps of cursed energy resembling fish floating in the air. Every scene spoke of the ruin of the Dragon Palace City. They stepped onto gray, white stairs that looked like they would crumble with a single touch. Crunch. They did crumble. Eiji bent down and picked up a bead embedded in the steps on the ground. It looks a bit like a pearl. He tossed the pearl aside casually. The two continued, on guard, towards the main gate of the Dragon Palace. Creak. Crash. As Eiji pushed with both hands. The gate, like rotten wood, let out a creaking sound under the strain before collapsing with a roar. Eiji stared speechlessly at the shattered gate. In the moment the gate fell, Eiji even felt a sense of shock, as if he'd been scammed in a past life. Aren't palaces and ruins in novels always full of historical charm, only to become gleaming after a simple wipe down? What's going on with this Dragon Palace City? It was truly something else to be in such a state of disrepair due to age. Be careful later. Don't let this palace collapse and bury us. I understand. Altoria nodded seriously. At the same time, she was mentally planning how much power she would need to use in a fight to ensure the palace wouldn't fall apart. The two entered the palace, greeted by 2 rows of tall pillars and giant pink shells. Continuing forward, they passed through the rows of shells, and Eiji and Altoria arrived at what seemed to be the depths of the main hall. Here, the two finally encountered a cursed spirit. Its lower body was like a snake's tail, with fins growing from its waist, spine, and elbows. Its skin was very pale, not the soft white of a human, but a slippery white like the belly of a fish. Its eyes resembled human eyes yet also fish eyes, and its hair was like seaweed. Eiji, who had initially thought he'd encountered a mermaid, now regretted observing the cursed spirit so closely. As if recalling something. Eiji closed his eyes and opened them again. The scenery in the hall had changed. Vermilion dragon-entwined pillars. A large, girlish pink shell, containing a bed that looked like flesh and a giant pearl. The previously dirty floor had transformed into a red carpet. Shimmering coral, unidentifiable sea flowers, and a luminous pearl at the top of the hall, everything was dreamily beautiful. Finally, Eiji's gaze fell upon the dragon throne in the hall. There sat an incomparably beautiful goddess, her tail like a dragon's. Her lovely face, paired with small, exquisite dragon horns on her head, fulfilled every fantasy one could have of a dragon girl. Eiji closed his eyes once more. When he opened them, everything before him had reverted to the dilapidated palace. The graceful, beautiful goddess had transformed back into an ugly cursed spirit, resembling a Nirana. The cursed spirit on the dragon throne slowly swam towards the two. Seeing this, Eiji and Altoria instantly assumed a fighting stance. The cursed spirit tilted its head, seemingly confused as to why Eiji and the other harbored such hostility towards it. The cursed spirit continued to wiggle its water snake waist and advanced towards them. Ria. As their voices fell, Altoria was the first to draw her sword and attack. The cursed spirit became enraged, letting out a hoarse roar from its throat. Its sharp claws lunged towards Altoria like 5 gleaming daggers. Ding! Altoria blocked the cursed spirit's attack with her sacred sword, then used a sidestep to deflect its momentum, throwing the cursed spirit off balance. She then landed a blow, leaving a massive gash on the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit opened its fanged maw and lunged at Altoria. Altoria backflipped, escaping the cursed spirit's attack range. Just as Altoria prepared to attack again, the cursed spirit twisted nimbly and lashed its tail at her. SSS. Snake scales scraped against the sacred sword in Altoria's hand. As the aggressor, Altoria's sacred sword remained unharmed. Instead, large patches of scales were scraped off the cursed spirit's tail. If Altoria's sacred sword were used to scale fish for heroic spirit Amiya, it would be incredibly effective. Eiji suddenly had this thought. Then, Eiji continued to observe the scene within the Great Hall. This cursed spirit isn't very strong. It's probably one of the top-tier Grade 1 cursed spirits. If I weren't worried about accidentally demolishing this palace with excessive force, this fight would have been over in a few rounds. Eiji wandered around the palace a few times but found no useful clues. Eiji pulled out his phone, intending to check how long he had been inside. 14:07, Eiji frowned. What's wrong, Eiji? Altoria, having defeated the cursed spirit, walked up behind Eiji. The time is wrong. Eiji turned his phone towards Altoria. It is indeed wrong. 14:07 should be the time we entered, but now. Altoria fell into thought. It should be at least 1600 hours. Her sense of time had been somewhat confused since entering this place. However, Altoria still made a judgment based on her extensive experience. So, the phone's timer stopped when we entered here. Eiji rubbed his chin, falling into thought. This area is all uninhabited, right? Yes, this island isn't large. Only the central area is occasionally visited by fishermen when they're out fishing. Altoria answered Eiji's question affirmatively. Ria, let's use your noble phantasm. Since that was the case, Eiji didn't intend to waste any more time. Isn't there a saying, if you can't solve the problem, solve the person causing it? Since the problem lies with this Dragon Palace city, why not just use a noble phantasm to completely destroy this palace? I understand. Altoria nodded. The two left the palace and returned to the entrance. They planned to evacuate immediately after Dragon Palace city was destroyed. The entrance. It's gone. Eiji strangely touched the wall in front of him, then punched it hard with his cursed energy-infused fist. Bang. There was no debris flying, nor did the wall crack. All that happened was the wall rippled like the surface of water. This feeling, is it a barrier? Altoria recognized what it was immediately. There were quite a few barriers at Jujutsu High, and Eiji and Medea often researched barriers together. Through constant exposure, Altoria had also developed a deep understanding of barriers. It seems they really intend to trap us here until we die. Eiji formed hand seals, and Xiongqi appeared behind the two. Let's begin. Eiji looked at Altoria. Okay. Altoria held the sacred sword in front of her with both hands. Whoosh. The Wind King barrier dissipated from the sacred sword, and specks of light began to gather on the blade. The light gradually coalesced into a dazzling pillar. Altoria raised the sacred sword high and then swung it down in the direction of Dragon Palace City. Excalibur. A destructive pillar of light erupted from the ground, and Dragon Palace City turned to dust in this attack. Xiongqi immediately flapped its wings and flew above the two, the gale surrounding it ready to shatter any falling debris. However, to Eiji's surprise, not much debris fell from above them. Instead, a strange cry echoed in Eiji's ears. After riding Xiongqi into the sky, Eiji finally confirmed the cursed spirit's true form. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 92, The Group About to Converge. The radiance of Excalibur shone in the cave. Eiji had predicted that this strike would shatter the earth and break through the dome. With Xiongqi's help, the two of them burst out from underground and flew towards the sky. But reality was different. Gulp. A strange, loud noise echoed from all directions. The immense sound forced Eiji to cover his ears with both hands. The ground vibrated violently. However, the tremor didn't feel like the earth-shattering, as Eiji had expected. It was more like a large ship breaking in half and sinking into the sea. Ria. Xiongqi flew past Eiji and, leaping onto it, Eiji pulled Altoria onto Xiongqi's back as well. Once they reached high altitude, Eiji finally saw the cursed spirit's true form. It was a turtle-cursed spirit, tens of meters large. So small. Eiji recalled that the Dragon Palace city they had explored earlier was hundreds of meters in diameter, and with the cave included, the diameter must have been at least 2 kilometers. A barrier that can affect spatial dimensions. Did it withstand Ria's noble phantasm thanks to the barrier's properties? Looking at the turtle-cursed spirit, whose body had already disappeared for the most part and was struggling to recover, Eiji drew a conclusion. If Excalibur had been released from the outside, this cursed spirit would be dead by now. Mahoraga. Mahoraga emerged from Eiji's shadow. Dropping from the sky, Mahoraga rapidly charged towards the turtle-cursed spirit's head. The demon-slaying sword pierced the turtle-cursed spirit's head without resistance. The turtle-cursed spirit's massive body dissipated. It only took 2 hours. Eiji found the ease of this mission strange. Could it be that Kenjaku wasn't involved, and it was just an accident? While thinking, Eiji took out his phone. 14:05, why was the time even earlier? Did the phone get water damaged? Eiji's gaze shifted slightly, and the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The date on his phone had advanced by 2 days. A turtle, the Dragon Palace City, the goddess within the city, and this abnormal flow of time. Urashima Taro. At this moment, Eiji finally realized the true nature of this incident. Urashima Taro is a figure from Japanese mythology. Legend has it that a long time ago, a man named Urashima Taro lived by the sea, making a living by fishing. Urashima Taro possessed the protagonist's template, being poor yet kind and brave. One day, on his way back from fishing, Urashima Taro saw some children on the shore teasing a turtle. Upon seeing this, Urashima Taro immediately drove away the children bullying the turtle. Perhaps due to something that had happened with a turtle before, Urashima Taro, who made his living by fishing, didn't take the turtle home to cook. Instead, he offered it a blessing and let it go. A few years later, this turtle found Urashima Taro while he was out at sea fishing. The turtle then spoke like a human, expressing its desire to repay Urashima Taro's kindness. Thus, the turtle carried Urashima Taro, who possessed extraordinary talent and could breathe underwater, to the Dragon Palace City. There, accompanied by the goddess of the Dragon Palace City, Urashima Taro lived a dream life of eating seafood every day, enjoying the sea view, and sleeping, and playing with the goddess. However, not long after, a feeling of homesickness arose in Urashima Taro's heart, and he decided to return to his village. He wanted to see his mother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and see if the village had changed. Seeing Urashima Taro's longing for home, the goddess had a sea turtle escort him back. But before he left, the goddess gave Urashima Taro a box. The key was that the goddess who gave the box to Urashima Taro demanded that he never open it, no matter what. Urashima Taro returned to his village after a long absence. But upon arriving, Urashima Taro found that everything had changed. The houses were gone, his mother was gone, and the village was unrecognizable. To uncover the truth, Urashima Taro opened the box the goddess had given him, and he instantly turned into an old man. It turned out that several hundred years had passed. This story was very popular in the island nation, so upon seeing the turtle, Eiji immediately connected everything. However, at this moment, Eiji felt no pride in witnessing the legend. There was only a sense of impending doom. 2 days later. Eiji's mind frantically searched for memories of the plot. Damn, it's going to be too late. Ria, hold on tight. We're going to have to travel at full speed from now on. Don't worry about me, Eiji. I have a writing skill. Altoria also sensed Eiji's urgency. The next moment, Cheonchi began flying towards Jujutsu High at full speed. Meanwhile, outside the barrier of Jujutsu High, the radiance of the sacred sword shone upon the nameless island. The person stationed there by Kenjaku to observe Eiji's actions immediately noticed this situation. Upon seeing Cheonchi flying towards Jujutsu High, he immediately made a phone call. On the other side, Kenjaku's good mood completely vanished at this moment. Yesterday morning, Kenjaku received a report from Nagasaki stating that heroic spirit Amiya had successfully killed 3 curse users late at night, exorcised a special grade curse spirit, and rescued all the hostages. Heroic spirit Amiya's whereabouts had been out of Kenjaku's sight for a day. The only fortunate thing was that heroic spirit Amiya was not using any form of transportation and did not possess the ability to fly. Now, even worse news reached Kenjaku's ears. Dongfang Eiji was already on his way back to Jujutsu High. Should I give up? Kenjaku, deep in thought, began to ponder. Will I ever encounter such an opportunity again? Kenjaku was very hesitant. On one hand, if he gave up this opportunity, Kenjaku would have to wait another 500 years. On the other hand, he might not find another useful pawn like Toji Fushiguro next time. Useful here didn't refer to strength, but to Toji Fushigiro's complete lack of cursed energy. Heavenly restriction wasn't uncommon in the Jujutsu world. However, most heavenly restrictions involved sacrificing one thing to gain another. The key word was partially. Situations like Mekamaru and Koichi were rare even among those with heavenly restriction. Let alone the extreme case of Toji Fushigiro's absolute zero cursed energy. He was granted power by the cursed energy system, yet he was completely unbound by it. Kenjaku could afford to wait 500 years. But he didn't know if he would encounter someone capable of breaking the causal bond of the cursed energy system again. Toji Fushiguro can't be made into a cursed object. Kenjaku had previously turned many ancient powerhouses into cursed objects in preparation for their future revival. However, an extreme case like Toji Fushiguro couldn't be made into a cursed object at all. I'll prepare for both scenarios. Kenjaku made his decision. If Toji Fushiguro succeeded, he would simply help stall for time. If Toji Fushiguro failed, he could just escape. Kenjaku stood up and went to his collection room in Tokyo. Over the millennia, Kenjaku had collected and created countless cursed objects. This led Kenjaku to prepare numerous secret rooms for storing his collections. Even the cursed repositories of Jujutsu High and Jujutsu Headquarters contained many cursed objects made by Kenjaku. Occasionally, if he encountered someone with very compatibility, Kenjaku would place these cursed objects within them. If the time was right, they would reincarnate; if not, he would retrieve them. This time, Kenjaku did not meticulously select from his collection. Instead, he directly stuffed a large number of cursed objects into his robes. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 93, Tyrant's Surprise Attack, Medea appears. Jujutsu High, at the foot of Mt. Yen. Gojo. Satoru Gojo, still scanning their surroundings, looked at Suguru Geto. Good work. Suguru Geto, hands on his hips, spoke gently. Sigh. Satoru Gojo sighed, then feigned a relaxed tone to change the subject. At the same time, the 6 eyes beneath his sunglasses ceased their faint blue glow. The bounty on the black market had expired. Moreover, they had already entered the heavily protected Jujutsu High grounds, sealed by a barrier. The escort mission was practically complete. However, the darkest hour of the day is just before dawn. To everyone's disbelief, a sharp blade pierced Satoru Gojo's chest. Satoru Gojo retaliated immediately. Suguru Geto also released a cursed spirit, swallowing Toji Fushiguro whole. Gojo. After the worm-cursed spirit swallowed Toji Fushiguro, Suguru Geto rushed towards the injured Satoru Gojo. I'm fine. I dodged the vital organs and protected myself with cursed energy in time. As he spoke, Satoru Gojo, kneeling on one knee, explained while standing up. Satoru Gojo didn't want Suguru Geto to worry. As he got up, Satoru Gojo used the analogy of a needle piercing a sweater. More importantly, you should protect Amanai and the others and take them to Master Tingen. Gojo. Suguru Geto sensed Satoru Gojo's forced bravery. But looking at Riko Amanai and Misato Kuwa beside them, their faces etched with worry, he knew Satoru Gojo's proposal was indeed the best course of action. Be careful. With that, Suguru Geto took Riko Amanai and Misato Kuwa towards Kurakoshigu. At the same time, Toji Fushiguro, spitting out Uram from his mouth, also drew the soul release blade, slicing Suguru Geto's worm-cursed spirit into pieces. He had used ordinary knives earlier to prevent the cursed energy emanating from the cursed tool from being detected by the 6 eyes. Now that the surprise attack had succeeded, although he hadn't killed Satoru Gojo instantly, he had indeed inflicted damage. Fatigue and pain would continuously affect Satoru Gojo's condition in the upcoming battle. Did the star plasma vessel brat escape? Toji Fushiguro scanned his surroundings with his eyes. At this moment, Satoru Gojo was wondering where Toji Fushiguro got the cursed tool and cursed spirit from. The bounty expired, idiot. Ah, that. I was the one who cancelled it. Toji Fushiguro wore a smug expression. If I hadn't set an expiration date for the bounty, you wouldn't have cancelled your curse technique until the very end, would you? Although Amaterasu could forcibly deactivate Infinity and thus harm Satoru Gojo. However, Amaterasu was a special grade cursed tool. In an environment where there was nothing around, the cursed energy it emitted could not escape the observation of the 6 eyes. Ah, is that so? Then bring it on. Confirming that this fight was unavoidable, Satoru Gojo broke into an excited and wild grin. He hadn't encountered an enemy of this caliber in a long time. Fast. Then. Satoru Gojo raised his hands, and the maximum output cursed technique, Blue, under his command, destroyed everything obstructing his vision. Instantly, the area around Satoru Gojo, dozens of meters wide, was cleared of any obstructions. A clever tactic, but... Toji Fushiguro, hiding in the woods, patted Uram. Understanding Toji Fushiguro's intent, Uram opened its mouth, and a large number of fly heads flew out. Thousands of fly heads swarmed around Satoru Gojo. The 6 eyes' observational ability was greatly hampered. Satoru Gojo prepared to use a second blue to clear the fly heads, but the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Why aren't they attacking? If the goal of these fly heads was to interfere with my vision, why didn't they seize the opportunity to attack? These fly heads would be destroyed by me if they didn't attack soon. Satoru Gojo paused his movement to cast blue. The bounty on Riko Amanai was posted by him. His target from the very beginning was Riko Amanai. Realizing this, Satoru Gojo immediately turned to head for Kurakoshigu. However, the instant Satoru Gojo turned, Toji Fushiguro appeared behind him. I fell for it. The cursed tool in Toji Fushiguro's hand had been switched to Amaterasu. Unaware of Amaterasu's abilities, Satoru Gojo had no time to make any further moves and could only strengthen his infinity defense. The next moment, infinity was forcibly interrupted, and Amaterasu pierced Satoru Gojo's neck. Satoru Gojo wanted to counterattack. Having gained the initiative, Toji Fushiguro naturally wouldn't give him a chance, and a series of skillful combos sent Satoru Gojo to the brink of death. Finally getting my feel back. Toji Fushiguro turned and walked towards Kurakoshigu. At this moment, an indescribable satisfaction surged in Toji Fushigiro's heart, the satisfaction of crushing the jujutsu world that looked down on him under his feet. Shortly after Toji Fushiguro left, a figure appeared where Satoru Gojo had fallen. Heroic Spirit Amiya looked at the battered Satoru Gojo and placed a red gem on him. Although he trusted Eiji's information and knew this was Satoru Gojo's chance to awaken, his kind heart couldn't let go of his worry for Satoru Gojo. The gem emitted a red light, healing the fatal wounds on Satoru Gojo's neck and forehead. Next, Heroic Spirit Amiya dematerialized and disappeared again. Inside Kurakoshigu, Suguru Geto voiced Riko Amanai's deepest desire. Pass through the gate, and at the base of that large tree, there's a special barrier different from Jujutsu High. Master Tingen will protect you there until the assimilation is complete, or, you can turn back now and go home with Misato. Seeing Riko Amanai's incredulous expression, Suguru Geto slowly revealed the decision he and Satoru Gojo had made. Even if it meant opposing Master Tingen, they would protect Riko Amanai. Tears welled up in Riko Amanai's eyes, her voice gradually choking. After all, I want to be with everyone, I want to be with everyone. The next moment, Riko Amanai lost consciousness. Suguru Geto stared in shock at the men who appeared behind Riko Amanai. Toji Fushiguro reached out a hand and grabbed the unconscious Riko Amanai. Why are you here? Suguru Geto asked in disbelief. Satoru Gojo lost. This was the answer Suguru Geto had realized but dared not believe. Leave Riko's side. Suguru Geto immediately attacked Toji Fushiguro, trying to reclaim Riko Amanai. Toji Fushiguro retreated, carrying Riko Amanai in his left hand, and repelled Suguru Geto with a knife in his right. Behind Suguru Geto, the Rainbow Dragon, the Slit-Mouthed Woman, and a special grade demon curse spirit appeared. Toji Fushiguro seemed to completely disregard Suguru Geto's actions. Hey! I've got this kid. How do you want to kill them? I forgot, you had too many requests. They're still an enemy. Suguru Geto immediately realized this. Oh my, how did you sense I was here? Seeing this, Midea no longer hid and appeared generously in front of the two. Although there were conflicts among the people present, they would all become companions in the future. Kenjaku did not enter Kurakoshigu. When Toji Fushiguro defeated Satoru Gojo, Kenjaku met his opponent. As for Master Tingen, don't worry about this 1,000-year-old shut-in. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo were both ready to fight Master Tingen, so why bother with her? I don't know, I just tried it, and you came out on your own. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2,500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 94, Interception. Toji Fushiguro had sensed something was off about this commission from the start. If Kong Shiyu had simply approached him for a big job, Toji Fushiguro wouldn't have found it problematic. After all, his reputation as the sorcerer killer preceded him, and with the Gojo family's 6 eyes protecting the target, ordinary curse users would surely fail. However, Midea's appearance made it glaringly obvious to Toji Fushiguro that this commission is problematic. This would have alerted even Toji Fushiguro, who usually didn't bother thinking too much, that something was wrong. Later, Toji Fushiguro casually asked Kong Shiyu about Midea's identity. After hearing Toji Fushiguro's description, Kong Shiyu found it increasingly strange and eventually showed Toji Fushiguro a poster for Fate/Stay Night. Toji Fushiguro, his brain finally kicking into gear after a long time, finally remembered why the woman looked familiar. After all, Eiji had never hidden his identity or that of his heroic spirits from Toji Fushiguro. The fact that he didn't recognize her the first time was simply because Toji Fushiguro never paid much attention to anyone. After all, Toji Fushiguro was someone who often forgot even his most beloved child. Once he remembered Midea's identity, Toji Fushiguro had called Eiji. However, Eiji was trapped in a barrier at the time and had no signal. Unable to contact Eiji, Toji Fushiguro decided to deal with the brat with the 6 eyes first before thinking about anything else. Now, having defeated Satoru Gojo and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Jujutsu world, Toji Fushiguro finally felt at ease and remembered Midea. Given that brat's personality, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing, so I just called out casually to test it, and you popped out on your own. With that, Toji Fushiguro threw the unconscious Riko Amanai towards Midea. You're surprisingly clever. Midea reached out, and Riko Amanai stopped in front of her. Midea, what's going on? Suguru Geto finally couldn't hold back. From the moment Toji Fushiguro appeared in the Hashigami Palace. No, from the moment Satoru Gojo was injured by Toji Fushiguro. Suguru Geto's heart had been repeatedly shaken. Now, seeing his companion Midea standing alongside Toji Fushiguro, his enemy, Suguru Geto's composure nearly shattered. Don't worry, Riko and I will be fine. Everything is within Eiji's plan. Seeing Suguru Geto's expression, Midea naturally knew what he was thinking. For this reason, Midea invoked Eiji's name. As expected, Suguru Geto's expression relaxed considerably upon hearing Eiji's name. Is all of this arranged by Eiji? Ultimately, Suguru Geto chose to trust his close friend. Yes. Rather than here, you should pay more attention to the situation outside. The real enemy is still out there. As expected, upon hearing real enemy, Suguru Geto no longer dwelled on the current situation. He worried about the whereabouts of Satoru Gojo. After everything is over, if you can't give us a reasonable explanation, woo, and I won't let this go. With that, Suguru Geto ran outside. Not long ago, a large amount of terrifying cursed energy had been appearing and disappearing in that direction. What are you planning to do with that star plasma vessel? Toji Fushiguro looked at Riko Amanai, who was floating in the air. Let's go to the star religious cult together. Remember to clean up the trash once the commission fee arrives. Saying this, Midea temporarily handed Riko Amanai over to Toji Fushiguro, then spiritualized and followed Toji Fushiguro to the star religious cult headquarters. Not long ago. Eiji, riding on Cheonchi, was rushing back towards Jujutsu High at maximum speed. To save time, Eiji didn't even have Cheonchi use the gate meant for entering and exiting Jujutsu High's barrier. Instead, he directly had Cheonchi activate its Uroya ability, smashing a hole in the barrier and charging into Jujutsu High. This was only the outermost layer of Jujutsu High. The barrier's range was vast, and its performance was more focused on warning and concealment rather than defense. Such a blatant act naturally attracted Kenjaku's attention. TSK, what bad timing. Just moments ago, Kenjaku had personally witnessed Toji Fushiguro inflict a fatal injury on Satoru Gojo with the help of Amaterasu. In that instant, Kenjaku's heart filled with excitement. The obstruction of the six eyes had been cleared, and the star plasma vessel was naturally no longer an issue. Let's buy a little time. Toji Fushiguro was already rushing towards the star religious cult's headquarters. All he needed was to buy a little time, and Toji Fushiguro would complete his mission. Eiji had contacted heroic spirit Amiya and Midea through a contract as soon as he entered the Jujutsu High barrier. Eiji finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Midea was still hidden in the shadows, ensuring that the worst-case scenario wouldn't occur. Whoosh. Watch out. Eiji's heart had just settled when several powerful attacks suddenly emerged from the ground. Altoria swung her sacred sword, blocking the attacks aimed at the two of them. Cheonchi wasn't so lucky. Still flying at full speed, Cheonchi couldn't dodge in time and was instantly shot down. The two people and one beast fell from the sky. Altoria pointed her sacred sword at the ground, unleashing the Wind King barrier. The strong airflow slowed their descent. Several more cursed energy cannonballs shot towards them. At the same time, waves of cursed energy began to appear ahead. Eiji waved his hands. Eiji activated the full elephant's curse technique. Water prison wall. The cursed energy cannonballs were violently deflected by the strong currents of water and shot into the distance. Upon landing, Eiji looked into the distance with a solemn gaze. There, a person in a black robe, barely recognizable as a woman, stood amidst dozens of cursed spirits. Eiji's gaze quickly swept over the cursed spirits opposite him. Most of them are quasi-special grade and special grade cursed spirits. There are 4 special grade ones. Including the woman shrouded in the black robe, that makes a total of 5 enemies at the special grade level. Eiji quickly identified the targets that required vigilance among the dozens of enemies. The 4 special grade cursed spirits were, a special grade cursed spirit floating in the air that resembled a large mouth. A canine-shaped special grade cursed spirit much uglier than the divine dogs. A slender, emaciated female special grade cursed spirit. A special grade cursed spirit with the body of a spider and the upper body of a woman. Finally, there was the mysterious woman surrounded by the cursed spirits. Who could it be? Besides Suguru Geto, only Kenjaku, who has been hidden for 1,000 years, could control so many cursed spirits. Speaking of which, Megumi Fushiguro is already around 4 years old. That means this woman is Kenjaku possessing Kaori Itadori's body. Eiji, who cross-dresses, could understand that. Although he had only worn his mother's wig and clothes and high heels when he was little. But to not only cross-dress but also become a woman and have children was something Eiji couldn't quite comprehend. Perhaps for Kenjaku, who had lived for 1,000 years, these things no longer mattered. Thinking about it that way, longevity really had a significant impact on people. After confirming the enemy's identity, Eiji became extremely vigilant and began calling for backup. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 95, Fierce Battle. Both sides simultaneously began their actions. Altoria charged towards Kenjaku first. Dozens of cursed spirits also attacked Altoria immediately. Great Waterfall Technique. Eiji fully activated the full Elephant's Curse technique. An attack like a flood interrupted the cursed spirit's charge. Altoria stepped on the water, crossed over the cursed spirits blocking the path, and reached Kenjaku. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The emaciated cursed spirit beside Kenjaku moved. The cursed spirit extended its right hand, and its slender palm transformed into a hard bone blade in the next second. Clink. Altoria's attack was blocked by the bone blade. The cursed spirit's identity was revealed with this strike. Special grade cursed spirit, Bone Woman. Another special grade cursed spirit behind Kenjaku also moved. The cursed spirit raised its body, and its spider abdomen fired a beam of white silk towards Altoria. Special grade cursed spirit, Juragumo. The two cursed spirits, one at a distance and one close, cooperated to surround and attack Altoria. Even when surrounded by two special grade cursed spirits, she hasn't shown any openings. Altoria seemed to be at a disadvantage, but there wasn't a single scratch on her. Kenjaku knew that Altoria was only temporarily suppressed because she wasn't used to Bone Woman's attack style, where her entire body could turn into a weapon. For any close combat fighter, such a porcupine-like enemy is difficult to deal with. However, as long as Altoria was given some time, dealing with Bone Woman and Juragumo would not be a problem. Moo. Since Cheongchi couldn't be summoned yet, Eiji directly summoned Giant Elephant to join the battle. As soon as it appeared, Giant Elephant rampaged across the battlefield like a war chariot. Eiji himself also directly attacked Kenjaku. Dozens of lightning bolts were swallowed by the ferocious mouths floating in the air. The dog-like cursed spirit beside Kenjaku also bared its fangs at Eiji. Eiji charged forward as if he hadn't seen the cursed spirit's attack. The moment the cursed spirit was about to attack Eiji, Eiji suddenly ducked, dodging the attack. From the shadow behind Eiji, the demon-slaying sword, radiating a strong positive energy, suddenly appeared and pierced the cursed spirit's body. He hid Mahoraga in the shadows beforehand. Seeing Mahoraga appear from Eiji's shadow and instantly kill a special-grade cursed spirit, Kenjaku instantly understood Eiji's plan. With a wave of his hand, Kenjaku threw dozens of cursed objects into the air. The special-grade cursed spirit floating in the air immediately swallowed these cursed objects. As the cursed spirit swallowed the cursed objects in the air, Kenjaku also began to create layers of barriers. The cursed spirits in the field began a desperate charge towards Mahoraga. However, due to the huge gap in strength and the demon-slaying sword's special attack against cursed spirits, these cursed spirits could only be annihilated one by one. After taking out his Tang Dao and killing the cursed spirits blocking his path, Eiji looked towards Kenjaku. Is that a barrier? Eiji forcefully threw the Tang Dao towards Kenjaku with his right hand. No matter what the opponent intended to do, he would stop it. Kenjaku dodged the Tang Dao by sidestepping. Bind. As the words fell, barriers were established around Mahoraga. At the same time, a terrifying attack was about to be completed. Special grade cursed spirit, Taotia. This cursed spirit can grow by devouring cursed energy and can also release the devoured cursed energy in one go, just like this. In the sky, a massive amount of cursed energy was brewing in the giant mouth of the special grade cursed spirit Taotia. The next moment, a terrifying cursed energy cannon descended towards Mahoraga. Seeing this, Eiji first cancelled the summoning of Mahoraga. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, and a massive shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Eiji immediately dispelled the summoning of the giant elephant and then quickly left the blast radius with Altoria. Buru Buru, Yura Yura. Once his footing was stable, Eiji began summoning Mahoraga. I won't let you have your way. Kenjaku burst out from the still lingering smoke and dust. Following behind Kenjaku was the special grade cursed spirit, Taotia. The special grade cursed spirits Bone Woman and Juragumo once again engaged Altoria. Eiji immediately raised his hand to block Kenjaku's attack. Purple lightning flashed across his entire body. With his physical attributes enhanced, Eiji began a fierce battle with Kenjaku and Taotia. Eiji leaped high into the air and delivered a full power kick to Taotia's nose. Kenjaku followed closely, and just as Eiji's attack landed on Taotia, Kenjaku's own attack struck Eiji. Eiji twisted his body, crossing his arms to meet the punch. He was then sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Kenjaku had no intention of giving Eiji any breathing room. Taotia opened its mouth, as vast as an abyss, and lunged at Eiji. Kenjaku also moved behind Eiji, preparing to attack in tandem with Taotia. Surrounded and under siege, Eiji smiled. This smile was caught by Kenjaku, who had been observing Eiji intently. Why is he smiling? I didn't give him a chance to form hand seals, and the 10 shadows technique can't be used right now. What other trump cards does he have? Kenjaku's mind raced. A heroic spirit. Heroic spirit Amiya, who had disappeared for a day. An arrow shot from afar confirmed Kenjaku's suspicion. The sharp arrow pierced Taotia's skin, embedding itself in its body. Then came imaginary destruction. Roar. Taotia let out a pained roar. Just as Kenjaku was about to make a move, Eiji rushed in front of him. This time, it's your turn to be surrounded. A look of exhilaration spread across Eiji's face. Then, fists the size of pots rained down on Kenjaku. Whoosh. A menacing-looking arrow shot towards Kenjaku's head. To dodge the arrow, Kenjaku took a heavy blow from Eiji. The second arrow followed closely. However, before Kenjaku could react, the sound of something cutting through the air from behind startled him. The arrow that had just flown past his ear now shot towards him again, at an angle that defied all physics. Crimson Hound. In battles between Jujutsu Sorcerers, intelligence is crucial. Kenjaku, knowing this well, gathered as much information as possible before battles. In the original timeline, besides Yuki Tsukumo, who was a star plasma vessel and connected to Master Tengen, Kenjaku had gathered information on all other special-grade Jujutsu Sorcerers. This clearly showed how much Kenjaku valued intelligence. Moreover, compared to those special-grade Jujutsu Sorcerers, gathering information on heroic spirits, whose abilities were almost entirely public, wasn't difficult at all. I can't be hit by the Crimson Hound. If heroic spirit Amiya uses imaginary destruction on the Crimson Hound. Kenjaku made up his mind. His eyes scanned the area, instantly pinpointing the attack trajectories of the 2 Crimson Hounds and Eiji. Instantly, a massive gravitational force pressed down on Eiji. Anti-gravity mechanism. The sudden, immense gravity caused Eiji's movements to halt momentarily. Kenjaku, unaffected by the gravity, immediately distanced himself from Eiji. The special-grade cursed spirit, Taotia, also attacked heroic spirit Amiya under Kenjaku's command. Kenjaku brought the backs of his fingers together, forming a hand seal. Domain expansion. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 96, Kenjaku's Life is Vast Endowment. Whether Vast Endowment was Kenjaku's domain expansion or Suguru Geto's domain expansion. Eiji had pondered this question more than once since arriving in this world. After joining Jujutsu High last year, Eiji had kept an eye out for clues while learning about various summoned spirits and barrier techniques. The name Kenjaku comes from a Buddhist ritual implement used in combat. It has the function of converting and subduing. It's no wonder Yuki Tsukumo would joke that despite having a name that means to enlighten all beings, the things he does are more evil than the last. It's truly ironic. The 2 characters, Taizo, womb of the universe, also come from esoteric Buddhism. According to esoteric Buddhism, everything in this world is a manifestation of Mahavairakana Buddha, and the Diamond Realm and the Womb Realm are 2 such manifestations of this world. One represents wisdom and virtue, the other represents reason. And the Womb Realm within this is the prototype for Kenjaku's domain expansion. Vast endowment means to contain all beings, like children gestating in a mother's womb. The great tree in the center of vast endowment, bearing countless twisted faces, is Gijakatami's representation of the Womb Realm. After learning the origins of the words Kenjaku and vast endowment, Eiji looked back at Kenjaku's life. For 1,000 years, he continuously created cursed objects by turning the strong individuals and cursed spirits of each era into them, and then reviving them in the new era through flesh reincarnation. Could this act be seen as turning these people into fetuses and allowing them to be reborn in the new world? Coupled with Kenjaku's ultimate goal. To assimilate Master Tengen and all non-jujutsu sorcerers in the island nation, thereby giving birth to a cursed spirit with the cursed energy of 100 million people. This also aligns with the mother's womb gestating children aspect of vast endowment. Therefore, Kenjaku's entire life is actually contained within the 4 words, vast endowment. The moment Eiji saw Kenjaku form hand seals, he felt a sense of dread. Domain expansion, vast endowment. Domain expansion, abyssal dark veil court. A great tree covered in countless twisted faces sprouted from beneath Kenjaku's feet. The 2 crimson hounds pursuing Kenjaku were instantly distorted and destroyed. Eiji's shadow rapidly expanded, transforming into a pitch-black abyss, from which countless summoned spirits crawled out. Oh! Kenjaku's eyes narrowed slightly. When he saw Eiji activate his domain expansion, Kenjaku had intended to directly use the characteristic of his open domain expansion to destroy the outer shell of Eiji's domain. This would have broken Eiji's domain and caused his curse technique to overload. However, Eiji did not fully expand his domain. Instead, like Megumi Fushiguro, he used an incomplete domain to neutralize the sure-hit effect of Kenjaku's domain. This surprised Kenjaku. The shadows of the abyss spread across the ground, and countless summoned spirits crawled out of the abyss, attacking all enemies in the area. Even Cheongchi, who had been severely injured and unable to be summoned for a short time, was summoned again under the effect of the domain. I see, you want to deal with the Bone Woman and Jorogumo first, but I won't let you succeed. Anti-gravity mechanisms activated, and the toads, rabbit escapes, and other summoned spirits that approached Kenjaku were all crushed and immobilized. It will take some more time to destroy the opponent's domain, huh? Then I'll just destroy you directly. Kenjaku charged into the land covered by the abyss. Waves of invisible attacks shattered Eiji's summoned spirits. Bang. Kenjaku looked strangely at Eiji, whose head he had just blown off. He hadn't expected his decapitation attempt to be so smooth. The next moment, the Eiji in front of him turned into a puddle of shadow. A shadow. Yes, it's a shadow. Eiji's voice came from behind Kenjaku. Simultaneously appearing was the towering figure of Mahoraga. There's no room for pride or etiquette in a life-or-death battle. Having summoned Mahoraga again, Eiji did not hesitate to ambush Kenjaku. Bang. Kenjaku was sent flying dozens of meters by Mahoraga's fist, his right arm directly broken by Mahoraga's immense power. The reverse curse technique began to operate, and Kenjaku's injuries healed rapidly. Mahoraga clearly wouldn't give Kenjaku time to recover. The demon-slaying sword left a massive wound on Kenjaku. Such potent positive energy, no wonder it could kill a special-grade cursed spirit in one blow. If I were a cursed spirit, I would have been completely annihilated by that strike just now. Kenjaku couldn't help but exclaim. Mahoraga didn't react to Kenjaku's praise and launched a series of attacks aimed at vital points. Meanwhile, Eiji was also controlling Cheongchi, biting into the giant spider's abdomen of Jorogumo. Its lower body suddenly attacked, Jorogumo writhed in pain, trying to break free from Cheongchi's entanglement. Altoria didn't miss this opportunity. With a surge of speed from Mana Burst, she charged in front of Jorogumo. The sacred sword swung. Jorogumo, unable to dodge, was directly sliced down. This is really troublesome now. Kenjaku's figure was disheveled as he continuously dodged Mahoraga's attacks. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. I've already bought enough time, it's time to retreat. Kenjaku took out the last cursed object he had. I didn't expect to have to use you in the end. The cursed object, like a small white snake, began to swell and soon transformed into a giant serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi spewed terrifying cursed energy. For a moment, everyone present was caught in the attack of the Yamada no Orochi. Hey, what is that? This cursed spirit was stronger than Jogo. Eiji had seen Sukuna's finger and could roughly estimate Sukuna's strength at 8 to 9 fingers. Therefore, when that cursed spirit was causing havoc, Eiji had estimated its strength. But it's fine. Mahoraga will win. Perhaps the words, I don't know if it will win, held some strange magic in this world. As soon as Eiji finished speaking, he witnessed a miraculous scene. The demon-slaying sword struck the head of the Yamada no Orochi, and the Yamada no Orochi began to turn into dust and dissipate from its head. Just as Eiji's face showed a victorious expression, the snake head that was hit by the demon-slaying sword was severed from below. By severing its head, the Yamada no Orochi was not destroyed by Mahoraga's demon-slaying sword. Mahoraga, with its 5-meter height, was already considered tall, but in front of the Yamada no Orochi, it was like a child. The 8 snake heads lunged at Mahoraga. Mahoraga began to move nimbly and used the demon-slaying sword to repeatedly force the Yamada no Orochi to actively sever its own head, preventing it from being destroyed by the demon-slaying sword. Clink. Mahoraga began to adapt to the Yamada no Orochi. However, the Yamada no Orochi also began to adapt to Mahoraga. As Sukuna had said, Mahoraga was something similar to the Yamada no Orochi. An incomplete Yamada no Orochi is no match for Mahoraga, is it? While Eiji and Altoria's attention was drawn to the Yamada no Orochi, Kenjaku successfully retreated from the battlefield. At this moment, Kenjaku, standing at the edge of Jujutsu High's barrier, looked at the cursed spirit and summoned spirit adapting to each other in the battlefield. It was clear that in this battle of mutual adaptation, Mahoraga, which had a special effectiveness against cursed spirits, had firmly gained the upper hand. Forget it, the purpose of buying time has been achieved. Next is to wait for news from Toji Fushigiro's side. After speaking, Kenjaku placed his hand on the outermost barrier of Jujutsu High. Soon, Kenjaku opened a door in the barrier. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 97, Crane Wing Triple Strike. Swish swish swish. Heroic Spirit Amiya fired 3 arrows at Tautia's eyes and forehead. Roar. Taotia's massive maw opened, nearly as wide as its entire face, and swallowed all 3 arrows. I see, that giant mouth is both an attack that devours everything and your strongest defense. Heroic Spirit Amiya found he had lost all sense of the arrows he had just fired, rendering him unable to use imaginary destruction on them. Taotia bit down on the spot where Heroic Spirit Amiya had been standing. Heroic Spirit Amiya leaped up just in time, successfully dodging the attack. Taotia only managed to consume a large amount of earth and stone. Now you can't eat that. Mid-air, Heroic Spirit Amiya fired more arrows at Taotia. This time, the arrows directly struck Taotia's eyes. Taotia only had time to close its eyes. Unfortunately, eyelids typically only defend against wind and sand blowing into the eyes, offering little protection against powerful attacks. Imaginary destruction. Roar. Taotia let out a pained roar. A large amount of cursed energy gathered in Taotia's mouth. Blinded, Taotia began to launch indiscriminate attacks in all directions. The first target of these indiscriminate attacks was the spot in Taotia's mind where Heroic Spirit Amiya had just been. Tracian. Unable to fly, Heroic Spirit Amiya used projected weapons as stepping stones to move through the air. Taotia's attack missed. Heroic Spirit Amiya began moving through the forest, firing arrows at Taotia while dodging its attacks. Are normal arrows not enough? As expected, I'll need a noble phantasm to defeat it. Heroic Spirit Amiya knocked a pure white arrow onto his bow. This time, it was an attack with the attribute of demon slaying. Just as Shiro Amiya had thought, the arrow imbued with demon slaying caused significant damage to Taotia. Just as Heroic Spirit Amiya was preparing to continue attacking with demon slaying arrows, Taotia made a new move. With its eye injuries healed, Taotia no longer attacked Heroic Spirit Amiya. Instead, it gathered its strength and slammed directly into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Rumble rumble. Taotia, with its mouth half open, burrowed into the ground, swallowing countless rocks, trees, and earth. Like a bulldozer, Taotia began to charge headlong at Heroic Spirit Amiya. Trying to use the dust to interfere with my vision. How troublesome. He shot a few more arrows, and the next moment, Heroic Spirit Amiya lost all sense of them. Due to the pervasive dust, Heroic Spirit Amiya could discern Taotia's general location, but he could no longer make his arrows precisely avoid Taotia's giant mouth as before. Heroic Spirit Amiya knocked another arrow onto his bow and shot it. The arrow stirred up a gale as it left the string, blowing away a large area of dust. The next moment, Taotia swallowed the arrow, then generated another massive cloud of dust. Buying time. Or. The constant dust storms Taotia stirred up were indeed troublesome, but the dust only obscured Heroic Spirit Amiya's vision, it couldn't harm him. After all, Heroic Spirit Amiya wasn't a stationary archer. As long as he kept moving, he could avoid being enveloped by the dust. And for Taotia to attack Heroic Spirit Amiya, it had to leave the large dust clouds that provided it cover. If it were to use cursed energy bombardment, Heroic Spirit Amiya would surely notice, and the bombardment would also disperse the dust. The next moment, Taotia swallowed the swirling dust into its mouth and then spewed it out towards Heroic Spirit Amiya's direction. Cough, cough. I see, so that's the method. Taotia's sudden action forced Heroic Spirit Amiya to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Being suddenly enveloped by a large amount of dust caused Heroic Spirit Amiya to accidentally inhale some of it. It seems I'll have to resort to close combat. Coincidentally, I'm not entirely unfamiliar with that either. In the world of Type Moon, while archers' archery skills might not be top tier, their close combat ability is definitely not lacking. That's why Heroic Spirit Amiya naturally wasn't afraid of engaging in close quarters combat with Taotia. His longbow dispersed, and one black and one white Ganjiang Moe appeared in Heroic Spirit Amiya's hands. Heroic Spirit Amiya closed his eyes, beginning to sense and predict Taotia's movements. Heroic Spirit Amiya was a heroic spirit who possessed clairvoyance, true, possessing a 1% chance to reverse even a desperate situation. Not to mention, the current situation was far from desperate. It's worth mentioning that Heroic Spirit Amiya's clairvoyance wasn't innate, he wasn't one of those great heroes favored by the heavens. Heroic Spirit Amiya's clairvoyance was based on his own information and experience, a danger avoidance ability gained by predicting the opponent's actions. This was a clairvoyance supported by overwhelming combat experience, a mortal's weapon honed by Heroic Spirit Amiya through countless battlefields. Taotia's previous position, the time elapsed since it spewed dust, and the distance it could have moved in that time, its most likely attack location is behind. Heroic Spirit Amiya turned and threw his twin swords behind him. A massive figure appeared behind Heroic Spirit Amiya. Crane wing, falling blossom. Ganjiang Moe drew a perfect arc in the air. The blades left 2 long gashes on Taotia's body. Projecting Ganjiang Moe again, Heroic Spirit Amiya launched an attack in coordination with the twin swords flying back. Mind skill, Mount Tai arrives. The first MOE flew back, striking Taotia. Heroic Spirit Emiya also swung the second Ganjiang towards Taotia's body. Mind Skill, Yellow River Crossing. As the first Ganjiang flew back, Heroic Spirit Emiya wielded the second MOE in his hand. All 4 attacks landed on Taotia. Taotia let out an enraged roar, opening its massive maw to swallow the small bug that had somehow appeared at its side. True name, Heavenly Gate. For the third time, he projected Ganjiang MOE and Heroic Spirit Emiya once again launched a slashing attack at Taotia with extreme speed. 2 heroes, shared fate. Before Taotia's attack could land, Heroic Spirit Emiya swung the Ganjiang MOE in his hand, slashing out simultaneously to the left and right. This strike inflicted a wound on Taotia that nearly cut it in half. Imaginary Destruction. Boom 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 boom. The 4 Ganjiang MOE still embedded in Taotia's body detonated violently. Its body, almost severed in 2, was blown to pieces by imaginary destruction. Still breathing. Want to eat it? Heroic Spirit Emiya turned to look behind him. Suguru Geto had just arrived there. Having spent so much time together, Heroic Spirit Emiya naturally knew the capabilities of Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation. Therefore, after noticing Suguru Geto rapidly approaching, Heroic Spirit Emiya only detonated the 4 Ganjiang MOE with imaginary destruction, not detonating the 2 in his hands that were still on Taotia. The result was that Taotia was left barely alive. Cursed spirits had incredibly tenacious vitality. Jogo was left with only its head and wasn't dead, even being used as a soccer ball, and its body recovered quickly later. Thanks. Suguru Geto didn't stand on ceremony and directly used cursed spirit manipulation to turn Taotia into a cursed spirit jade and absorb it. Heroic Spirit Emiya, meanwhile, quickly found a new vantage point and began observing the battle at Eiji's location. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 98, Mahoraga, Combat, Thrilling. The battle between Orochi and Mahoraga continued. One of Orochi's snake heads suddenly smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demon-slaying sword on Mahoraga's right arm once again lunged towards Orochi. From within the dust, another snake head suddenly lunged out, biting Mahoraga's waist from the left and pushing it away from Orochi. Mahoraga severed the snake head with a single sword strike. Orochi also severed its own head to survive once more. However, compared to the beginning, the snake heads dissipated much faster now. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Orochi found it difficult to sever its own head before the demon-slaying sword's damage could reach its body. An unusual surge of cursed energy began to form within one of Orochi's snake heads. Mahoraga circled behind Orochi and attacked from its tail. Seeing this, Orochi immediately began to turn. Its snake tails lashed out at Mahoraga from all angles. Mahoraga, like a nimble gymnast, twisted and dodged the repeated strikes of the snake tails. Mahoraga used the incoming snake tails as stepping stones, rapidly closing the distance. Finally, Mahoraga reached Orochi's body, where its heads and tail connected. Pfft. The attack Orochi had been brewing in its mouth sprayed towards Mahoraga. Under the cover of one of its snake heads, this attack successfully hit Mahoraga. A strange liquid enveloped Mahoraga's entire right arm, then rapidly solidified into a stone-like substance, much like drying cement. Mahoraga's demon-slaying sword was sealed. It kicked away an incoming snake head with its left foot. The wheel on top of Mahoraga's head spun, then its left hand slammed down onto the stone encasing the demon-slaying sword. Crack! The stone encasing the demon-slaying sword shattered under Mahoraga's punch. Orochi seized the opportunity to attack, forcing Mahoraga to retreat once more. Upon landing, Mahoraga didn't immediately attack. Instead, it stood its ground, cursed energy surging throughout its body. Along with the cursed energy, Mahoraga's size also rapidly increased. In previous attacks, Orochi had used its larger size and the resulting strength to push Mahoraga away. Now, Mahoraga had increased its size several-fold, and the difference in size between it and Orochi was no longer vast. Boom, boom, boom. Mahoraga's feet crushed the earth as its fist, imbued with its full power, hurtled towards Orochi. Orochi did not passively await its fate. 2 snake heads slammed into Mahoraga's waist. 2 snake heads attempted to entangle Mahoraga's legs. 1 snake head lunged at Mahoraga's left hand. The remaining 3 snake heads all met Mahoraga's right fist. Bang, bang. 2 snake heads were pulverized by Mahoraga's punch, but the force behind its right fist was significantly reduced. A 3rd snake head bit down on Mahoraga's right arm, blocking its attack. Mahoraga grabbed the snake head with its free hand, pulled forward, and then opened its mouth, lunging at the snake head. Chomp, rip. Mahoraga bit down on Orochi's snake head and tore ferociously, directly severing the 3rd head. With its left hand, it grabbed downwards, seizing the two snake heads that had latched onto its waist. The demon-slaying sword on its right hand extended, thrusting towards the torso where the heads and tail connected. In Mahoraga's observation, this was the area where cursed energy flowed most frequently. If it struck there, Orochi would be heavily wounded, if not killed. Orochi did not regenerate its injuries as it had before. Instead, it focused all its energy on regenerating a single snake head. Mahoraga paid it no mind. One snake head wouldn't be enough to stop its demon-slaying sword. However, this snake head that Orochi regenerated with its full power was clearly different from the previous ones. It resembled a cannon barrel more than a snake head. The next moment, immense cursed energy erupted from the barrel. The massive amount of cursed energy brought with it immense damage and impact. The damage was immediately healed by Mahoraga's powerful regenerative abilities, but the sheer impact force knocked the demon-slaying sword aside. The second snake head began to regenerate. Mahoraga's Dharma wheel spun, and the demon-slaying sword swung out once more. Orochi unleashed another cursed energy cannon filled with a large amount of cursed energy. This time, however, the cursed energy cannon did not knock Mahoraga's attack aside. Mahoraga directly sliced through the cursed energy cannon and continued its attack towards Orochi's vital points. The second snake head regenerated, and this one was different from the previous ones, possessing a strange luster and armor resembling insect carapaces. Clang! As soon as the snake head finished regenerating, it met Mahoraga's demon-slaying sword, and a crisp sound rang out where the sword and armor collided. Clang! Mahoraga's Dharma wheel spun again. Mahoraga's left hand, which was holding 3 snake heads, suddenly tightened its grip. The 3 snake heads were actually crushed by Mahoraga. Then, a fist imbued with terrifying power smashed into Orochi's head, which was covered in armor. Crack! The armor on the snake head shattered instantly. The third snake head, which had just finished regenerating, sprayed a large amount of liquid at Mahoraga. Mahoraga, its old strength depleted and new strength not yet recovered, was largely enveloped by the liquid. The liquid rapidly solidified, immobilizing Mahoraga's body. Orochi seized the opportunity to regenerate rapidly while simultaneously adapting to Mahoraga's current state. Crack! Bang! Mahoraga broke free from its confinement. The two monsters stood opposed once more. Mahoraga's mouth, which lacked lips and directly exposed its teeth, curved upwards, revealing a terrifying smile. Mahoraga was very satisfied at this moment. Previous opponents had caused it trouble, but once it adapted, it would immediately obliterate them. However, this opponent was different. This opponent was a stand user of the same type as itself. Both sides were constantly adapting to each other in battle, becoming faster and stronger. This was unlike previous enemies who could only harm it with their curse techniques, only to flee in disarray once those techniques were adapted to. This was what a real battle felt like. At this moment, Mahoraga's feelings could be described in 3 words. Battle, exhilarating. Orochi had completed its regeneration. This time, all 8 of Orochi's snake heads were covered in even smoother armor than before. Mahoraga launched another attack. Orochi opened its snake mouths, and dark cursed energy transformed into a surging flood that engulfed Mahoraga. Sizzle. Sizzle. The flood, imbued with curses, began to corrode Mahoraga's body. Clang. Clang. There was more than one type of curse within the flood, but Mahoraga quickly adapted to each of them. Mahoraga pushed through the flood and reached Orochi, its demon-slaying sword slicing across the armor on the snake heads. That was a layer of defense Orochi had constructed with cursed energy. Whoosh. Slash. A snake tail pierced from underground, creating a hole in Mahoraga. The 8 snake heads also took the opportunity to coil around and restrain Mahoraga's movements. Slish, slish. Snake tails pierced Mahoraga's body one after another. Ding. The wheel of light spun. The snake tail's attacks were also repelled at this moment. Ding. A few more seconds, and Mahoraga had adapted once again. Slish. This time, it was Mahoraga's turn to sever Orochi's snake heads one by one. Orochi's regenerative ability was gradually falling behind Mahoraga's offensive rhythm. The two had been adapting to each other from the very beginning. However, compared to Orochi, Mahoraga possessed a far more deadly weapon. The demon-slaying sword's special effectiveness against Orochi forced Orochi to spend a significant amount of time and energy adapting to and dealing with the demon-slaying sword in the early stages. Meanwhile, Mahoraga had already completed its repeated adaptations to Orochi itself, and the scales of victory had already tipped. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 99, Suguru Geto wins big. Reinforcements will take another hour. Understood. Notify them to hurry as fast as possible. Snap. Masamichi Yaga hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and returned inside Jujutsu High. All the staff at Jujutsu High were gathered there at this moment. There were chefs who had been enjoying a leisurely life since heroic spirit Amiya's arrival, Jujutsu sorcerers responsible for maintaining the barriers, and even ordinary people from prominent families who lacked talent. These ordinary people usually handled odd jobs at Jujutsu High, such as cleaning and restocking vending machines. However, they never expected that the secure job they had worked so hard to secure would turn out to be so dangerous. First, the Jujutsu sorcerers maintaining the barrier operations discovered a large number of cursed spirits suddenly appearing within Jujutsu High. Once it was confirmed they were all low-level cursed spirits like fly heads, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the subsequent developments increasingly exceeded their expectations. First, the barrier of Jujutsu High was breached from the outside. Then, a large number of powerful cursed spirits suddenly surged within Jujutsu High. These were not the weak fly heads that even assistant supervisors could easily handle. These were powerful cursed spirits with cursed energy readings generally above grade 1. There were even multiple special grade readings among them. Are those curse users trying to start a war with the Jujutsu world? When such a massive force appeared inside the Jujutsu High barrier, Masamichi Yaga finally realized something was seriously wrong. Initially, he thought it was a bit strange for two special grade cursed spirits to appear simultaneously, and for the higher-ups to designate Eiji, Altoria, and heroic spirit Amiya to exorcise them. But such a situation could still happen naturally. However, now, while Jujutsu High's combat power was dispersed, and just after Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had brought the Star Plasma vessel back to Jujutsu High. When this immense power, which even the three great families would treat with caution, and the consequences of which would be unimaginable if mishandled, appeared within the Jujutsu High barrier, Masamichi Yaga finally grasped the severity of the situation. Masamichi Yaga recalled a sentence from the intelligence gathered on the Curse User Group Q. A Curse User Group aiming to make Master Tingen go berserk and thereby overturn the current Jujutsu world. Q had been dismantled, so it couldn't be Q. This meant other curse users were acting in the shadows, and Q was merely a face-up card played by the enemy. A lure to divert attention. This unknown curse user group truly intended to overturn the Jujutsu world. Are you alright, teacher? Shoko Yeri's voice came from behind Masamichi Yaga. Masamichi Yaga's tightly furrowed brow eased slightly. Don't worry, Shoko. The news just came in that Eiji and Altoria have already returned, and reinforcements from Jujutsu headquarters will be here soon. Curse users attacking Jujutsu High with multiple special grade cursed spirits. Whether Kenjaku was merely trying to intercept Eiji, or the higher-ups in the Jujutsu world even believed the curse users intended to kill the Star Plasma vessel and then attack Master Tingen. This incident was significant, potentially impacting the existing structure of the Jujutsu world, so the three great families reacted with uncharacteristic unity. Not only Jujutsu sorcerers belonging to Jujutsu headquarters but also elites from the three great families were dispatched to reinforce them. Yes, you too, teacher. Shoko Yeri gave Masamichi Yaga a reassuring smile. Those three are the strongest, don't worry. As she spoke, Shoko Yeri gently massaged Masamichi Yaga's tense face. Yes, those three are the strongest. A slight smile finally appeared on Masamichi Yaga's face. On the battlefield, Eiji and the others did not disappoint Masamichi Yaga and Shoko Yeri. Suguru Geto, who had subdued the Taotia, joined heroic spirit Amiya in the encirclement of the special grade curse spirit, Bone Woman. After the Joragumo was exorcised, Bone Woman was already struggling to stand alone. Its bones continuously grew, only to be broken by Eiji and Altoria. With the arrival of Suguru Geto and heroic spirit Amiya, it was pushed to the brink of death within a few more rounds, and Suguru Geto successfully subdued it. Finally, there was Orochi. Initially, Eiji did not join the battlefield with Mahoraga and Orochi because he knew he would only be a burden to Mahoraga. As a proper summoner, Eiji's close combat abilities were not weak with the help of Suguru Geto, Satoru Gojo, and Toji Fushiguro, but Eiji did not prioritize physical combat as much as his cursed technique. Therefore, Eiji's physical combat skills were not top tier. After all, compared to researching physical combat, Eiji preferred researching the mysterious curse techniques. Therefore, Eiji was self-aware enough to know that his physical combat skills would be sufficient against that cursed womb, Dai 10. But to fight a monster that could fight Mahoraga to a standstill in a short time. Forget it, he wouldn't be a burden. So Eiji decided to cooperate with Altoria to exorcise the Bone Woman first. Then he would have Altoria unleash her curry stick on that Orochi. Since Orochi was similar to Mahoraga, the best method was to instantly kill it with the curry stick. However, Suguru Geto's arrival made him change his mind. After notifying Mahoraga to pause its assault, the group completed their encirclement of Orochi. An arrow silently struck Orochi's torso. On one hand, compared to Mahoraga in front of them, this arrow was too insignificant. On the other hand, the current Orochi no longer had the capacity to observe the entire battlefield. Imaginary destruction. Boom. A massive explosion erupted on Orochi's torso. Several snake heads at the center of the explosion were directly blown off at the root. Mahoraga sheathed its demon-slaying sword, grabbed Orochi's heads with its large hands, and violently tore them off. Eiji and Altoria weren't idle either. They stood on either side, severing Orochi's snake tails one by one. I need to get a new curse tool. This time, I'll at least get a suitable special-grade curse tool. Looking at the Nick Tang Dao in his hand, Eiji threw it into his shadow and continued attacking with his fists wrapped in lightning. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the dissipating remains of Orochi. Orochi, with only its torso left, writhed powerlessly. Having lost its ability to resist, it quickly turned into a cursed spirit jade in Suguru-Geto's hand. Eiji, I need an explanation. After subduing Orochi, Suguru-Geto looked at Eiji with a serious expression. Don't worry, Riko Amanai is fine. I'll explain everything with Gojo later. Seeing Suguru-Geto's stern gaze, Eiji knew he was genuinely angry and immediately gave a French salute. I understand. I'll go find Gojo now. Remember to explain clearly later. After leaving Kurakoshigu, Suguru-Geto had sensed the continuous bursts of cursed energy from this direction. He then rushed to the battlefield immediately, as he hadn't had time to check on Satoru Gojo's situation. Seeing Suguru-Geto unharmed, Eiji recalled the message Midia had sent before leaving. He had been fighting desperately against Kenjaku at the time and hadn't had time to think carefully. Recalling it now, he felt like Suguru-Geto had gotten lucky this time. Satoru Gojo had been beaten to the brink of death by Toji Fushiguro, and he himself had gone all out to clash head-on with Kenjaku. Suguru-Geto had followed behind and picked up 3 special-grade cursed spirits. Whatever, I'll go check on Satoru Gojo first. However, what they didn't know was that Satoru Gojo had already left Jujutsu High before their battle had even ended. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 100, Awakening. Am I going to die? Lying amidst the ruins, Satoru Gojo could clearly feel his life force ebbing away. Unbearable pain radiated from his body, his legs, his neck, his forehead. His strength was draining bit by bit, his limbs growing cold. Perhaps it was a defense mechanism kicking in due to the extreme pain, or perhaps his body had simply reached its limit. The pain and exhaustion plaguing Satoru Gojo gradually faded. What remained was an overwhelming sense of calm and peace. I can't feel the weight of my body at all, as if I'm floating in midair. Satoru Gojo could clearly sense the fly heads buzzing around him. He felt as if something was pulling him, as if a beam of light was drawing him in. It felt like he could ascend to heaven just by following that light. A slideshow of memories began to play in his mind: the boring Gojo family, Eiji, the first person brave enough to lay a hand on him, Suguru-Geto, who lectured endlessly but surprisingly got along with him, Shoko Yeri, who smoked and drank but was a good girl, and Altoria, whose appetite was far too large for her petite frame. Scene after scene flashed through Satoru Gojo's mind. The figures of 3 people finally came into focus. His best friend, Suguru-Geto, Riko Amanai, who carried an unfair destiny, and that bastard who ambushed him and then laughed so brazenly. Heaven. I can go there anytime I want. Right now, I just want to crush that bastard along with this dogshit fate. A raging inferno ignited within him. Yet, Satoru Gojo's mind remained as calm as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Reverse curse technique. Satoru Gojo instantly found a way out of his predicament. Cursed energy originates from negative emotions, and this negative energy is completely unsuitable for positive actions like healing. However, just like how negative multiplied by negative equals positive in multiplication, merging negative energy with negative energy magically produces a type of positive energy. This positive energy, capable of healing injuries, is the cursed energy used to perform the reverse curse technique. His vision gradually darkened, sounds faded from his ears, and his physical senses grew duller. The only thing operating at full capacity was Satoru Gojo's brain. At this moment, Satoru Gojo poured all his focus into comprehending the reverse curse technique. Thanks to the protection of infinity, Satoru Gojo rarely got injured, so Shoko Yeri and Eiji had seldom used the reverse curse technique to heal him. Now, Satoru Gojo was searching for the answer to the reverse curse technique within those few experiences. Just then, a warm energy flowed into his body. This feeling. The sudden healing provided a great reference for Satoru Gojo's understanding of the reverse curse technique. Heroic Spirit Amiya's impromptu action greatly accelerated Satoru Gojo's comprehension of the reverse curse technique. So this is the reverse curse technique. Cursed energy colliding with cursed energy, like an explosion, generated incredibly potent cursed energy. Strand by strand, positive energy was manufactured by Satoru Gojo. The reverse curse technique began to operate, and the injuries on his body started to heal, little by little. The first thing to recover was his sense of touch. The cold, rough ground and the constant pain gradually transformed into a tingling, slightly itchy sensation under the healing of the reverse curse technique. As his physical injuries healed, his sight, hearing, touch. When Satoru Gojo saw the world again, it had changed. The shattered stones, dirt, and trees, everything was so vivid. It was like someone with severe myopia suddenly regaining normal vision. Everything in the world appeared so clear. As the six eyes observation ability became stronger, Satoru Gojo straightened his head. What met his eyes was the Jujutsu high barrier, like glass, and beyond it, the azure sky and fluffy white clouds. Annoying. His voice fell. The positive energy generated by the reverse curse technique, which was currently in operation, was injected by Satoru Gojo into the recently restored infinity technique. Curse technique reversal, red. A reversed curse technique created by injecting the positive energy from the reverse curse technique into infinity. Its effect is to generate a massive repulsive force centered on red, with a minimum power twice that of blue. Its power can reach positive infinity, creating an effect similar to a small supernova. The fly heads swirling around Satoru Gojo were instantly annihilated. Satoru Gojo's body began to float slowly towards the sky. In an instant, his six eyes clearly captured all the surrounding cursed energy flows. So, Eiji and Saber are back. Following the direction of the strongest cursed energy passive, the battle between Orochi and Mahoraga, and Eiji, Altoria, and Bone Woman came into view. The other direction is heroic spirit Amiya and Geto. Satoru Gojo's brain calmly received and organized all the information, instantly reaching a conclusion. No need to worry about that side, more importantly. Riko is gone. Geto wouldn't hand Riko over to Master Tingen, so there's only one answer. The next moment, Satoru Gojo vanished into midair. Star Religious Cult Headquarters. The representative director of the Star Religious Cult, with a bulge on his forehead, looked excitedly at Riko Amanai's corpse. After the curse user group Q was casually swept aside, he had no hope left. But Toji Fushiguro gave him a huge surprise. This representative director even went against his usual nature and gave Toji Fushiguro a substantial bonus. What he thought was a complete failure with no hope suddenly underwent a shocking reversal. At this moment, he no longer cared about money. If Master Tingen goes berserk and loses control, in the worst-case scenario, human society might collapse, Kong Shiyu asked, looking at the representative directors retreating back. If destiny dictates we fall with the stars, there's nothing we can do, right? After speaking, the representative director disappeared down the end of the corridor without looking back. Once the acting director's figure completely vanished, Kong Shiyu and Toji Fushiguro exchanged a smile. Kong Shiyu, the commission is finally complete, the money is in hand, let's quickly go back to Korea and lay low. Toji Fushiguro drew a circle on his forehead with his finger. Is this guy crazy? But I like it. It's about time to leave, Kong Shiyu said, looking at Toji Fushiguro. You go ahead, I still have some things to take care of. Kong Shiyu was a little surprised by Toji Fushigiro's refusal. Based on Kong Shiyu's understanding of Toji Fushiguro, he should be out celebrating right now, and perhaps trying to extort some money from him. Never mind, I'll leave first. This is for the best, after all, I've long decided that dealing with this guy would either be on the job or in hell. With that, Kong Shiyu waved goodbye and left the Star Religious Cult headquarters. It's over. Yeah, next is time to clean up the trash. Midia's figure appeared from a corner. Yup, remember to pay me. Toji Fushiguro drew the soul release blade and walked into the Star Religious Cult's interior. Soon, a large fire broke out at the Star Religious Cult's headquarters. Later news reports stated that the Star Religious Cult headquarters had a gas explosion due to illegal activities. The high-ranking officials of the Star Religious Cult failed to evacuate in time and all perished in the fire, while ordinary members were arrested and imprisoned for participating in cult rituals and engaging in dangerous activities. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 101, Toji Fushiguro, why is there a danger sign above my head? Should we just ignore those ordinary people? Toji Fushiguro asked Midia beside him. They're just brainwashed insects. Once their leader is gone, it's fine to leave them be. Midia walked alongside Toji Fushiguro, holding Riko Amanai. That kid, is she dead? Toji Fushiguro's gaze fell upon the corpse of Riko Amanai in Midia's arms. She's dead. At least for now. Midia gave a definitive answer. For now. Toji Fushiguro looked at Midia strangely. Never mind, it has nothing to do with me anyway. My job is done. Toji Fushiguro was in an excellent mood. He'd completed a commission and made a fortune, and the guy with the bump on his head had even given him a substantial bonus on the spot. Most importantly, Toji Fushiguro had achieved something he had always yearned for, proving himself to the Jujutsu world and the Zenin family. The inverse heavenly restriction, a complete zero cursed energy without any reservations, had granted Toji Fushiguro a natural resistance to cursed energy and a physical body at the peak of human potential. He would have been highly valued and meticulously trained in any family. After all, for many weaker Jujutsu sorcerer families, relying on cursed tools to exorcise cursed spirits was quite common. But Toji Fushiguro happened to be born into the Zenin family. Born into a feudal family that valued cursed techniques above all else. A non-sorcerer is not human. Under this belief, Toji Fushiguro, with his zero cursed energy, was not only unvalued but held a lower status than even non-human ordinary people. Because even ordinary people possessed at least a trace of cursed energy. However, Toji Fushiguro had absolutely no cursed energy. Therefore, the first thing Toji Fushiguro did after becoming strong enough was to cause chaos in the Zenin family and then storm out. This was indicative of the resentment simmering within him. This time, with his victory over Satoru Gojo, Toji Fushiguro had slapped the Jujutsu world across the face. Look, your so-called divine child, the one who changed the landscape of the Jujutsu world from birth, was killed by me, a monkey with zero cursed energy. It's hilarious. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. It was as if a massive boulder weighing down his heart had been lifted. Toji Fushiguro had never felt so light and joyful. I just made a lot of money, want to go celebrate. I know a few places that cater to important guests. Toji Fushiguro invited Medea. No, I still have things to do, and you don't have time to celebrate right now. Medea looked ahead with a half-smile. Toji Fushiguro scratched his head, planning to find a sugar mama to celebrate with later. But the next moment, Toji Fushiguro's eyes widened in disbelief. Following Medea's gaze forward, he saw a person who should have been dead standing there. Yo, you guys made quite a scene. Satoru Gojo stood before them, his gaze sweeping over the burning headquarters of the Star religious cult behind them before returning to the two. Clouds drifted across the sky, and golden light bathed Satoru Gojo, lending his figure an air of divinity and unreality. Toji Fushiguro even wondered if he was hallucinating from sheer happiness. He raised his left hand, pushing aside the white hair covering his forehead, and a newly healed wound met his eyes. I'm still very much alive and kicking. Satoru Gojo grinned broadly. Reverse curse technique. At that moment, Toji Fushiguro finally understood why Satoru Gojo was alive. Correct. Satoru Gojo's gaze fell upon Riko Amanai in Medea's arms. Through the 6 eyes, he saw Riko Amanai completely encased in a transparent barrier, not a trace of her aura escaping it. Hey, why are you here? Satoru Gojo maintained a slightly crazed smile as he tilted his head and looked at Medea. It's like he's targeting me too. Medea had a feeling that if her next answer didn't satisfy Satoru Gojo, he'd kill her along with everything else. Riko Amanai is fine. If you want to catch up, head to Tokyo Bay tonight. Eiji and Suguru Geto will be there, oh, and that maid named Kurwa. After speaking, Medea walked away directly. Oh right, this guy is pretty useful. Make sure you don't kill him. With that, Medea left the area that was about to become a battlefield. Meddlesome woman. Medea's words made Toji Fushiguro a little angry. Toji Fushiguro had just killed Satoru Gojo once, and now Medea was telling Satoru Gojo to spare his life. The surprise that Satoru Gojo was still alive gradually turned into rage. It's just you and me again. Satoru Gojo no longer paid attention to Medea, not even glancing at Toji Fushiguro again. Haha, ha 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 ha, speaking of which, I should thank you. I never had any clue about reverse cursed technique before. I couldn't understand anything those two around me who could use reverse cursed technique were talking about. When Satoru Gojo first saw Medea and Riko Amanai, his frenzied state had briefly subsided. But after confirming Riko Amanai's safety, Satoru Gojo completely let loose. This guy's completely lost it. Toji Fushiguro looked at the increasingly unhinged Satoru Gojo with a grave expression. The reason you failed is simple, you didn't cut off my head, and you didn't use that cursed tool when you pierced my brain. TCH, what an annoying brat. Yuram opened its mouth, and Amaterasu fell into Toji Fushiguro's hand. What are you talking about? Isn't the fight just beginning? A crazed expression also appeared on Toji Fushiguro's face. Normally, if the commission was complete and the reward secured, Toji Fushiguro would have already fled. But standing before him now was the destined apex of the Jujutsu world, a sorcerer who was the complete opposite of him, one who was born with everything. Toji Fushiguro now had only one thing he wanted to do, to completely kill Satoru Gojo, to kill the misfortune that the Jujutsu world had imposed upon him. Huh? Is that so? Maybe. Satoru Gojo spread his arms wide and laughed up at the sky. At this moment, Satoru Gojo seemed less like the divine child of the Jujutsu world and more like a demon king of the cursed world. Toji Fushiguro went all out, swinging Amaterasu at Satoru Gojo with extreme speed. But it was useless. The awakened Satoru Gojo's Six Eyes observation ability had reached a new level. Every attack from Toji Fushiguro was completely captured by the Six Eyes. As they fought, Satoru Gojo's body gradually floated into the air. Reverse curse technique, red. A sphere of crimson light instantly appeared before Toji Fushiguro. Toji Fushiguro blocked this blow with his right hand, holding Amaterasu horizontally in front of him, while his left hand protected Uram, which had shrunk to his chest. Uram was too weak, even a slight ripple from such an attack could kill it. What a monster! Toji Fushiguro, his face covered in blood, stared at Satoru Gojo floating in midair. At this moment, a surging fighting spirit ignited in Toji Fushiguro's heart. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 102, Dust Settles. Toji Fushiguro had lost, and he had lost completely. Toji Fushiguro, who had only recently defeated Satoru Gojo using intelligence and tactics, was decisively defeated in a head-on battle with the awakened Satoru Gojo. During this battle, Toji Fushiguro had continuously felt a strange sense of unease. Toji Fushiguro's inner self kept screaming warnings, run! Run now! However, Toji Fushiguro viewed this battle as a rebellion against fate, so he didn't run until the very last moment. To attack Satoru Gojo, who was in midair, Toji Fushiguro linked the Amaterasu and the chain of 1,000 miles together and swung them relentlessly. The chain of 1,000 miles, like a chain blade, was swung at Satoru Gojo from every angle. But without exception, they all missed. Even though crushed stones obscured most of Satoru Gojo's vision, he easily dodged every single one of Toji Fushiguro's attacks. The crazed look on Satoru Gojo's face disappeared. At this moment, he felt incomparably at ease. It was as if the entire world was contained within the Six Eyes. Satoru Gojo's body swung freely in the air. Amidst a golden light that was like an ocean, Satoru Gojo waved his hands, displaying a posture filled with divinity. Heaven and earth, I alone am honored. His tone was flat, as if he were merely declaring an ordinary, yet extraordinary, fact. Eiji, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene. Compared to Tsanyu's domineering aura, Satoru Gojo possesses a touch more divinity. Eiji stopped in his tracks. He knew that at this moment, the victor had been decided. Toji Fushiguro was still desperately swinging the cursed tool in his hand. A tremendous sense of crisis made him desperately accelerate, and accelerate again. However, all his attacks were ineffective. Illusory light gathered in Satoru Gojo's hands. Before Toji Fushiguro's disbelieving eyes, a hypothetical mass that should not exist in this world pierced through his body. Hollow wicker, purple. Still, alive. At this moment, Toji Fushiguro's left arm was gone. I didn't expect to owe my life to that woman in the end. Toji Fushiguro knew that if not for the words Medea had spoken before leaving, Satoru Gojo's attack would have been more than just taking his arm. Satoru Gojo slowly descended from the air. His gaze passed over Toji Fushiguro and landed on Eiji, who had just arrived. I spared his life, and then what? Satoru Gojo's tone was very calm, carrying a hint of mercy. It's over, Satoru. Eiji formed a hand seal, and the giant elephant appeared, beginning to heal Toji Fushiguro. Satoru, are you all right? After hesitating for a long time, Eiji asked. I'm fine. The injuries have already been healed with the reverse curse technique. Is that all you wanted to say? Looking at Satoru Gojo, who was completely different from his usual self, Eiji felt a sense of sadness for some reason. The next moment, these strange feelings were cast aside by Eiji. This time, the jade would not be broken. A smile spread across Eiji's face. Let's go. Suguru and the others are waiting for us. Eiji stepped forward and patted Satoru Gojo's shoulder. You'll have to explain things clearly later. Satoru Gojo's expression gradually returned to its usual self. Don't worry. You should worry about yourself more than me. Are you planning to meet Riko looking this disheveled? Eiji looked at Satoru Gojo's blood-stained school uniform. Huh. You're much more disheveled than I am. After a fierce battle at Jujutsu High, Eiji also looked quite messy. After all, Jujutsu Kaisen didn't have clothes that could withstand a long fight without breaking. On a cruise ship in Tokyo Bay at night. After catching a large fish from the sea, Altoria handed it over to Heroic Spirit Amiya. Heroic Spirit Amiya then cooked a full fish banquet. Currently, Eiji, Suguru Geto, Satoru Gojo, Altoria, Heroic Spirit Amiya, Medea, Misato Kurwa, and Riko Amanai were gathered around the table, eating heartily. Your knife skills are amazing, Mr. Amiya. Are you a professional chef? Misato Kurwa picked up a slice of sashimi. The sashimi, thin as a cicada's wing, lay before her. Misato could clearly see the scenery behind the fish slice. It's just practice that makes perfect. Heroic spirit Amiya picked up a piece of pan-fried fish. Misato, stop looking and eat, or it'll be gone. Misato Kuwa, who was still contemplating asking heroic spirit Amiya for cooking tips, was snapped back to reality by Riko Amanai's voice. Huh. She looked down and saw that the plate of sashimi in front of her had already disappeared. Ah. That was mine, give it back. Turning her head, she saw Riko Amanai and Satoru Gojo fighting over a fish. No way, whoever grabs it gets it, oh whoa. With Riko Amanai's teeth-gritting expression, Satoru Gojo opened his mouth and swallowed the piece of fish Riko had chosen. What's more, Satoru Gojo put on an expression of extreme happiness as if he had tasted a delicacy. Riko Amanai's fists clenched. Satoru, be respectful of your elders. Here you go. Suguru Geto placed a boneless piece of fish into Riko Amanai's bowl. Even though he's speaking up for me, why do I feel even angrier? Riko Amanai felt speechless. Soon, the full fish banquet on the table was completely devoured by everyone. Heroic spirit Amiya, whose domestic skills were maxed out, took away the dishes to clean them. Altoria, on the other hand, went to the deck to quietly enjoy the sea breeze and moonlight. Midia went to reinforce the barrier on the ship. Amiya's cooking is as good as ever. Suguru Geto patted his stomach with satisfaction. Indeed. Say, Eiji, are you considering giving heroic spirits a chef class? Satoru Gojo sat lazily on the sofa, a toothpick in his mouth. You want a chef to exorcise cursed spirits? Eiji looked at Satoru Gojo with a twitch in his eye. What's the big deal? Speaking of which, Suguru, do cursed spirits taste good? Although his expression was hidden by his sunglasses, Eiji knew that Satoru Gojo genuinely wanted to try tasting a cursed spirit. The taste of a cursed spirit, if I had to compare it, would be like a rag that's been used to wipe up vomit. Huh? Aren't there any cursed spirits that taste a bit sweet? How could there be? Cursed spirits are the product of negative emotions converging. Suguru Geto looked at Satoru Gojo speechlessly. But if you really want to eat something sweet, you could ask Midia if she can make you some potion that makes everything taste sweet. Then I'll pass. Satoru Gojo looked disappointed. The ship was quiet for a few minutes. Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo both turned their gaze to Eiji. It's my turn. Eiji naturally knew what they wanted to ask. You all know Riko Amanai's identity, right? We know, she's the star plasma vessel for assimilation with Master Tingen. Suguru Geto, the good student, answered first. That's right. The star plasma vessel, Master Tingen, and the 6 eyes. There's a causal link between these three connected by the cursed energy system. Therefore, to completely save Riko Amanai and free her from the binding fate of the star plasma vessel, she must be freed from this causality. As he spoke, Eiji's gaze fell upon Riko Amanai. This is why I utilized Toji Fushiguro. While causality is often described in mystical terms, it can be simply understood as an incredibly precise and complex program. With Toji Fushiguro's interference, which the program couldn't capture, Riko Amanai was no longer subject to the causality of the cursed energy system, and thus she was naturally saved. Eiji's plan was actually quite simple. According to the original development, he would use Toji Fushiguro to briefly make Riko Amanai appear dead. Afterward, Midia would completely isolate Riko Amanai from the outside world using a barrier, and finally, revive the recently deceased Riko Amanai within the barrier. This would cause a bug in the causality judgment of the cursed energy system the moment Toji Fushiguro killed Riko Amanai. Finally, Midia would take Riko Amanai abroad to a place with sparse cursed energy. After Midia went abroad, it was confirmed that cursed energy and cursed spirit phenomena were indeed very active only in the island nation. Abroad, cursed energy was very thin, and the number of cursed spirits and Jujutsu Sorcerers was far less than in the island nation. The causality between cursed energies was also incredibly faint overseas. Therefore, as long as Riko Amanai was brought abroad, the cursed energy system's restraint on her would be greatly weakened. Once Master Tingen began to evolve, this causality would completely break, and Riko Amanai would be able to live freely. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 103, Future Sight. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. The island nation is the country where Jujutsu phenomena occur most frequently. Outside the island nation, the appearance of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits is far less common than within it. Last winter, Eiji went abroad once to confirm this situation. Except for heroic spirit Amiya, who acted alone, the other 2 heroic spirits went with Eiji. After investigating several major countries and making some investments along the way, the 3 returned to the island nation. It was also during that trip abroad that Midia confirmed one thing. There was only one reason why the incidence of Jujutsu phenomena in the island nation was far greater than in other countries. Master Tingen's barrier. Cursed energy originates from human negative emotions, and as these negative emotions spread, they continue to dissipate into the surroundings. In many places, the cursed energy eventually becomes too dilute to form cursed spirits and naturally disappears. This is because the area inhabited by humans is very small compared to the total area of this world. Eiji remembered reading an article on Jihu in his past life. It stated that the land area currently inhabited by humans only accounts for 3% of the Earth's land area. There is also such a vast uninhabited space for cursed energy to dissipate. But the island nation is different. The island nation has Master Tingen's barrier. Although Master Tingen's barrier does not actively gather cursed energy, it prevents the cursed energy within the island nation from scattering outwards. At the same time, cursed energy drifting in from the outside is also retained. A small land area, a large population, and a high-pressure society. With such a vast amount of cursed energy unable to scatter outwards and all of it gathering on the small land of the island nation, it is natural that a large number of cursed spirits and Jujutsu sorcerers would be born. Because of this, the cursed energy system operates extremely smoothly in the island nation. But it's different abroad. Many places abroad are sparsely populated, and the generation of cursed energy is not high. Therefore, the operation of the cursed energy system is not flexible. This feeling is like the island nation has a giant signal transmitter, and you can connect to the Wi-Fi named cursed energy system from anywhere in the island nation. But abroad, due to the sparse population, the signal of the cursed energy system Wi-Fi is very weak. Therefore, once Rico MNI leaves the island nation, the causality generated by cursed energy between the star plasma vessel and Master Tingen becomes even more ephemeral. To completely sever this causality, Eiji even had Toji Fushiguro, who had jumped out of the cursed energy system, exploit a bug. Almost all living beings in this world have cursed energy. Even animals have a faint trace of cursed energy within them. Mei Mei's black bird manipulation, kamikaze, is a suicidal attack that removes the weak cursed energy restriction within animals and then controls crows. Therefore, regardless of the form of death of the star plasma vessel, the causality of the cursed energy system will continue to operate. But Toji Fushiguro's situation caused this precise system to encounter a bug. Toji Fushiguro is someone who is not bound by cursed energy causality, but the causality of the cursed energy system suddenly broke at this moment, and it could not understand what had happened. If this system had a maintenance worker, it would be fine. It would simply proceed to the next step, allowing the next star plasma vessel to continue assimilating with Master Tingen. But the cursed energy system does not have one, it is like a cold machine, constantly trying to complete the current task. It attempts to lock onto Toji Fushiguro, the cause of the star plasma vessel's death, through the causality of cursed energy. And then the system completely froze here. Because it could not lock onto Toji Fushiguro, but being rigid, it kept trying to lock on. Because of this, Master Tingen discovered that the causality on his body had been interrupted. He no longer needed to assimilate with the star plasma vessel. Believing this to be fate, Master Tingen did not activate a backup star plasma vessel and instead directly abandoned assimilation with the star plasma vessel. I see, Rico MNI is finally free. Under Eiji's explanation, the others also understood Rico MNI's situation. That's right. Eiji nodded. This ship has a barrier set up by media that isolates all external cursed energy interference. Once Master Tingen begins to evolve, the star plasma vessel will no longer be needed, and Rico MNI will be free then. Are you so sure Master Tingen won't assimilate with another star plasma vessel? No. Oh. Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, showed a look of interest. I've wanted to ask you for a while, Eiji. Gojo, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, put them down and leaned forward, adopting a posture that exuded pressure as he moved closer to Eiji. How do you know so much? Gojo looked down at Eiji's eyes from above. The scrutiny from the 6 eyes made one incredibly tense. Gojo. Eiji met Gojo's gaze directly, without flinching. Do you know about future sight? Eiji offered the answer he had prepared long ago. Besides, seeing the future in advance was also a form of future sight. Future sight? Isn't that a power from novels and games? Suguru Geto stroked his chin. I remember your works also had settings about future sight, I think they were divided into prediction and measurement types. Oh, so it's a jujutsu that can see the future. Gojo leaned back, returning to his seat. In the future you saw, what was the outcome? He's asking about that now. Eiji felt a warmth spread through his chest. The many explanations he had prepared seemed unnecessary. His best friend believed him so completely. Rico Amanai died, at Kurakoshigu. Eiji raised his right hand, forming a gun shape towards Suguru Geto. The moment before Suguru Geto intended to take Rico Amanai's hand and lead her to freedom, Toji Fushiguro shot her in the head. Eiji made a shooting gesture towards Suguru Geto. Suguru Geto's eyes widened instantly. He remembered the situation at Kurakoshigu. When he had asked Rico Amanai about her feelings. The men who appeared silently behind Riko Amanai, without any fluctuation of cursed energy. If he were to ambush and shoot Riko Amanai, Suguru Geto knew he wouldn't be able to stop it. TCH, fate really has a twisted sense of humor. Gojo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hey, Geto. Gojo turned his head and called out to the stunned Suguru Geto. Don't worry about things that haven't happened. Seeing Suguru Geto's expression grow increasingly troubled, Gojo knew that Geto could easily get stuck in his own head, so he comforted him in his own way. Yeah, you're right. There's no need to agonize over things that haven't happened. Suguru Geto's expression returned to normal, and he then looked up at Eiji. In the future you saw what happened to me. Stronger than Gojo, but not by much. You used Rainbow Dragon to directly confront Toji Fushiguro, but you didn't know Toji Fushiguro had the Soul Release Blade, which ignores hardness. Rainbow Dragon was cut in half. Then you tried to use Slit-Mouthed Woman to inflict damage on Toji Fushiguro, but Toji Fushiguro has 0 cursed energy, so the domain expansion sure hit was ineffective. Next, you planned to subdue the cursed spirit that was acting as Toji Fushigiro's arsenal, but because you didn't know that cursed spirit had already pledged allegiance, your attempt failed, exposing your weakness, and you were eventually cut down by Toji Fushiguro. Eiji briefly summarized Suguru Geto's fate. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 104, The Fun-Loving Person Will Ultimately. Is that so? You look quite pathetic. With the Rainbow Dragon and the Slit-Mouthed Woman gone, their high-end cursed spirit forces were significantly weakened. This was a complete defeat. Want me to beat him up a few times for you to let off some steam? Satoru Gojo draped himself over Suguru Geto's back, his index finger incessantly poking Geto's cheek. No need, I can handle it myself. Suguru Geto caught Gojo's playfully annoying fingers. I feel like if I let Gojo help, I'll lose. Geto thought to himself. Are you planning to beat up Toji Fushiguro? No problem. Eiji's words made the two figures stacked on top of each other look up simultaneously. That guy is unemployed now, living off others. Gojo, you can talk to Teacher Yaga tomorrow about hiring a gym teacher for Jujutsu High. Eiji completely sold out Toji Fushiguro. Speaking of which, you seem quite familiar with him. An acquaintance. Ah, we both came from the Zenin family, so yes, we know each other. There was no need to hide that fact. Zenin. A playful smile touched Gojo's lips. Not only had Eiji, the divine child of the 10 Shadows technique, escaped, but now someone capable of fighting him and Geto was also from the Zenin family. The Zenin family truly wasted their talent. While Gojo was lost in thought, Geto took the opportunity to push the big cat clinging to him away. No, Geto, I want more hugs. Gojo immediately clung to him again. Gojo. Geto placed his hands on Gojo's shoulders, looking at him with a gentle expression. If you're lonely, you can go diving outside. There are lots of cute dolphins there, and they'll definitely like you. Upon hearing this, Gojo instantly collapsed onto the ground. His tall, lanky frame, over 1.8 meters, fell to the floor. He propped himself up with one hand, covering his mouth with the other, and spoke with a mournful expression. To think you'd hand me over to the dolphins, Geto. You truly are a heartless man. Hashtag. Geto's eye twitched. Puffed. Eiji couldn't hold it in, and the coffee he had just taken a sip of sprayed out. Cough, cough, Gojo. Eiji immediately squatted down, placing his right hand on Gojo's shoulder, his eyes gazing at Gojo with deep affection. Forget about Geto, that unfaithful man. He's going to have twin daughters next year. Ha! Gojo sprang up like a startled cat. He instantly leaped off the ground and pounced towards Geto. Geto was still reeling from Eiji's words. Gojo's sudden movement caused him to be pinned down by Geto. Tell me, who's the mother of the children? When did you two start? Why didn't I know anything about it? Gojo felt deeply hurt. His best friend had a girlfriend, and he didn't even know. Wait, this is obviously a joke, right? For some reason, seeing the hint of hurt in Gojo's eyes made Geto a little flustered. Geto, pinned to the ground, shifted his gaze to Eiji. You're joking, right? Unfortunately, no. Eiji spread his hands. They're very cute twins. One is Nanako with blonde hair, and the other is Mimiko with brown hair. Eiji continued to spill the beans. Brown hair. Could it be Shoko? Satoru Gojo fell into thought. No way. Suguru Geto, pinned beneath Satoru Gojo, began to struggle. Geto really is the type to look thin when clothed but have a good physique when undressed. His build, Tisk, only a little less impressive than Toji Fushiguro. Gojo's skin is as white as his hair and face. He's taller, but why does he look so slender compared to Geto? Never mind that, gotta take pictures. I'll send them to Shoko later. At this moment, Eiji experienced the joy of pleasure. Finally, the two sat up, their clothes disheveled. After a round of questioning, Satoru Gojo realized Suguru Geto might actually be innocent, so both pairs of eyes turned to Eiji. Why are you all looking at me? Eiji sensed trouble. Eiji wanted to run. Slap. Suguru Geto's right hand landed heavily on Eiji's shoulder. Eiji, don't you have anything you want to say? Suguru Geto narrowed his eyes into slits, staring at Eiji with a terrifying smile. Eiji felt a chill run down his spine, a false sense of being targeted by a large predator. Ahem, well, the child is actually adopted by you. As the words fell, Eiji's intuition told him the two gazes behind him were no longer as dangerous. Actually, it's not just you, in 2 years, Gojo will also adopt a child. Really? The pressure from Suguru Geto's hand lessened considerably. Finally made it through. Eiji breathed a sigh of relief. Really? If I don't interfere, Toji Fushiguro will be killed by Gojo. Before he dies, Toji Fushiguro will entrust the child to Gojo. Eiji said this all in one breath. Huh? Are you kidding me? How could I possibly raise that bastard's kid? Satoru Gojo instantly shot in front of Eiji. This time, it was Suguru Geto's turn to watch the show. Megumi is a very outstanding child. That's impossible. Could he be more outstanding than Geto? Eiji fell silent. While Megumi Fushiguro had good talent, compared to Suguru Geto, it would probably take Yuto Katsu and Hajime Kashimo to win. That's not it. Eiji shook his head. Actually, you want to gain more allies, cultivate him into a pillar of the future Jujutsu world, and change this decaying Jujutsu world. For this, you even stayed after graduation to become a teacher at Jujutsu High, the strongest, most unorthodox teacher, Satoru Gojo. After saying that, Eiji struck an exaggerated pose, mimicking Satoru Gojo. The strongest, most unorthodox teacher. That actually sounds pretty good. Satoru Gojo rubbed his chin, seemingly pleased with the title, strongest teacher. It's hard to imagine Gojo as a teacher. Won't he really lead his students astray? Suguru Geto conjured an image in his mind. Exorcising cursed spirits is easy, learn with me. Aura. See, the cursed spirit is gone. Then Satoru Gojo turned with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Everyone, do as I do. The students behind Satoru Gojo shouted in unison, how could anyone learn this? Geto, that's prejudice. Students taught by the strongest teacher will naturally be the strongest too. Satoru Gojo disgruntledly ruffled Suguru Geto's hair into a bird's nest. What about me? After subduing the Gojo cat, Suguru Geto asked Eiji. While it was strange that Satoru Gojo would end up becoming a teacher, it was Satoru Gojo after all, so nothing was surprising. Suguru Geto was now a little curious about his own future. Eiji fell silent, recalling Suguru Geto's future. In that moment, he could somewhat understand the feeling of being accomplices that Itadori and the other two shared. The next second, Eiji composed himself. Geto, after adopting 2 girls, you abandoned Gojo and ran away from home. After stealing the star religious cult, you formed a big family for yourself. Eiji said with a wicked grin. Huh? Suguru Geto's face was full of disbelief. I abandoned, no, why use the word abandoned? Poor Gojo, abandoned by Geto, he was lonely and sad, hiding in his room crying, so pitiful. After graduation, he could only become a teacher, and then he used his cuteness to tease Nanami and his students to fill the void in his heart longing for you. Eiji hugged himself and swayed back and forth. Oh, right, Geto also took a liking to your student's girlfriend, and you two had a huge fight over her. Eiji got more and more excited as he spoke. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto stared at Eiji, who was becoming increasingly unrestrained, with question marks all over their faces. They exchanged a look, then as if by mutual understanding, they each grabbed Eiji, one on the left and one on the right. What are you guys doing? Eiji, who had been acting crazy just a moment ago, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next moment, screams echoed through the ship's cabin. Ah, gently, gently. Wait, Gojo, where are you touching? Brother Geto, no. On the deck under the night sky, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto looked up at the stars. Did you notice? I noticed. When Suguru Geto had asked about his future, Eiji's momentary dejection and sadness had not escaped their notice. Don't worry, Geto. Satoru Gojo put an arm around Suguru Geto's shoulders. I'll protect you. No need, I'm very strong. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 105, Kenjaku, Listen, Yuji. The next day, after the group returned to Jujutsu High, they were met with wave after wave of investigations and inquiries. After all, a curse user had attacked Jujutsu High with multiple special-grade curse spirits, threatening Master Tingen, the pillar of the Jujutsu world. Furthermore, Master Tingen, who had not assimilated with the star plasma vessel the previous night, had lost contact by morning. The only communication from Jujutsu High and Master Tingen was Master Tingen stating that he needed to go into seclusion for a while. This caused immense worry for many who understood Master Tingen's situation. They intensified surveillance on Master Tingen while simultaneously tracking the curse user who dared to invade Jujutsu High. The star religious cult, being the apparent mastermind, was immediately apprehended and purged by the Jujutsu world. Kong Shiyu, having made a swift escape, was temporarily safe. Toji Fushiguro was being temporarily detained by the Gojo family. The investigation results were quickly in the hands of the Jujutsu headquarters higher-ups. Since then, high-level meetings had been non-stop. The purpose of these meetings was simple: blame shifting. The Zenin family launched a furious barrage at the Kamo family. This was because the investigation results showed that most of the mission assignments given to Eiji and the others were issued by individuals belonging to the Kamo family. They were the ones who caused the shortage of defensive forces at Jujutsu High. Therefore, the Zenin family demanded that the Kamo family bear the primary responsibility for this incident. Naturally, the Kamo family did not want to take the blame. Firstly, their actions were reasonable and compliant with regulations. Secondly, this was caused by an unavoidable force of nature, something no one could have prevented. The two sides began to bicker. The Gojo family sat on the sidelines, drinking tea and watching the show. In the end, the Kamo family lost several positions within Jujutsu headquarters to the Zenin and Gojo families. The star religious cult, unable to speak for themselves, took the fall. Strictly speaking, they weren't entirely taking the blame, as they had indeed been involved. In a room in Miyagi Prefecture, Kenjaku was excitedly looking at the news on his phone. It was a photo of the corpse of the star plasma vessel Riko Amanai, along with the news of Master Tingen's seclusion. Finally, success. Kenjaku was extremely thrilled at this moment. 500 years ago, her attempt to prevent Master Tingen's assimilation had ended in failure. 500 years later, she had finally succeeded. I'll need to lay low for a while now. Kenjaku looked at the message on his phone. The photo contained a sketch of a person, very similar to her current appearance. This was drawn by Jujutsu headquarters investigators based on Eiji's description. Now, Jujutsu headquarters was using the sketch to search for the curse user's whereabouts nationwide. This body is no longer usable. Which body should I use next? Kenjaku began to mentally sift through the backup bodies she had her eye on. For 1,000 years, Kenjaku had been observing powerful Jujutsu sorcerers and talented individuals. On one hand, it was for stockpiling resources to recreate the golden age of Jujutsu. On the other hand, Kenjaku also intended to use them as backup bodies. Among these backup bodies, there were only 3 that Kenjaku could not replace. The first 2 were easy to understand: Satoru Gojo and Sukuna. She couldn't defeat them, absolutely couldn't. The third was Toji Fushiguro. Toji Fushigiro's characteristic of having 0 cursed energy was contrary to Kenjaku's desire to explore the possibilities of cursed energy. Furthermore, if Kenjaku were to enter Toji Fushigiro's body, she would lose her cursed energy and be unable to use Jujutsu. Is Suguru Geto still the best choice? Cursed spirit manipulation had too good of a compatibility with Kenjaku. No, it's still too difficult for me, in my current state, to possess Suguru Geto's body. Strength was one aspect, but Suguru Geto's companions were what Kenjaku found troublesome. Moreover, Suguru Geto was too conspicuous. Kenjaku, who had always operated in the shadows, would not step into the spotlight unless absolutely necessary. The reason for wanting to change bodies this time was not because Kaori Itadori's body was no longer usable. Instead, Kaori Itadori's appearance had already drawn the attention of the Jujutsu world, which was not conducive to her making arrangements in secret. And Suguru Geto, who was watched by countless people, especially by Six Eyes, violated this point. Even if the Jujutsu world wasn't focused on Suguru Geto, Six Eyes would still see through Kenjaku's disguise, right? Is Suguru Geto someone I can only deal with slowly? An identity with some strength, not too conspicuous, and convenient for me to act in secret. Finally, Kenjaku set his sights on the Kamo family again. The Jujutsu sorcerers of the Kamo family held status, which was convenient for her plans. At the same time, they weren't too conspicuous. The most active people in Jujutsu headquarters were from the Zenin family. The Kamo family, which relied mainly on political maneuvering and lacked outstanding strength, was indeed not very conspicuous. After all, although the Kamo family boasted loudly about blood manipulation, it truly couldn't compare to the 10 Shadows technique and Six Eyes. Therefore, the Kamo family placed great importance on power struggles, which led the Zenin family to rarely take members of the Kamo family seriously. This was because the Zenin family believed in powerful jujitsu. At this point, I can only trouble the Kamo family a bit more. Having made up her mind, Kenjaku stood up and went to the Itadori residence. A barrier was silently erected, and everything that happened inside the house afterward would not be perceived by others. Kenjaku looked at Yuji Itadori sleeping on the bed. This was the vessel she had meticulously prepared for Raiman Sukuna. This child embodied her 1,000 years of knowledge, capable of even restraining the king of curses, Raiman Sukuna. Raiman Sukuna was too dangerous, and even Kenjaku wasn't confident she could control. For this reason, she had to ensure she had a method to constrain Raiman Sukuna. This was Yuji Itadori, an excellent vessel Kenjaku had prepared for Raiman Sukuna. And it was Kenjaku's final trump card to counter Six Eyes before she obtained the prison realm. Kenjaku had personally witnessed the Jujutsu world's encirclement of Raiman Sukuna that time. The Jujutsu world, which had gathered almost all its strength at the time, had lost, defeated by Raiman Sukuna alone. Therefore, Kenjaku was extremely fascinated by Raiman Sukuna. Unfortunately, Raiman Sukuna was not a man she could handle. Kenjaku had once found Raiman Sukuna, wanting to establish a binding vow with him as before. And then turn Raiman Sukuna into a cursed object to become her own power. However, Raiman Sukuna's powerful talent made her scalp tingle. After just one look, Raiman Sukuna learned her method of creating cursed objects. Then Raiman Sukuna turned himself into a cursed object, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. In the end, Kenjaku only gained Rime. Although Rime was not weak, the gap between the expected gains and reality was too large, and Kenjaku couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But fortunately, Rime was indeed a very useful chess piece. As long as she said, "This is all for Sukuna," Rime would follow Kenjaku's instructions, no matter how displeased he looked. Kenjaku reached out and touched Yuji Itadori's face. Yuji Itadori on the bed sleepily opened his eyes. Yuji Itadori's eyes widened as he looked at the woman in front of him. He felt that this woman looked familiar but couldn't remember who she was. Kenjaku reached out and touched Yuji Itadori's pink hair, smiling as she spoke. "Listen, Yuji, you need to." Young Yuji Itadori looked at Kenjaku blankly. Soon, Kenjaku finished saying everything she wanted to say. "Finally, forget me, and forget our meeting today." The binding vow was established. Yuji Itadori felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he fell into a deep sleep again. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2,500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 106, New Teacher, Punching Bag. Ahem, allow me to introduce your new gym teacher, Toji Fushiguro. He'll be in charge of your physical training. On the podium, Masamichi Yaga brought a very reluctant Toji Fushiguro into the classroom. Before Jujutsu headquarters could apprehend Toji Fushiguro, Satoru Gojo had already brought him to the Gojo family. Yes, brought him. Toji Fushiguro was held there for several days after that. Toji Fushiguro didn't attempt to escape. During his fight with Satoru Gojo, Toji Fushiguro had already recognized the power gap between them, so he knew escaping would be pointless. At least, he wasn't planning on running until he found a new strategy against Satoru Gojo. A few days later, someone from the Gojo family delivered him a job offer. From that person, Toji Fushiguro learned what had been happening recently. It turned out Satoru Gojo and Eiji, among others, had vouched for Toji Fushiguro, claiming he was their mole within the curse users. They also confirmed that the failure of Master Tengen's assimilation with the star plasma vessel was not Toji Fushigiro's fault. A new star plasma vessel had been sent to Kurokoshigu the very next day, but Master Tengen himself refused the assimilation. Therefore, Toji Fushiguro was not held responsible for anything. Once everything settled down, Eiji and the other two immediately approached Masamichi Yaga to arrange Toji Fushigiro's hiring as a teacher. And so, Toji Fushiguro, who had just left the Gojo family, found himself becoming a teacher at Jujutsu High. Clap, clap, clap. On the training grounds of Jujutsu High, Altoria and Toji Fushiguro were sparring with wooden swords. Altoria's movements were grand and sweeping, yet flawless. Initially, Toji Fushiguro hadn't taken the petite Altoria too seriously. After just a few exchanges, Altoria had nearly knocked his wooden sword out of his hands. Only then did Toji Fushiguro begin to treat his fight with Altoria seriously. Whoosh, smack. Toji Fushiguro gripped his sword with both hands and, using his size advantage, swung down at Altoria with a powerful, heavy blow. Altoria swung her wooden sword upward, blocking Toji Fushiguro's strike while subtly shifting her body. Toji Fushiguro's wooden sword slid towards the ground with immense force. Altoria used the momentum to spin and slash towards Toji Fushiguro's waist. Toji Fushiguro stomped his foot and backflipped, evading Altoria's horizontal slash. Altoria immediately brought her sword tip up, rapidly closing the distance with Toji Fushiguro and lunging forward with a thrust aimed at his chest. Toji Fushiguro quickly swung his sword to block Altoria's attack. Then, relying on his longer reach, he began a barrage of attacks. With the advantage of his reach, Toji Fushiguro temporarily gained the upper hand. Altoria did not show any openings despite the brief suppression. Block, parry, strike. Every one of Toji Fushiguro's attacks was precisely neutralized by Altoria. This guy, what incredibly rich combat experience. Toji Fushiguro, who usually only enjoyed watching match videos and was indifferent to most other things, was unaware of Altoria's true identity. He only knew that Altoria was a heroic spirit, but he didn't care which specific heroic spirit she was or what abilities she possessed. Toji Fushiguro delivered a powerful downward chop, like splitting a mountain. But this time, Altoria didn't block as she had before. Whoosh! Altoria's wooden sword clashed with Toji Fushiguro's, and then, with a twist of her wrist, she managed to pin his sword beneath hers. Tap! Altoria stepped on Toji Fushiguro's wooden sword and slid her own sword along his, heading for his hands. Forced to release his grip, Toji Fushiguro let go of the wooden sword. Altoria pressed her advantage, her wooden sword swinging towards Toji Fushiguro's neck. Toji Fushiguro leaned back, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, and executed a few rolls to create distance from Altoria. Interesting. What's your name? Toji Fushiguro hadn't expected anyone at Jujutsu High, besides Satoru and the other two, to make him feel this excited. You can call me Saber. Altoria kicked her wooden sword towards Toji Fushiguro. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Toji Fushiguro flashed a grin, a beast-like, dangerous smile spreading across his face. The two clashed once more. Still going at it, Saber's amazing. It was Shoko Yeri speaking. Having no interest in physical combat, she'd gone to find a vending machine shortly after the fight began. Super sweet lychee soda, coffee, and green tea. Shoko Yeri distributed the drinks she'd gathered in her clothes to Eiji and the other two. How's the situation looking? Shoko Yeri asked, opening a can of beer. As one of only two girls among their peers, she was not only powerful but also petite and cute. Shoko Yeri was very fond of Altoria. It's pretty even. Ah, he kicked sand. How despicable. In the arena, Toji Fushiguro had kicked the ground, kicking up a large amount of sand and dust. Altoria ducked slightly, shielding her eyes with her arm. Suddenly, Altoria's ahogue stood on end, and she then turned, holding her wooden sword horizontally in front of her. Toji Fushiguro's kick connected with Altoria's wooden sword. Crack! The wooden sword broke. After dodging Toji Fushiguro's attack, Altoria kicked him back. After all, it was just an ordinary wooden sword. The fact that it lasted so long in their battle was a testament to their superb skills. Go, Saber, kick that gorilla away like that. Satoru Gojo was already cheering them on from the side. Incredible, to be able to fight that gorilla to such an extent. Shoko Yeri didn't hesitate to call Toji Fushiguro a gorilla. Rya is the king who commands the battlefield, able to turn anything into a weapon. Toji Fushiguro possessed the strongest body, and was indeed strong in hand-to-hand combat. However, Altoria also possessed the dragon bloodline, her physical strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Coupled with her battle sense honed through countless trials and her superb intuition. If it were a fight to the death, Toji Fushiguro truly wouldn't be able to defeat Altoria. After all, Toji Fushiguro had only managed to defeat Satoru Gojo through means like attrition and surprise attacks. And against Altoria, who possessed super intuition, surprise attacks would be very difficult to succeed. The fight soon ended, with both of them stopping before going too far. You already have your own fighting style. There's nothing I can teach you. Toji Fushiguro scratched his head. He had initially thought of taking out his frustrations on these Jujutsu High students, but the reality was that this year's cohort were all monsters. Toji Fushiguro's gaze shifted to Shoko Yeri. She was the only one among the five present whose combat ability he didn't yet understand. No way, I'm non-combat personnel. Shoko Yeri immediately raised her hands, forming a large X in front of her. The remaining three of you are next. Toji Fushiguro turned his attention to Eiji and the other two. The three looked at Toji Fushiguro with ill intent. Clouds drifted by, obscuring the sun. In the shade, the three strangely posed figures, like the three brothers from the moon who had just appeared, exuded a peculiar sense of pressure. They weren't like Altoria, who adhered to chivalry. And so, under the onslaught of the three, Toji Fushiguro returned home bruised and battered. He had no choice but to go home, because Satoru Gojo had specifically told him when bringing him to Jujutsu High. You're a teacher at Jujutsu High now, so you need to mind your conduct as a teacher. Otherwise. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 107, Media's Social Death Moment. After Masamichi Yaga brought Toji Fushiguro to the classroom, Medea returned to her room. This was a storage room assigned to her by Masamichi Yaga. Medea had remodeled it into a small, temporary magic workshop. Standing at the door, Medea first looked around cautiously. Only after confirming no one else was nearby did Medea relax and unlock the barrier at the door. The next moment, a room that countless kings' fans yearned for appeared before her eyes. On the left side of the room were several life-sized plastic models of Altoria. Even their figures were perfectly replicated. Some of these models were wearing Altoria's classic blue and white skirt armor. Others wore the imposing berserk armor after blackening from the Sakura route. And some wore the formal attire Medea and Altoria wore during that one game in their story. The faces of the models were not blank white plastic heads without features. Instead, they were Altoria with different expressions, meticulously sculpted by Medea. In the cabinet directly opposite the door were numerous candid photos Medea had secretly taken of Altoria's daily life. The cabinet on the right held Altoria figurines that every king's fan dreamed of. The sheer variety and exquisite craftsmanship were evident, allowing anyone who loved figurines to immediately recognize the creator's dedication. Finally, there was the table in the center of the room. Various magic props were displayed on it. However, unlike the strange props people associated with witches, many of the magic props in Medea's room were clearly modern products. For example, spray guns, desk lamps, and bottles of chemical reagents. After entering the room, Medea quickly shut the door and then, with a speed completely unbefitting a magus, appeared before the important wooden table in the room. Next is today's Altoria energy supplement time. Medea clenched her fists at her chest, her face flushed with excitement. Then, a crystal ball, produced from who knows where, was placed in the very center of the wooden table. As Medea began to control the crystal ball, Altoria's figure on the training ground also appeared in Medea's eyes. Ah, so cool, Saber in her uniform. After a brief exchange on the training ground, Masamichi Yaga brought out several training props like wooden swords and long staffs. Then, Altoria was the first to step onto the training ground. To see Saber's heroic bearing right from the start, this is amazing. Medea's gaze on the crystal ball remained locked on Altoria. She became even more excited when she saw Altoria and Toji Fushiguro facing each other. What if that beast-like man hurt Saber? Medea suddenly felt a pang of worry. This was not a lack of trust in Altoria's strength. It was simply concern for the person she loved. In Medea's eyes, it would be unforgivable if Toji Fushiguro even managed to touch a single strand of Altoria's hair. If Saber gets hurt, how should I punish you, Toji Fushiguro? A demon seemed to materialize behind Medea. Only at times like this did Medea truly resemble a terrifying witch. How about cursing him so he's constantly unlucky? Several scenarios flashed through Medea's mind. Toji Fushiguro, walking listlessly down the street, is targeted by a suddenly out-of-control large truck. Trying to dodge, he slips and is sent flying by the truck. He goes to the supermarket only to find the bread he wanted is sold out, so he buys instant noodles and ham sausage to take home. Passing by a residential area, he is hit by a falling flower vase. He steps on excrement while walking. Returning home, he wants to make the instant noodles but finds there are no forks or seasoning packets inside. In an instant, one curse after another flashed through Medea's mind. Snap. All right, it's decided then. Medea clapped her hands together, a very cute expression on her face. She then continued to look at the scene in the crystal ball. There would be plenty of time for fantasies later. If she missed a captivating moment from Altoria, no amount of time could make up for it. As expected of Saber, she can handle that gorilla with ease. On one side was Altoria, 1.54 meters tall, weighing only 42 kilograms, and petite. On the other side was Toji Fushiguro, over 1.8 meters tall and weighing at least twice as much as Altoria. The immense difference in their physiques created an equally immense contrast. It was like a little lowly beating up a creepy uncle in a real fight. This kind of contrast was truly unbearable. How despicable. If your weapon is taken, aren't you defeated? She's still not admitting defeat, she's even kicking sand. Medea had completely immersed herself in the role of Altoria's fan club. Soon, Altoria's battle ended. It was now the improper walking trio's turn to take turns fighting Toji Fushiguro. Medea had no interest in this. The crystal ball's perspective remained locked onto Altoria. Medea was once again utterly charmed by Altoria. Literally charmed. In the not-so-spacious room, Medea had curled herself into a ball with her legs completely tucked in, rolling rapidly on the tatami mats, her hands excitedly flailing everywhere. So cute, 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 so cute. So petite, so powerful, and hungry. No matter what, I have to capture her. After capturing her, After a bout of rolling, Medea's disheveled hair framed a flushed face as she gazed at Altoria in the crystal ball with utter adoration. Princess dress, maid outfit, gothic style. I must have Saber wear them for me every day, hee hee, hee hee hee. Completely lost in her fantasy, Medea didn't notice that everyone in the training ground had already dispersed. Someone in the hallway was walking towards Medea's magic workshop. Splash. You're here, next we're going to. Masamichi Yaga's voice grew quieter as he took in the scene inside. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, went blank for a moment. A life-sized Altoria model. Figurines of Altoria in various common and uncommon poses and outfits, clearly stolen photos peeking out from a cabinet, and Medea, lost in her inescapable fantasy. Medea froze. Nothing is more awkward than a sudden silence. Ahem. Masamichi Yaga raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed lightly before speaking. Teacher Medea, everyone plans to go shopping and hang out after school. Please get ready and meet us at the Jujutsu High entrance. We'll have a car taking us to Shinjuku. After saying this, Masamichi Yaga quietly exited the room. What a bunch of talented people at Jujutsu High. Masamichi Yaga thought to himself. After Masamichi Yaga left, Medea gradually unfroze. The next moment, Medea transformed into a steam princess. A large amount of steam erupted from her flushed little face. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 108, Young Master Gojo Pays Tonight. Ring ring. That's all for today's class, dismissed. The familiar dismissal bell rang, and Masamichi Yaga, who never ran overtime, closed his book and left the classroom. Hey, everyone, look over here. As soon as Masamichi Yaga left, Satoru Gojo jumped onto the podium with a spin. With that expression, thinking of something fun again, Satoru. Suguru Geto, who knew Satoru Gojo best, spoke first. As expected of you, Suguru. Satoru Gojo gave Suguru Geto a thumbs up and made a cute one-eyed wink. Let's go outside. The next moment, Satoru Gojo jumped onto the window. You should use the door, Satoru. No way, Suguru, are you my mom? If Suguru admits it, will you call Suguru mom? Eiji, I think he'd be better suited to adopting Satoru. No, I'm not adopting a cat. Wait, I'm not a cat. Satoru Gojo, who had just jumped out the window, immediately stuck half his body back into the classroom to protest. Watching the three of them making a ruckus by the window, Shoko Yeri quietly took Altoria's hand. Let's go for afternoon tea, Saber. Upon hearing the words, afternoon tea, Altoria immediately got up. Let's go, Shoko. Shoko Yeri smiled. Indeed, compared to those three annoying guys, Altoria is much cuter. Wait, Shoko, don't leave me behind. Satoru Gojo leaped in from the window and lunged towards Shoko Yeri's legs. Shoko Yeri skillfully kicked at infinity. No, it's definitely going to be something boring. Most girls genuinely couldn't understand the fun guys had in their games. Just as guys rarely guessed what girls truly wanted, they could only try to appease them first. Don't abandon me, Shoko. Satoru Gojo unleashed his cat-like charm attack. Shoko Yeri was hit hard. Suguru, control your Satoru. Shoko Yeri looked at Suguru Geto speechlessly. Suguru Geto had his legs crossed on his desk, his face turned towards the outside, whistling, as if he hadn't noticed the situation at all. It's rude to interrupt a lady's mealtime, Satoru. Altoria, standing beside Shoko Yeri, crossed her arms and spoke with authority. Saber is reliable after all. Shoko Yeri gave Altoria a well-done look. It is indeed a bit impolite. Seeing Altoria speak, Satoru Gojo lay on his back on the floor, stroking his chin with his right hand in thought for a moment. Yash. Satoru Gojo suddenly stood up. Let's go out for a big meal after we're done playing later. Saber, eat whatever you want, all expenses are on me, young Master Gojo. Satoru Gojo instantly appeared in front of Altoria, pointing his right hand towards the bustling direction of Tokyo. Sushi, Oden, hot pot, sukiyaki. There's so much delicious food, we can't possibly finish it all. The next moment, Satoru Gojo pretended to be troubled. It's okay, we can finish it. Shoko Yeri felt like Altoria's eyes were practically sparkling. Hunger is the greatest enemy, you must defeat all delicious food with the conviction of certain victory. Altoria stood with her right hand held in front of her, her 1.5 meter height exuding an aura of 2.5 meters. Ah, it's like this again. Shoko Yeri covered her face in exasperation. I feel like Altoria has completely fallen under his spell. Shoko Yeri usually spent a lot of time with Altoria, partly because they were the only two girls in their year. Another reason was that Shoko Yeri enjoyed feeding Altoria. However, that hobby had now been completely monopolized by Satoru Gojo. Oh well, Saber only acts like this with people she trusts. Shoko Yeri recalled the scene from a while ago when Medea had invited Altoria over. Is class over already, Saber? Medea appeared from around the corner of the hallway, as if by chance. Altoria replied with a simple nod. Do you have time next? If you'd like, want to come to my room for a bit? I've prepared tea and some delightful snacks. Medea clasped her hands together, resting them beside her face, tilting her head in the direction of her hands. A warm glow and beautiful flowers seemed to surround her. No. Snap. Altoria's refusal was immediate and without hesitation. Medea froze, taken aback by the unexpected answer. Why, Saber? Don't you usually enjoy having snacks with friends? Why? My intuition tells me you have ill intentions. Altoria's words made Medea panic internally. Did she find out? My plan to have Saber first this, then that, and finally. Let's go, Shoko. We'll have afternoon tea in your room. Okay. Shoko Yeri readily agreed, casting a pitying glance at Medea before they returned to the dorms for a pleasant tea time. The memory ended. The group soon arrived outside the classroom. They were holding various small props requested by Satoru Gojo. Shoko Yeri and Suguru Geto held pencils and erasers, while Altoria carried a ruler. Eiji, saying he'd be back later, quietly went to where Shoko Yeri hid her alcohol. Remembering what Satoru Gojo was planning, Eiji decided to play a prank on him. Eiji then took out a box of beer, poured it into a bucket, and stored the bucket in his shadow. Later, I'll have Satoru Gojo buy you another box. Eiji clasped his hands together, offering a virtual apology to Shoko Yeri. Then, Eiji slipped into the shadow. Let's begin. As Satoru Gojo's voice fell, the stationery in the hands of the three was thrown towards him. The eraser hit Satoru Gojo's forehead, while the pencil and ruler were stopped midair by the infinity technique. Splash. Eiji emerged from Satoru Gojo's shadow and unhesitatingly poured the water towards Satoru Gojo's head. Anything is fine, Satoru Gojo had said. Too bad. As the water neared Satoru Gojo's head, it scattered outwards. It was like pouring water onto an umbrella. It's no use. Satoru Gojo leaned back, sticking his tongue out at Eiji. Is Infinity automatically choosing targets for the technique? Suguru Geto was the first to voice his discovery. That's right. Satoru Gojo's lips curled into a proud smile. The old Infinity was a manual transmission, I've changed it to automatic. Gojo took the pencil and ruler floating in midair and spun them in his hands. The current Infinity doesn't just judge the strength of cursed energy like before. It now automatically assesses the danger level of an object based on information like its speed, mass, and shape. Though it can't automatically filter out toxins yet, that's too much trouble. I can now operate Infinity with minimal consumption for near-infinite durations. If you do that, you'll burn your own brain out. Medical student Shoko Yeri said with concern. It's fine, I'll keep reverse curse technique active to repair my brain. I'll always have a fresh brain supply. Gojo spun his right hand around his head a few times. Fresh brain, suddenly I want to stew brain. Hearing Gojo's words, Eiji thought to himself. I can activate the curse technique without hand seals now, and the free switching between blue and red, as well as simultaneous activation of multiple techniques, is also complete. As Gojo spun the pen, blue and red lights flickered alternately on his hands. Next up are domain expansion and long-distance teleportation. Forward and reverse curse technique, huh? Eiji propped his chin in his hand, lost in thought as he watched Gojo, who flickered between blue and red. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 109, Chimera and Separation, Part 1. Satoru Gojo was constantly switching between curse technique reversion and curse technique reversal, appearing like a flickering neon sign. Eiji watched Satoru Gojo in this state and fell into deep thought. Does the 10 Shadows technique have curse technique reversal? There are many curse techniques currently appearing in Jujutsu Kaisen. Among them, although many cursed techniques are flexible, very few can use curse technique reversal. This is true even for later on, when strong individuals are everywhere, and many people can use curse technique reversal. Curse technique reversion is the effect produced by injecting cursed energy into a cursed technique. The principle is very simple, it's just about increasing cursed energy output to strengthen the effect of one's curse technique. Normally, the effect produced when Eiji outputs cursed energy to his summoned spirits is to replenish their cursed energy and strengthen their attributes. Curse technique reversal is the effect produced by injecting curse technique reversal into a cursed technique. Curse technique reversal is not an innate technique, it's merely an advanced operating skill for cursed energy. Therefore, in theory, everyone has the opportunity to master curse technique reversal. So, in theory, everyone can also use curse technique reversal. Currently, Satoru Gojo is the one who demonstrates curse technique reversion and curse technique reversal most clearly. Satoru Gojo's Infinity Curse technique is a manifestation of the convergent infinite series from Achilles' paradox. It can actually be understood as a form of spatial manipulation. That is, by infinitely dividing a certain range, one can prevent anyone from ever reaching the endpoint. Therefore, attacks blocked by infinity are not actually stopped. They are merely trapped in the space created by the infinite division. Curse technique reversion, curse technique, blue, injects cursed energy into infinity, causing it to shrink infinitely around a certain point. The result is the formation of a sphere with immense gravitational pull, like a miniature black hole. Curse technique reversal, on the other hand, is the opposite. Instead of shrinking space, it expands it, creating a powerful repulsive force centered on a point, resulting in an attack like a miniature supernova. After quickly reviewing Satoru Gojo's curse technique reversion and curse technique reversal in his mind, Eiji began to consider if he could find anything to borrow for the 10 Shadows technique. What's wrong, Eiji? Suguru Geto was the first to notice Eiji's unusual behavior. Suguru. Eiji looked up at Suguru Geto. Can your cursed spirit manipulation use curse technique reversal? Suguru Geto had immense talent and later even mastered one of the ultimate techniques, maximum technique. Therefore, Eiji hoped to gain some insight from Suguru Geto. Cursed spirits are products of negative energy convergence. If you use curse technique reversal on them, they'll be directly annihilated. Shoko Yeri leaned back on her hands, looking up at the two behind her. She had experimented with cursed spirits more than once before. Cursed spirits that came into contact with curse technique reversal melted away rapidly, like snow under intense heat. The more efficient the curse technique reversal and the greater the output, the faster the cursed spirits would melt. However, if the efficiency was low and the output insufficient, the cursed spirits would escape before being annihilated by the positive energy. And besides, Shoko Yeri tilted her head and looked at Suguru Geto. You can't use curse technique reversal yet, can you, Suguru? Shoko Yeri gave Suguru Geto a playful smile. Suguru Geto felt like he'd been shot in the knee. Shoko Yeri, needless to say, was a natural user of curse technique reversal, a treasure of the Jujutsu world. Eiji had also awakened curse technique reversal several years ago during an encounter with a special grade curse spirit, and even if he hadn't, he could have used Nu as a substitute. Now even Satoru Gojo had mastered curse technique reversal. Altoria, being a heroic spirit, didn't count. So, was he the only one being left behind? No, research into curse technique reversal must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, I won't even be able to keep up with Gojo and Eiji in close combat. Hey, I'm the protagonist here, why are you all discussing things without me? Satoru Gojo also felt injured. This should have been a moment for his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, receiving praise and applause. Why were they all chatting amongst themselves and leaving him, the protagonist, aside? Alright, ask me anything you want. The strongest Lord Gojo will guide your way forward. Satoru Gojo instantly appeared behind the group, grabbing Suguru Geto and Eiji and pulling them to his front, adding Shoko Yeri and Altoria below. The heads of the 5 people gathered together. Don't get so close all of a sudden, Shoko Yeri complained. However, she didn't dodge. After all, she knew that if she dodged now, Satoru Gojo would definitely pester her until she stopped. What are your thoughts on applying reverse curse technique to our curse techniques? In front of Satoru Gojo, Eiji had no sense of shame. If he wanted to ask, he just asked. Even if the reason for asking this question was to comprehend reverse curse technique and step on Satoru Gojo again. Perhaps this was also Satoru Gojo's charm. It made those close to him unable to be wary. Summoned spirits, huh? I've met a few users of summoned spirits. They mostly focus on strengthening and healing their spirits. Those who have comprehended reverse curse technique usually exorcise cursed spirits themselves. Satoru Gojo pinched his chin, lost in thought. Having spirits and still going to fight yourself, as expected of Jujutsu Kaisen. Eiji felt speechless. Eiji. Yeah. Eiji looked up at Satoru Gojo. What would happen if you output cursed energy to the 10 Shadows technique as a whole? Not strengthening individual spirits, but the whole thing. Normally, it just enhances summoning speed and spirit strength. If they haven't been fully summoned from the shadows yet. Eiji fell into thought. Chimera Beast. Chimera beasts were formed by fusing the spirits of the 10 Shadows technique. The spirits of the 10 Shadows technique could only summon 2 at a time. Therefore, Eiji's fusion of Cheongchi and Giant Elephant was also done 2 by 2. Eiji couldn't perform fusions like Sukuna, destroying useless spirits to let other spirits inherit their abilities. Then, keeping the 2 spirits he wanted and directly fusing them together. Sukuna's Chimera Beast, Jaws of the Beast, was formed by fusing Nu and Divine Dog, Umber, which inherited the powers of Orochi, Nu, and Tiger Grave. He first summoned Tiger Grave and Nu, fused them, and then summoned Uriya for fusion. It would be much slower, but Eiji was willing. Because for Eiji, who had always lived alone, his spirits were like his family. I see, chimera beasts. Suguru Geto nodded. Eiji's understanding of chimera beasts came from the manga in his previous life, so he just followed suit. He wasn't really sure if chimera beasts were considered a forward application of the cursed technique. Then what would happen if you infused reverse cursed technique into a chimera beast? Suguru Geto continued to ask. Heal the chimera beast's injuries. Eiji suddenly realized that he hadn't actually injected much positive energy from reverse curse technique into the chimera beast. Previously, Nu was responsible for healing. Now that Nu had been fused into Giant Elephant took over. Eiji formed hand seals and summoned Giant Elephant. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 110, Chimera and Separation, Part 2. A 4-meter-tall giant elephant appeared before everyone. Its pink skin meant that its size didn't impose much pressure. Eiji placed his hand on the giant elephant's thick foreleg and began to inject reverse cursed technique. Oh. Satoru Gojo seemed to have noticed something. Eiji, get on the giant elephant's head. What for? Eiji felt a sense of foreboding from Gojo's upturned lips. This smile is just like how I looked when I was trying to trick Gojo earlier. Seeing the 6 eyes, which glowed a blue light after Gojo took off his sunglasses, Eiji hesitated but decided to trust him. What if Gojo really figured something out? Just get on it, move a bit further forward, yes, right there. Under Gojo's direction, Eiji sat on the giant elephant's head, near the tusks. The giant elephant cooperatively raised its head and even extended its trunk to help Eiji get steady. Alright, now start injecting reverse curse technique, use maximum power. Eiji placed his hand on the giant elephant's head and began injecting the positive energy generated by the reverse curse technique. In Gojo's eyes, the giant elephant's body underwent a subtle, wondrous change. The cursed energy within the giant elephant, which had been like a calm pool, began to churn. Too slow, can you go any faster? Don't rush me, outputting reverse curse technique externally is troublesome, you know. Eiji started to pour all his reverse curse technique into it, while also having the giant elephant run its own reverse curse technique. He wanted to see what exactly Gojo was planning. Huh. Eiji noticed the giant elephant's head seemed to move. Not in a shaking its head kind of way. To keep Eiji steady, the giant elephant had been holding its pose. This feeling was more like the giant elephant's skin was rippling. The next moment, Eiji realized it wasn't an illusion. The skin on the giant elephant's head suddenly began to swell, and then adhere's head emerged from the top of the giant elephant's head. Still surprised, Eiji made close contact with the deer's head. Since Eiji was sitting on the elephant's head, not its back, there wasn't much room to stand. It was fine with just Eiji, but adding Nu made it impossible to stand. The result was that both men and deer tumbled off the giant elephant's head. The plan was a success. Gojo turned and gave Suguru Geto a victory sign. Suguru Geto returned a supportive squint and then looked at Eiji, who was pinned under Nu. Ouch, I hit my head, it hurts a bit. Hearing his master's words, Nu immediately began to circulate reverse cursed technique. Thank you. Eiji patted Nu's chin and then looked at the giant elephant. The giant elephant had shrunk in size. So, injecting reverse curse technique into the 10 shadows technique is how you undo a chimera state. Satoru, what exactly did you see? Eiji asked Gojo, lost in thought. He felt that Gojo had discovered something, which was why he deliberately had him use reverse cursed technique in that specific spot. I saw it very clearly. I noticed it from the moment you injected reverse curse technique into the giant elephant. Initially, the cursed energy within the giant elephant was like a calm surface of water, with only one spot of very dense cursed energy. One spot of very dense cursed energy. That must be the core of the chimera beast, the full elephant. After the reverse curse technique was injected into the giant elephant's body, 2 more dense cursed energy reactions appeared, one in the head and one in the tail. The head should be Nu. When I fused Nu into the full elephant's body earlier, I did it to strengthen the full elephant's defense and offense, so I fused Nu into the head of the full elephant. This made the giant elephant's tusks even thicker and its head harder. The tail was the Orochi. The more reverse curse technique is injected, the greater the cursed energy fluctuations in these 2 areas, and the color of the giant elephant's cursed energy has also changed a bit. Let me think. Satoru Gojo pinched his chin and tilted his head back, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's like you mixed several drinks of different colors together, and now those drinks have separated again. Is that so? Eiji began to ponder Satoru Gojo's words. Actually, after Eiji fused his summoned spirits with the 10 Shadows technique to create the Cheongchi and the giant elephant, he had also thought about separating them. But Eiji found that fusing the summoned spirits together was one thing. Trying to separate spirits that had been completely fused into a chimera beast was truly troublesome. Just as Satoru Gojo had said. Fusing spirits was like mixing drinks of different colors. When mixing, you just pour in the desired drink, but how do you separate them? The Orochi was relatively fine, as its snake head and more than half of its body were still outside. Separating it would at most require Nu to heal it. What about Nu and Uroya, who had been completely fused into the entire body? Nu's main power was integrated into the giant elephant's head, with the remaining power infused throughout its body to ensure the speed of the reverse curse technique's activation. Uroya, except for its horns, was entirely dispersed and fused into the Tiger Grave's body, comprehensively strengthening the Tiger Grave's physical strength. But Satoru Gojo's words made Eiji understand one thing. Even though these summoned spirits were completely fused, their cores still existed independently. Therefore, as long as the positive energy of the reverse curse technique was injected, the core of the summoned spirit would restore its original parts, achieving separation contrary to fusion. Eiji placed his hand on the giant elephant, carefully sensing its condition. Indeed, although some of Nu's cursed energy remained within the giant elephant, it could no longer use the reverse curse technique after losing Nu's core. The answer was this simple. Eiji was somewhat speechless. In fact, many things weren't difficult, it was just that you hadn't discovered them or thought of them. Heh, as expected of me, the future strongest spicy teacher. Satoru, a teacher doesn't toy with their students. Your path is still long, Suguru Geto interrupted Satoru Gojo's self-praise. But students are so cute, isn't it normal to want to tease them? Satoru Gojo said innocently. The students will get angry. You're too naive. I am the strongest. I have a feeling Satoru's students are going to get teased quite badly, and they won't even be able to fight back. Suguru Geto silently mourned for Satoru Gojo's future students for 3 seconds. Ah. Eiji suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Is it time for the strongest spicy teacher to make an appearance? The 10 Shadows technique can normally only summon 2 summoned spirits, but now there are 3. The giant elephant and Nu. Aren't those 2? Suguru Geto scanned the area, confirming he didn't see a third summoned spirit. It's this. Eiji lowered his head and took out Mahoraga's wheel from his shadow, shaking it. I usually keep Mahoraga in an incomplete manifestation and store it in my shadow. You do that too. One constantly maintains an incomplete manifestation of Mahoraga, and the other constantly maintains infinity. As expected of best friends, their thoughts are so similar. Shoko Yeri was speechless. Don't worry, once a summoned spirit is summoned again, it won't continue to burden your brain and body. You just need to periodically replenish its cursed energy. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 111, Wishing Upon the Holy Grail. Eiji's external technique, Holy Grail, originates from the Type Moon world. Legend says the Holy Grail is an omnipotent wish-granting machine capable of fulfilling any desire. However, like most legends, the Holy Grail is not omnipotent. In fact, shortly after rumors of the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City surfaced, the church investigated it. They subsequently classified it as a fake. Meaning this Holy Grail is a fraud, so don't be fooled. Then why is the Holy Grail called an omnipotent wish-granting machine? Because for most people, the Holy Grail can indeed grant their wishes. However, the method by which it grants wishes requires you to provide it. The Holy Grail's method of granting wishes is the third magic, soul materialization. At its core, it's an entity containing the third magic and possessing immense magical resources. Just like Shiro Kodomine, who wished to save all humanity with the third magic, the Holy Grail answered his wish. Animsphere, the founder of Chaldea, also wished for a massive amount of money and succeeded. But Kiritsugu Amiya could not. The wish he made to the Holy Grail, world peace, no conflict among humans, was something even he didn't know how to achieve. Therefore, even if the Holy Grail hadn't been corrupted, Kiritsugu's wish could not have been fulfilled. But for most people, the Holy Grail is indeed an omnipotent wish-granting machine. I wish for the third magic to materialize a large sum of money for me, and then summon a wife for me. Is there a problem with that? There's no problem. Moreover, if you have any problems you can't solve, you can also have the Holy Grail summon a servant to help you. It's just that summoning a servant consumes an enormous amount of magic, and you might have to save up magic for a long time, like in the Type Moon story, to use it once. However, Eiji doesn't have that many ideas right now. This time, the wish Eiji wants to make to the Holy Grail is very simple. With the help of the third magic, he wants to explore his soul and body to understand the essence of the 10 Shadows technique. Where does Jujutsu truly exist? Initially, Eiji thought it was in the brain, but what about Kenjaku? Sukuna only has fingers, where's his brain? And then there's Junpei Yoshino, who possesses cursed energy and jujitsu but cannot use jujitsu due to the structure of his brain. Furthermore, Sukuna once told Yuji Itadori in the juvenile detention center. Even if I die inside you, I still have 18 soul clones outside. Based on this, Eiji speculates that the source of jujitsu might be related to the soul. Sukuna's finger is merely a vessel for the soul and cursed energy. The word soul in the third magic soul materialization also indicates its mastery in the realm of souls. If one doesn't understand the soul, how can it be materialized? Therefore, Eiji decides to make a wish to the Holy Grail, asking it to help him explore his soul. Are you ready, Eiji? The one speaking is Medea. She is responsible for the preparations and safety measures for this wish. Let's begin, Medea. A golden cup appeared in Eiji's hand. Because it's an external technique, the Holy Grail can also be removed from his body. The golden cup was placed in the center of Medea's magic circle. This was a magic circle meticulously prepared by Medea to monitor the Holy Grail's operation and Eiji's condition. If anything went wrong with either the Holy Grail or Eiji, Medea would intervene immediately. Eiji lay on the ground, slowly falling into a deep sleep, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurry. Gradually, Eiji felt a thick, viscous sensation surrounding him. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. Feeling immense resistance as he tried to move his arm, Eiji was filled with confusion. Soon, Eiji saw his surroundings clearly. Eiji felt as if he were submerged in a dark, viscous liquid, with resistance similar to seawater with every movement. The only light source in the entire world was a human-shaped silhouette far above. Is that my body? Eiji struggled to lift his hand. As expected, his arm in his line of sight had become ethereal and unreal. No matter how long he had been sinking, Eiji felt a strange light emanating from below. It was the same light as the demon-slaying sword radiating positive energy from Mahoraga's hand. Eiji turned, and a peculiar magic circle appeared in his vision. Mahoraga stood in the center of the magic circle. Like a colossal stone statue. Beneath Mahoraga's feet was a massive pattern of the eight-handled sword. With Mahoraga at the center, 9 lines extended outward from the magic circle. At the end of each line was a summoned spirit. However, one of the summoned spirits had already vanished. Eiji approached Divine Dog, black, looking at the foot jade beneath its paws, and the Daofen jade representing Divine Dog, white beside it. But the pattern of the Daofen jade was already blurry. Eiji reached out and touched the indistinct Daofen jade pattern. He then carefully sensed the magic circle of the 10 shadows technique. With the Holy Grail's blessing, Eiji's soul power grew stronger and stronger, and his perception became keener. Soon, a wondrous sensation came from the magic circle. This magic circle seemed to be connected to something on a deeper level. Eiji spread his arms and lay down at Mahoraga's feet, which was the very center of the 10 shadows technique's magic circle. The Holy Grail's power continuously bolstered Eiji's soul, and gradually, Eiji felt himself sinking into another world. The light overhead disappeared. This was a manifestation of Eiji's soul leaving his physical body. In reality, Medea, who sensed Eiji's soul drifting further away, immediately prepared to recall his soul at any moment. Eiji felt as if he had taken a nap. After waking up, he seemed to have traveled again. Eiji opened his eyes and looked around. Colorful darkness. This was Eiji's first reaction. Eiji's soul drifted in this peculiar world. Just like the reflections people see on the surface of water, everything here was inverted compared to the real world. And the light here was black. Eiji's soul was observing this wondrous world. Soul vision, different from what the naked eye sees, a shadow world, different from reality. All of this made Eiji feel incredibly novel. Soon, Eiji found the thing in this world that had formed a connection with his soul. It was a massive magic circle, the very source of the 10 shadows technique. This magic circle would leave its projection in the soul of each user of the 10 shadows technique, allowing them to wield the power of the shadow spirits. As he approached the magic circle, Eiji noticed pairs of eyes lighting up in the shadow world. All these eyes were staring at Eiji, the strange intruder. Shadow life. Eiji saw creatures resembling divine dogs and Orochi among them. Eiji, while on guard, let his soul drift towards the magic circle. The magic circle of the 10 shadows technique also responded to Eiji. The shadow creatures retreated, and Eiji placed his hand on the magic circle. Shadow cursed energy flowed from the magic circle into Eiji's soul. Eiji's soul felt a sensation akin to an itch. Eiji was delighted to discover that the projection of the 10 shadows technique's magic circle within his soul had been repaired. Divine Dog, white, who had been sunbathing in the courtyard, suddenly pricked up its ears as if sensing something. Due to its current lack of strength, Divine Dog, white had become the mascot of Jujutsu High, holding a position as a gatekeeper. The next moment, Divine Dog, white turned into a beam of light and flew into Eiji's soul, leaving only a golden chess piece behind. Gulp, gulp. The shadows moving. Medea looked at the shadow beneath Eiji. Sounds were constantly coming from within the shadow. This is bad. Medea immediately deployed a barrier, protecting everything inside the room. Boom. Eiji's shadow surged like a flood, overwhelming the entire barrier. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 112, 10 Shadows Wheel. Medea's barrier was already filled with a flood of shadows. This is getting a bit troublesome. Medea frowned slightly and began to unleash her full power. At this moment, even the surrounding air seemed to change. Medea possessed A-rank territory creation ability, and the territories she created surpassed those of the vast majority of magi, reaching the level of a temple. Anything related to gods was undeniably powerful. Within a temple, Medea's various abilities would receive significant boosts, giving her a chance to win even against multiple enemies of the same level. Of course, this excluded physical combat. Soon, the precarious barrier was heavily reinforced by Medea. It was the right decision not to make a wish in the temporary workshop. The temporary workshop Medea mentioned was naturally not the one in Jujutsu High's storage room, but a magical workshop that could provide comprehensive buffs to a magus. In fact, after the previous mishap, Medea had urgently transferred all her collections and set up numerous autonomous barriers in a new temporary workshop to prevent anyone from intruding without her permission. Even with permission, she wouldn't let them in. The ever-expanding shadows, and the increasingly powerful soul. It seems Eiji succeeded. A smile appeared on Medea's face from beneath her hood. For her, the master was naturally better off being stronger. Medea was not a heroic spirit who enjoyed frontline combat. Rather than stepping onto the battlefield herself, Medea preferred to control everything from within her territory. During the Fifth Holy Grail War, Medea had employed numerous tactics. For example, summoning Sasaki Kojiro and seizing Saber. When Kazuki Sachiro chose to fight, she would also quietly retreat to the rear and fully support her master. Within the barrier, Eiji's body was floating in a sea of shadows. Deep within Eiji's soul, a door leading to the shadow world had been successfully opened. The Dosan Jade in Eiji's soul had been repaired. Divine Dog, White had transformed back into a summoned spirit of the 10 Shadows technique. At this moment, Divine Dog, White was wagging its tail incessantly beside Eiji. Eiji vigorously rubbed Divine Dog, White's head, then sat down cross-legged on the magic circle of the 10 Shadows technique. Before Eiji, Mahoraga, which had been standing still, also sat down cross-legged in sync with Eiji's movements. Countless pieces of information flooded into Mahoraga's mind. Mahoraga analyzed, screened, and filtered this information according to Eiji's request, then transmitted it back to Eiji's mind. Sitting before the door, Eiji wholeheartedly felt the power continuously surging from the shadow world, analyzing the origin of the 10 Shadows technique from the depths of the shadow world. Unpredictable. This was Eiji's deepest impression of the shadow world. Things in the real world were fixed, a mountain was a mountain, a tree was a tree. Everything seemed predetermined. But the shadow world was different. Here, everything transformed. Mountains might flow, rivers might freeze, and tangible life could turn into the intangible at any moment. At this moment, Eiji felt an experience more interesting than any open-world game. Shadows shifted freely before Eiji, sometimes large, sometimes small, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Eiji extended his hands, and Mahoraga also extended its large hands to cover Eiji's. Under Eiji's activation, the magic circle of the 10 Shadows technique beneath them continuously injected cursed energy into the hands of Eiji and Mahoraga. 1, 2, 3, 10. With Mahoraga's help. Something very similar to the halo above Mahoraga's head appeared in the center of the 4 hands. Maximum technique, 10 Shadows wheel. The next moment, Eiji's soul returned. The shadows in the barrier began to recede like a tide. Eiji's eyes also opened at this moment. The 10 Shadows wheel appeared above Eiji's head. Eiji looked at the 10 Shadows wheel above his head with satisfaction. Cool, now I don't have to fight Mahoraga for the wheel. Ding. As cursed energy was injected, the 10 Shadows wheel began to spin, finally stopping at Nu's position. Eiji's shadow began to creep upwards along his body, eventually covering Eiji's back. A pair of wings, crackling with lightning, emerged from Eiji's back. Those were Nu's wings. This color, change it to black. The shadow seemed to understand Eiji's words and began to cover the brown wings. When the shadow receded again, the wings on Eiji's back had transformed into black wings, like those of a fallen angel. That's more like it. Eiji nodded with satisfaction. Let's get a weapon too. The 10 Shadows wheel above his head spun. A black sphere appeared in Eiji's hand. It was the core of Uroya. Shadows covered the Uroya core, and a great sword in the style of Uroya appeared in Eiji's hand. Eiji swung the sword in his hand. It seems more suited to be a spear. Uroya's greatest characteristic is its linear acceleration. The further the distance, the higher the damage. However, there are too few situations for a straight sword thrust. Soon, a double-pointed spear appeared in Eiji's hand. Why does it look a bit like the trident that the cooking woman uses? Whatever, I can't exactly break off one of its horns. He nodded towards me, then shot straight up, smashing through the ceiling and flying out to the training ground. Eiji reveled in the feeling of flying freely through the sky. This feeling was much better than flying on Cheongchi. His gaze swept across the area, and Eiji quickly found the training dummy he had acquired a few days ago for physical combat training. Eiji raised the spear and threw it forcefully at the dummy. The next moment, the dummy was cut in half by the Uroya spear. Not only that, but the entire Uroya spear was embedded in the ground. As expected, throwing it like this is much faster than Uroya running by itself. Eiji looked at the effect caused by Uroya with satisfaction. Just as Eiji was lost in thought, imagining himself in the future, clad in armor made from the 10 Shadows technique, engaging head-on with those he previously wouldn't dare to spar with in terms of physical combat, an unexpected voice reached Eiji's ears. "Hey Birdman, up there, teacher Yaga wants you to fix the ceiling." Birdman. Satoru Gojo, you call my cool appearance a Birdman? Eiji was about to go down and argue with Satoru Gojo when he suddenly remembered the latter half of Gojo's sentence. The ceiling. Shoot, I got too excited and carried away just now. Eiji flapped his wings, returning to the ground from the air. The Uroya spear was also retracted. Eiji, what's with the get-up? It looks pretty cool. Of course. Do you think I'm a pretty boy like you? What, are you jealous of my fair skin? Want me to teach you how to take care of it? Then teach me. Eiji was curious to hear what skincare secret Satoru Gojo would come up with. Just go out less often, and keep your infinity active when you have nothing else to do. Eiji suddenly remembered something. Before he even attended Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo really did rarely go out. He spent over 300 days a year within the clan, and even when not wearing traditional attire like kimonos or hunting robes, he would cover himself up tightly. The level of coverage was such that even Shoko might not compare. Satoru. You think it's useful too, right? That's not what I'm talking about. Then what are you going to say? Satoru Gojo, who was plucking feathers from Eiji's wings, looked up strangely. Are you some kind of sheltered pretty boy? Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 113, Satoru Gojo, Opening a Zoo. Satoru, are you some kind of sheltered pretty boy? Pfft. As Eiji finished speaking, Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri beside him burst into laughter. You know, the description actually fits Satoru Gojo quite well. Huh. Satoru Gojo, who was squatting on the ground, had his glasses askew. See, sheltered means not going out much. You used to stay in the clan all the time, and now you stay at Jujutsu High all the time and rarely go out, right? That's because those old geezers wouldn't let me go out. Don't those sheltered young ladies also have their families preventing them from going out? Satoru Gojo was about to retort to Eiji when Eiji interrupted him. Look. Eiji pulled up his phone album and found a photo of Satoru Gojo in a maid outfit at a comic convention. This was a treasured possession. As expected of me. So Eiji, you're just envious of my handsome face, right? Huh. I'm more handsome than you. How could that be? I'm way more handsome than you. No, I'm the handsome one. No, I'm handsome. Shoko Yeri watched the two of them, acting like kindergartners, with a speechless expression. While they were arguing, she moved behind Eiji. Hard, long, and not just cursed energy shaped into wings, but actual wings. Shoko Yeri began to examine Eiji's wings. She wondered if she could get some attached to herself later. She wanted them to be white. What girl could refuse becoming a radiant angel? Shoko. Who do you think is more handsome, us two? X. Shoko Yeri, who was studying Eiji's wings, was startled by the two of them turning their heads suddenly. Are you two in elementary school? Shoko Yeri covered her face in exasperation. All right, you two, don't trouble Shoko anymore. Suguru Geto, with his usual squinty-eyed, good-natured demeanor, stepped forward to mediate. Eiji, what's with this new look? Then, Suguru Geto steered the conversation back to Eiji. This is the maximum technique I just awakened, 10 Shadows Treasure Wheel. Maximum technique? Suguru Geto's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it's a maximum technique. Eiji raised his right hand, and the 10 Shadows Treasure Wheel floating above his head drifted into his palm. The 10 Shadows technique involves forming hand seals to summon corresponding summoned spirits from shadows. However, there's a limit to the size of the shadows, so the user of the 10 shadows technique can only summon a maximum of 2 summoned spirits at a time. But that's not the case anymore. Eiji spoke and began to activate the 10 shadows treasure wheel in his hand. The treasure wheel started to spin. Divine dogs. New. Rabbit escape. Orochi. Toad. Full elephant. Tiger grave. Round deer. Uroya. Mahoraga. Under the summoning of the Dharma wheel, the 10 types of summoned spirits from the 10 shadows technique one by one appeared in the training ground. The 10 shadows treasure wheel was created based on the core of the 10 shadows technique, and it itself possesses the ability to summon the 10 types of summoned spirits. Because it is already in the real world, it is not affected by the size of the gate in the shadows, and can directly summon all the summoned spirits. After Eiji's summoned spirits appeared, they began to roam around the training ground. Due to Eiji's cursed energy reinforcement, the size of the summoned spirits, except for Rabbit Escape, were not small. Eiji, do you want to open a zoo at Jujutsu High? Satoru Gojo was very interested in this. Sure. Eiji didn't have any objections. He actually agreed. Shoko Yeri, holding a Rabbit Escape, looked up at the sky speechlessly. Interestingly, after Rabbit Escape received the reinforcement of cursed energy, its size did not increase, but instead, it would turn into more Rabbit Escapes. I see, this way you won't be limited by hand seals and the number of summoned spirits anymore. If one only looked at the curse techniques, Eiji's 10 shadows technique had 2 obvious disadvantages compared to Sugurugeto's cursed spirit manipulation. The first was the hand seals. In their previous sparring sessions, Sugurugeto, a master of taijutsu, had often used this method to gain the upper hand against Eiji. Sugurugeto could summon cursed spirits while fighting, but Eiji had to find opportunities to perform hand seals while fighting. If he didn't find a good opportunity, Sugurugeto wouldn't hesitate to strike hard while Eiji was performing his hand seals. But now, this weakness no longer existed. Eiji only needed to use his maximum technique to summon the 10 shadows treasure wheel, and then input cursed energy, and the 10 shadows treasure wheel would help Eiji complete the summoning process. This leveled the playing field in terms of summoning speed. The second was the quantity. The 10 shadows technique could only summon 2 types of summoned spirits, whereas Sugurugeto's cursed spirit manipulation could summon hundreds or thousands. This allowed Sugurugeto to use numbers and tactical pressure more flexibly against Eiji. Although Mahoraga could compensate for this gap, Sugurugeto now also had Orochi. Even if it was slightly weaker than Mahoraga, with the cooperation of other special-grade cursed spirits, it could still hold Mahoraga back for a considerable amount of time. It was like a peerless general charging into battle alone, only to be surrounded and contained by a well-trained elite army formation. During the time Mahoraga was held back, Sugurugeto had the opportunity to directly threaten Eiji himself. If Eiji were killed, the summoning of Mahoraga would naturally be cancelled. But now, Eiji could summon all 10 of his summoned spirits at once. After assigning some of them to contain Mahoraga, other cursed spirits would have difficulty posing a threat to Eiji. The advantage of cursed spirit manipulation over the 10 shadows technique had completely vanished. I have now mastered the core of the 10 shadows technique, and my use of the summoned spirits is no longer as rigid as before. As he spoke, Eiji extended his hand towards the summoned spirits. The 10 shadows treasure wheel spun. The summoned spirits transformed into shadows and rapidly gathered around Eiji. Divine dogs transformed into combat boots, with 2 majestic dog heads on the knee parts. Uroya transformed into twin long spears, and full elephant transformed into a large shield. Tiger grave transformed into imposing beast-faced armor, and Nu transformed into a pair of jet black wings. Round deer transformed into a helmet, with magnificent deer antlers soaring upwards, and Orochi transformed into shoulder pauldrons. Eiji's shadow climbed onto this 10 shadows armor, and then dyed the entire armor's color to a predominantly black hue. The entire set of armor gave off a chilling and domineering aura. Satoru Gojo and Sugurugeto immediately approached. Oh right, what is this thing for? Satoru Gojo looked at the toad standing behind Eiji. This? Turn off your infinity, and I'll show you something. Then, at Eiji's signal, the toad jumped directly into the shadow. Trying to sneak attack. How boring. Just as Satoru Gojo had expected, the toad leaped out from its shadow. Satoru Gojo glanced at it and didn't pay it any mind. The next moment, the toad's belly bulged. Countless rabbit escapes launched towards Satoru Gojo like cannonballs. Oh my. Satoru Gojo, sensing the situation behind him, immediately dodged the rabbit escape barrage. The next moment, a rabbit escape, not scattered like petals but precisely launched by the toad, spun towards Satoru Gojo. The rabbit escape's small claws fiercely slapped Satoru Gojo's face. At that moment, Satoru Gojo heard a voiceover in his ear saying, "Merlin should die." It was Eiji's voice. Satoru Gojo clutched the red paw print on his face and looked at Eiji with a wronged expression. As expected, those who play tactics have dirty minds. That last move was definitely Eiji's deliberate design, otherwise, the rabbit escape launched by the toad itself wouldn't have hit him. So that's how it is. Normally, seeing a toad open its mouth, you'd expect it to stick out its tongue, making the appearance of rabbit escape more surprising. Suguru Geto stroked his chin. Suguru Geto felt he could use this move too, and then it would be no problem to have a cursed spirit within a cursed spirit within a cursed spirit. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 114, Secret Mission. As time passed, the active period for cursed spirits gradually subsided, and life at Jujutsu High became increasingly relaxed. Eiji and Altoria were enjoying a rare moment of leisure together. At this moment, Shuji Zenin brought an unexpected person before Eiji. "What are you doing here, old man?" Eiji looked at Nobito Zenin in surprise. Calling him old man didn't mean Eiji disliked Nobito Zenin. On the contrary, Nobito Zenin was one of the few people in the Zenin family that Eiji respected. This kind of address was merely a sign of their close relationship. Calling someone you're close with boss or family head would instead highlight their status and make them feel less approachable. "Ha ha ha, you don't welcome me, kid." Nobito Zenin was as boisterous as ever. "You're not a beautiful girl, why would I welcome you?" Eiji rolled his eyes. "That's true." With that, Nobito Zenin glanced at Shuji Zenin. Shuji Zenin bowed slightly, and soon only Eiji and Nobito Zenin remained in the room. "What is it?" "Something Shuji can't hear." Shuji Zenin was now something of a personal steward to Eiji, and sometimes knew more about matters related to Eiji in the Jujutsu world than Eiji himself. It is indeed something he cannot know. Nobito Zenin abandoned his usual carefree demeanor and sat down opposite Eiji with a serious expression. Seeing Nobito Zenin's demeanor, Eiji became curious. What could make this old man, who was usually drunk, so serious? "Jujutsu headquarters wants to assign you a designated mission." "A designated mission?" Eiji pondered inwardly. Since it was issued by Jujutsu headquarters, it shouldn't be a matter concerning the Zenin family. The fact that Shuji Zenin couldn't know implied a high level of secrecy. The Jujutsu world has high secrecy nowadays, and it requires a Jujutsu sorcerer of my strength. What mission fits both these conditions? Kenjaku. That mysterious curse user who attacked Jujutsu High. Have you found her trace? Eiji's interest was piqued. If they could get a lead on Kenjaku, Eiji wouldn't mind bringing along 3 heroic spirits, Satoru Gojo, and Suguru Geto to deal with Kenjaku in advance. However, Eiji thought this possibility was slim. Kenjaku was an ultimate schemer who had been hiding for 1,000 years. Furthermore, there were definitely people loyal to Kenjaku within Jujutsu headquarters. Therefore, even if Jujutsu headquarters found Kenjaku's whereabouts, Eiji would suspect it was a trap set by Kenjaku. You've guessed half of it. Nobito Zenin chuckled and stroked his mustache. What's the other half? Eiji cooperated and asked. It's Master Tingen. Tingen. That's right. Nobito Zenin nodded, the smile disappearing from his face. We received news from Kurokoshigu that Tingen has come out of seclusion. A hint of solemnity flashed in Nobito Zenin's eyes. After this seclusion, Master Tingen gives the impression of not being human but rather more like a cursed spirit. Nobito Zenin emphasized the words, cursed spirit. A cursed spirit. Eiji closed his eyes slightly, and the image of that strangely shaped thumb came to his mind. Do you know Tingen's curse technique? The immortality technique requires assimilation with a star plasma vessel every 500 years to reset the body's information. That's right. Nobito Zenin nodded. According to Master Tingen, if the immortality technique isn't reset by assimilating with a star plasma vessel, it will reconstruct Master Tingen's body, evolving it into a higher form of life. But Nobito Zenin's gaze grew solemn as he looked into Eiji's eyes. Once it reaches that stage, human will cease to exist. At that point, the barrier covering the entire island nation, reinforced by Master Tingen, and the assistant supervisors who use curtains with Master Tingen's blessing will all become useless. The Jujutsu world will be greatly impacted. And most importantly, if Master Tingen loses their human will and becomes a cursed spirit. Nobito Zenin didn't finish his sentence. It would be a disaster. Eiji sighed, finally understanding the Jujutsu headquarters' intentions. Nobito Zenin produced an investigation report and handed it to Eiji. This is the result of Jujutsu headquarters' investigation into that escaped curse user. They've specifically assigned you to submit this report and observe Master Tingen's condition. If Master Tingen has already, use Mahoraga. Nobito Zenin left the sentence unfinished. That's how it is with superiors. There are many things you absolutely cannot say out loud. One wrong word could lead to someone blowing it out of proportion and holding you responsible, which would be a considerable hassle. Eiji already knew this from his previous life. In his past life, Eiji was just an ordinary citizen, and no one taught him these things. That's why, during his first job, he could only be a junior employee because he couldn't understand some of his boss's hints. Later, an old employee nearing retirement saw how diligent Eiji was and explained some of the inner workings to him. In this life, when Nobita Zenin and Satoru Gojo discussed the Jujutsu world, they would also occasionally tell Eiji about the behavior and dealings of the three great families. Eiji learned quite a bit about these matters. Satoru Gojo wasn't unaware of many things, he simply disdained to act on them. Leave it to me. Mahoraga's demon-slaying sword is currently known to be the highest grade special attack against cursed spirits. Coupled with Mahoraga's ability to adapt to anything and gain the power to inflict effective damage on enemies. For Jujutsu headquarters, this was the most reliable method they could think of to deal with Master Tengen. It would be best if Master Tengen remained fine. If Master Tengen lost control, then Mahoraga would have to exorcise them. Eiji had no objections. Although he knew Master Tengen wouldn't lose control, Master Tengen's continued existence was still a potential threat. Eiji had always wanted to change the Jujutsu world. Currently, the most powerful governing body in the Jujutsu world is Jujutsu headquarters, but even they couldn't ignore Master Tengen's existence. If Master Tengen expressed an opinion on certain matters, even Jujutsu headquarters would have to consider their stance. Therefore, Eiji planned to talk to Master Tengen and understand their thoughts. It would be best if Master Tengen was willing to cooperate. If not, Eiji would have a legitimate reason to act against them. After Eiji accepted the mission, Nobita Zenin didn't linger at Jujutsu High for long. After speaking with Eiji, Nobita Zenin found Masamichi Yaga and, adopting the demeanor of a superior inspecting the work of a new principal, toured Jujutsu High. Afterward, the two shared a few drinks at noon. Masamichi Yaga simply believed that Jujutsu headquarters had sent Nobita Zenin to inspect the situation at Jujutsu High after his appointment as the new principal. However, he didn't know that Nobita Zenin's real mission had already been completed. Finding Masamichi Yaga to inspect his work was just an excuse to sample Masamichi Yaga's prized collection of good wine. The work these past few days had been too serious, making even a seasoned drinker like himself feel embarrassed to drink openly. Normally, he could only sneak a couple of sips. He was afraid the other two families would notice if he drank too much. Now that his work was finally done, he hurried to have a couple of drinks to satisfy his craving. He could leave the rest to that kid Eiji. Content and satisfied, Nobita Zenin let out a drunken burp and took a car back to the Zenin family. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 115, This place doesn't seem like a good person's home. Deep within Jujutsu High, Eiji was on his way to Kurakoshigu. According to Masamichi Yaga, if Master Tengen wanted to see you, finding her was very simple. Walk to the only moving building deep inside Jujutsu High. Push open the door, take the elevator, and then walk towards the base of the large tree. A door will appear nearby. If you push open the door and see Master Tengen, it means Master Tengen wants to see you. If you don't see her, it means Master Tengen doesn't want to see you. If Master Tengen doesn't want to see you, it's useless no matter how long you search. The barrier techniques in Jujutsu Kaisen are truly magical. Depending on the cursed technique incorporated into the barrier technique and the binding vows, barriers can produce all sorts of wondrous effects. From the simplest curtain that prevents ordinary people from observing the situation inside, to the one at the Kyoto Sister School exchange event that only blocks Satoru Gojo, there are even barriers that can interfere with time and space. For example, the barrier inside the cursed spirit that Mei Mei and Yutaheim encountered, which trapped them for an hour while 2 days passed in the outside world. Therefore, if Master Tengen refused, almost no one could find her within Kurakoshigu's countless barriers. Unless the barrier technique was on a similar level to hers, like Kenjaku's. Pushing open the door, Eiji was met with a view of a twisted jungle. In this area, the trees did not grow straight. Instead, they were like snakes coiled around each other. Or like twisted braids whose heads weren't connected and extended in other directions. Even more absurdly, there wasn't a single leaf in this forest. Countless twisted trees, resembling dead branches yet still alive, were like the claws of a demon reaching for the sky. Why does a righteous character revered by the Jujutsu world live in a place that looks like a demon realm? Eiji was speechless. Don't righteous people live in normal places? Wouldn't someone like Master Tengen live in a palace, a temple, a courtyard, or a secluded cabin? Why is she starting to compete for space with a demon king? Honestly, it's so hard to distinguish between good and evil characters in this world. His grumbling finished, Eiji walked straight towards the elevator. Clang, clang. The old elevator made loud clanging noises. Eiji suspected the elevator might break down at any moment because of the sound. Does anyone ever maintain this place? Remembering that Riko Amani's bloodstains had remained here for 11 years without being cleaned, Eiji was again speechless. Just how socially anxious is Master Tingen? Can't she find someone to clean regularly and maintain the facilities? He reached the base of the large tree, pushed open the door, and after a long passage, Eiji entered a pure white space. In the center of the pure white space stood a thumb with 4 eyes. Yes, it was a thumb. Master Tingen's attire was extremely simple. When Eiji first saw it, he thought Master Tingen had just cut 5 holes in a sack and climbed into it. Normal clothes have sleeves and pant legs, allowing one to see limbs. Master Tingen's clothes did not. Just like cutting holes in a sack, her hands and feet extended directly from the holes, making her body outline completely indistinguishable. Furthermore, Master Tingen had her arms crossed at the moment. The entire figure looked like a cylinder that was thick at the bottom and round at the top. The netizens calling her a thumb was no exaggeration. What is it? Offspring of the Zenin family. Master Tingen looked at Eiji, who was staring at her since entering, with some confusion. Nothing, I just heard that Master Tingen was originally a beautiful woman in a kimono, and your current appearance is a bit. Eiji tactfully commented on Master Tingen's appearance. Hey, although I can live forever, I cannot stay young. When you live to be 500 years old, you'll look like this too. Master Tingen responded to Eiji with a smile. For a moment, Eiji felt like Master Tingen was just a kind-faced old person. That's truly terrifying. But I'm a man, so it probably doesn't matter. Having that mindset is good, it's beneficial for longevity. I'll take your good wishes. You're welcome. Those brats said you were here to report important matters. What are they? Eiji didn't waste any time upon hearing this, directly pulling out the investigation report prepared by the Jujutsu Management Council from the shadows. Master Tingen began to seriously flip through the investigation report. Eiji quietly observed the barrier on Master Tingen's body. That's right, Master Tingen's current appearance wasn't her true form, but a body created using barrier techniques. The purpose of this body was to gather the consciousness that should have been dispersed throughout heaven and earth, ensuring that her own consciousness wouldn't dissipate. Master Tingen's true body was likely still in a state of evolution within the large tree at the center of Kurokoshigu. The ability to control powerful cursed spirits, numerous cursed objects, gravity cursed techniques, the stitched seams on the head, and open domain expansion. Master Tingen's gaze lingered on the stitched seams for a long time before finally reaching a conclusion. There is only one person capable of doing all this, a sorcerer who has survived since 1,000 years ago, Kenjaku. That Buddhist ritual implement symbolizing compassion and salvation. Eiji followed Master Tingen's words. That's right. Why did she attack the star plasma vessel? Do you have a grudge against him? That goes back to Kenjaku's objective. That child. Master Tingen's generation seems to be older than Kenjaku. Eiji's shadow condensed into a table and chairs before them, and then some tea and snacks were produced. The two sat down in the chairs. Kenjaku's objective is to forcibly evolve all the humans in this island nation together, and the method of evolution is to assimilate all the humans in the island nation with me. Assimilation similar to the star plasma vessel. Indeed, but there's a difference from the star plasma vessel. Ordinary people don't have good compatibility with me. Once assimilated, my will would be interfered with. If I were to assimilate with everyone in the island nation, that immense malice, upon losing its restraint, would instantly engulf this world. I see. Eiji understood. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, whether it's incarnation or any other act, the soul of the original body owner does not completely dissipate. This is why Suguru Geto could resist Kenjaku when called by Satoru Gojo, and why Sukuna wanted Megumi Fushigiro's soul to collapse by having him kill Tsumaki Fushiguro using his power. Even Sukuna, after possessing Megumi Fushigiro's body, couldn't eliminate Megumi Fushigiro's soul. Not to mention Master Tingen. Furthermore, this world is one where curses are the main theme, and what Kenjaku wants to create is the ultimate cursed spirit formed from the cursed energy of 100 million people. I wonder who is stronger between this 100 million people assimilation cursed spirit and the all-corrupting evil in the Holy Grail. The all-corrupting evil in the Type Moon Holy Grail, although said to be the malice of all humanity, is more like the concept materialized by the Holy Grail. It was the result of Angra Mainyu wishing upon the Holy Grail to bear the all-corrupting evil for the world, and the Holy Grail materializing it. Its upper limit depends on the Holy Grail that materializes the all-corrupting evil. Considering the power difference between the two worlds, the all-corrupting evil should be stronger. I haven't seen the 100 million people assimilation curse spirit before. I don't know if Gij Akutami has updated it to the 100 million people assimilation curse spirit yet. It wouldn't be over after fighting Sukuna, would it? Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 116, Master Tingen's Thoughts. Since you know an enemy like that exists, why haven't you defeated it over 1,000 years? This was a question Eiji had always been curious about. Master Tingen understood Kenjaku, and even knew Kenjaku's objective. However, Master Tingen didn't fully understand Kenjaku, and was unaware of most of its abilities. For example, Kenjaku could still use the curse technique of its previous body after switching to a new one. For example, the abilities of Kaori Itadori, Kenjaku's previous vessel. And most importantly, Kenjaku's domain expansion was an open domain expansion. Despite being called an omniscient and omnipotent sorcerer, and holding such a high position, it turned out to be neither omniscient nor omnipotent. It had even been a hindrance more than once. Such a Master Tingen made one doubt whether it was evil or stupid. To use a saying from the great nation next door, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. This reason. Then why did you refuse to assimilate with the star plasma vessel? There's more than one star plasma vessel, like Yuki Tsukumo who's been overseas. Yuki Tsukumo is displeased with me, she wouldn't assimilate with me. Master Tingen shook its head. What about others? Like Riko Amanai, children raised as star plasma vessels from a young age, prepared to offer everything to you, there must be others, right? In fact, to maintain the stability of the Jujutsu world, Jujutsu headquarters sent other star plasma vessels to Kurakoshigu the very next day. Moreover, this time Jujutsu High's combat power was complete, and Jujutsu headquarters had even forcefully mobilized a large number of Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers. The preparations were on the scale of going to war with curse users. But this time, the escort mission for the star plasma vessel was surprisingly smooth. There were no attacks or unusual incidents. If Kenjaku's goal was to prevent the star plasma vessel from assimilating with Master Tingen, why didn't it intervene this time? Even if it was inconvenient to act this time because it had been exposed. Why didn't it act in the original timeline? Eiji could only think of one answer. Kenjaku knew that once the causality of fate was broken, Master Tingen would give up assimilation. In other words, Kenjaku understood Master Tingen very well. There's no need anymore. What do you mean? Evolution will eventually come, just like the changing seasons are inevitable. What difference does it make if it's a day earlier or a day later? Master Tingen's tone was calm, like an old monk who had seen through the world. Over 1,000 years, Master Tingen had assimilated with 2 star plasma vessels. Riko Amanai was supposed to be the third. But when Master Tingen felt fate being broken, it submitted to fate. Eiji suddenly recalled the scene of Yuki Tsukumo's conversation with Master Tingen. From Yuki Tsukumo's reaction, the souls of the star plasma vessels assimilated by Master Tingen did not disappear. Instead, they endured long periods of loneliness and pain within Master Tingen. This was also one of the reasons for Yuki Tsukumo's negative attitude towards Master Tingen. Because Yuki Tsukumo could hear the voices of those star plasma vessels and knew what they endured. Using children called star plasma vessels without permission, making them bear sins that were not their own, and then lightly saying it was a necessary sacrifice. Suddenly, Eiji had a new thought. Was it for this reason that Master Tingen refused further assimilation after Toji Fushiguro broke fate? You really picked a good time. Eiji sighed helplessly. Master Tingen looked at Eiji calmly, waiting for Eiji to voice his thoughts. Are you a cursed spirit now? Yes and no. I am evolving into a higher life form that transcends humans and cursed spirits, but before the evolution is complete, my existence is indeed closer to that of a cursed spirit. Are you a target of the cursed spirit manipulation? Yes. Master Tingen answered instantly, as if unconcerned about it. Kenjaku can acquire other people's curse techniques by possessing their bodies. Now, in this era, sorcerers like those with cursed spirit manipulation have appeared. You should know what that means, right? Eiji propped his chin on his hands and looked at Master Tingen. From this perspective, did Master Tingen have some sort of unspoken understanding with Kenjaku? Are you saying Kenjaku will take over Suguru-Geto's body and then come after me? If Kenjaku's goal is the same as what you've said, then Kenjaku will definitely do that, won't they? Indeed. I'll keep that in mind. Master Tingen fell silent for a moment, quietly raising the attention level for Suguru-Geto. Eiji stared silently at Master Tingen. In his conversation with Master Tingen, Eiji noticed that Master Tingen's words often carried a sense of age. Many people become more youthful in spirit as they age, playful old folks, stubborn grandmas, many elderly people are like that. But Master Tingen was not. To Eiji, Master Tingen felt more like a piece of decaying wood. Can you tell me your story? For example, why did you establish this barrier that covers the island nation? Oh. Don't you young people dislike rambling old people? I do dislike it, but for my future goals, I need to understand your experiences and attitude. Let's just say I'm fascinated by the legends of the Jujutsu world. That's a long story. A look of emotion appeared on Master Tingen's thumb-like face. Eiji was quite impressed that Master Tingen could express such a range of emotions with a barrier. This barrier had truly come alive under Master Tingen's control. My curse technique is one that many people dream of, but it's actually not that powerful. Eiji knew this too. Although Master Tingen's immortality technique sounded impressive, it didn't hold a high status in the Jujutsu world, where strength was paramount, especially in the early stages. When people mentioned Master Tingen, they often first brought up its mastery of barriers, like the one covering the entire island nation, rather than its immortality technique. However, I have a considerable talent for barrier techniques. Older people seem to enjoy reminiscing about the past. Master Tingen's story became increasingly rich and vivid. The reason I initially established the barrier was simple: people needed my help. Over the long years, my barrier unknowingly spread throughout the entire country. Later, to better utilize the barrier's functions, I connected these barriers together. It's just that people didn't seem to want that. Master Tingen's voice grew noticeably lower. Eiji understood the thoughts of those people. Why should a barrier that originally belonged to our own home be used as a node to connect other barriers and serve unrelated people? Furthermore, once these barriers were connected, who would protect my interests and privacy? What if someone invaded our family through the connected barriers? Most people are selfish. Master Tingen's desire to sacrifice for others naturally met with opposition. It was like an emperor seeing societal problems and wanting to enact reforms, only to find no support and even deliberate obstruction. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 117, You two are a perfect match, one lacking a brain and the other a body. Eiji learned a lot from Master Tingen and came to understand him better. You have decayed through the erosion of time. This was Eiji's assessment of Master Tingen. The long passage of time would bury everything. The countless beautiful fantasies of childhood, the toys he craved, and the dreams he yearned for. How many of these memories could he recall after growing up? Eiji thought of his past life. The Wulong Yuan and Ashuai comics, which he had painstakingly saved up for and sought out as a child, he couldn't even remember the content of after growing up. He wanted to travel the world, to see the beautiful planet with his own eyes, to measure the vastness of his homeland. But in the end, he was confined to a few kilometers of land, having to consider many things just to leave his small town even once. Without a lifelong goal, Eiji had lost so much in his short decades of life. How much had Master Tingen lost over millennia? Erosion, perhaps. Master Tingen did not refute Eiji's words. You will lose to Kenjaku, Eiji stated with absolute certainty. This wasn't based on knowing the plot, but on a judgment made after understanding Master Tingen. Why? Master Tingen actually didn't care about winning or losing. In its view, if it lost, it would be fate, and it would simply accept it. Because Kenjaku has been preparing to defeat you and achieve his goals all along, while you have made no equivalent preparations. For example, under the same conditions, one worker dedicates all their spare time to their goals and dreams. Another person only picks it up occasionally, wipes the dust off their dreams, and symbolically places it there. Isn't it obvious who has a better chance of success? Kenjaku has been steadily approaching his goal over millennia, learning from mistakes and making thorough preparations. Master Tingen, on the other hand, moved passively, pushed by external forces. It couldn't even see through people's hearts and eventually hid in Kurokoshigu, passing the time by observing the barrier. The current Master Tingen is numb, having lost passion for everything, merely surviving by instinct. In contrast, it's only natural that Kenjaku, the villain who fought for his goal for 1,000 years, would ultimately win. Dreams and goals are like fixed anchors for humanity. As long as one holds onto them, even the erosion of time cannot make them lose their way. Conversely, one becomes like Master Tingen, losing motivation and direction, drifting with the current, leaving everything to fate. Perhaps. Master Tingen was indifferent to Eiji's words. It seemed that no matter the final outcome, it would consider it an arrangement of fate and accept it. Eiji shook his head. He understood Master Tingen now and had no intention of changing it. I can't count on Master Tingen. But that's fine. Master Tingen, who has let everything go and is only passively maintaining the barrier, is also beneficial to me. Many experiments I previously didn't dare to attempt can now be carried out. For example, slowly bringing the entire country's barrier under my control. At that time, Master Tingen would probably see it as fate's arrangement as well. Perhaps it had been too long since Master Tingen had spoken to anyone, and it began to ramble like an ordinary old person. It was late at night when Eiji finally left Kurokoshigu. However, Eiji was not dissatisfied. Because he had received the answer he wanted, and it was a very good answer. Master Tingen was old now, and unless its life was threatened, it was harmless to anyone. Eiji now understood why Master Tingen was so unreliable. The Jujutsu world had developed for so long. There were countless novelties within it. Master Tingen could have learned many things, whether by directly asking Jujutsu headquarters or by observing through the barrier. But Master Tingen didn't. It even only observed what was happening within the barrier to pass the time. Much like Sukuna, the master of passing time. For millennia, its soul was trapped in unmovable fingers, only able to stare blankly outside. Occasionally, it would watch the cursed spirits and humans to find some amusement. Sometimes, unable to move, it would become the amusement itself. But for the bored Sukuna, becoming the amusement was also a way to pass the time. And if he had the chance, he would definitely return the favor tenfold. But Master Tingen did nothing. It's no wonder Kenjaku called Master Tingen an old fossil, still using old things in this day and age. Perhaps his brain had rusted from not being used for so long. Speaking of which, Master Tingen and Kenjaku are quite a match. Master Tingen was originally female, but could also change gender by assimilating a star plasma vessel. Not to mention Kenjaku, changing gender is just basic stuff. Kenjaku has even experienced giving birth. And their strengths and weaknesses are very complementary. Kenjaku lives forever through his brain, but his body needs frequent replacements. Master Tingen lives forever through his physical body, but his brain has rusted over the long years. If Kenjaku's intelligent brain were put into Master Tingen's immortal body, it would probably be a perfect fit. After a good night's sleep, Eiji had Shuji Zenin deliver his findings on Master Tingen to Jujutsu headquarters the next day. Eiji's report mentioned that Master Tingen preserved and fixed his consciousness, which should have been dispersed between heaven and earth, using a barrier, thereby maintaining his human consciousness. Finally, Eiji concluded, Master Tingen would not affect the structure of the Jujutsu world for the next few decades. The higher-ups at Jujutsu headquarters were very satisfied with this report. Then they continued to drink tea and enjoy themselves. Eiji even complained to Naobito Zenin about how these old geezers weren't afraid of Master Tingen losing control in a few decades. Naobito Zenin chuckled and said that was something for the young people to worry about. They had worked hard their whole lives, so what was wrong with enjoying themselves? Let the music play, let the drinks flow. Eiji was speechless. After this mission, life in the second year of high school began to become mundane and uninteresting. The only thing to look forward to was the Kyoto Sister School exchange event. However, perhaps because they had been too ruthless last year, the Kyoto students scattered as soon as this year's exchange event began. Their only goal was to exorcise cursed spirits and earn points before being caught by the great demon Gojo. What followed was a happy game of hide-and-seek. After the hide-and-seek, Satoru Gojo still regretted not catching that Jujutsu Sorcerer from the Kamo family last year. He had thought of many new tricks he wanted to try with that snake. And so, time flew by, and they entered their third year of high school. Itsuchi Taka, who would later be found useful and fun by Satoru Gojo and deeply trusted by him, enrolled. On the first day of the third year, Eiji pulled out a notebook he had been hiding all along. It contained many future developments. To ensure he wouldn't forget important things over time, Eiji recorded them all and stored them in his shadow. Every year, he would take it out to see if there were any major events happening this year. Third year at Jujutsu High, Glasses Kuin enrolls, Yuki Tsukumo arrives at Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo becomes the strongest, Yuhayama dies, and Suguru Geto defects. There are quite a few things to pay attention to this year. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 118, Hell Special Training. On the Jujutsu High training grounds in May, 3 young, energetic boys were sprinting at speeds that broke human limits. Even more miraculously, there were quite a few obstacles on the track surface they were running on. Yet, despite this, Yuhayama, Kento Nanami, and Kiyotaka Eiji were all running at speeds unimaginable to ordinary people. Was it because the 3 of them were exceptionally talented? No. The reason was that a fierce, striped tiger was chasing them, its mouth wide open, biting at their heels. Keep it up 2 more laps today. At the edge of the training grounds, Toji Fushiguro, Eiji, and Shoko Yeri were sitting on the steps at the entrance. Why, Pant, do we have to do this, Huff, Senpai? Kiyotaka Eiji, the weakest of the 3 in terms of stamina, was already gasping for breath, unable to speak clearly. But he still persisted in running. Because the tiger grave behind him was genuinely biting. Kiyotaka Eiji could feel the tiger grave's breath on him during the most recent chase. Speed and agility are important for combat, don't worry, even if your butt gets bitten off, Shoko will heal you, guaranteed to be as good as new. Eiji shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. Ew, that's disgusting, I'm not healing boys' butts. Shoko Yeri waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. However, her voice wasn't loud, and the 3 running on the track didn't hear her. Miss Shoko placing her hands on my. A scene suddenly appeared in Kiyotaka Eiji's mind. Shoko Yeri, dressed in a nurse's uniform, stood by the bedside, gently using the reverse curse technique to heal the wounds on his butt from being bitten. Does it still hurt, Eiji-kun? Not at all. Lost in thought, Kiyotaka Eiji let out an inexplicable laugh, and then the fantasy shattered. Wah. Thump. As mentioned before, the training ground was equipped with various obstacles. Kiyotaka Eiji, lost in his fantasy, lost concentration and tripped over an obstacle. Ah, Eiji-kun. Yuhayama immediately tried to turn back to help. Don't look back. Kento Nanami grabbed Yuhayama's hand. Eiji-kun will be fine. Kento Nanami's words were inexplicably convincing. At that moment, Yuhayama felt he wasn't facing a classmate but a calm and reliable adult. Our situation is more dangerous than his. If we stop, we'll definitely be finished by Senpai. Kento Nanami didn't know why Senior Eiji had suddenly decided to give them this special training. But he had a gut feeling that this training was aimed at the two of them, and Kiyotaka Eiji was just collateral damage. One person out. Eiji pulled out a sign from somewhere. It had "out" written on it in large letters. The shadow beneath Kiyotaka Eiji began to flow, engulfing the panting, immobile Kiyotaka Eiji and bringing him to Shoko Yeri's side. If you're going to attack, why not just use Nu? Shoko Yeri complained verbally, but her hands didn't stop. Her fair hands were placed on Kiyotaka Eiji's sweat-soaked clothes, and the reverse curse technique began to heal his body. Ah, it's Miss Shoko, this is bliss. Instantly, Kiyotaka Eiji felt that all his previous hardship was worth it. Eiji nodded, looking at Kiyotaka Eiji's face, which showed a blissful expression. His goal was to give his juniors hellish training to strengthen them, not to bully them. Therefore, the necessary care and rewards had to be given. And for Kiyotaka Eiji, who had a crush on Shoko Yeri, receiving Shoko Yeri's care after the devilish training was the best reward. Huff, huff, I'm done. Yuhayama and Kento Nanami collapsed onto the ground like starfish after finishing the last 2 laps. Eiji immediately summoned Nu to heal the two. Toji, I'll leave Nu here with you. Make sure you train their physical abilities well. Kento Nanami. Yuhayama. Kiyotaka Eiji. At this moment, the 3 of them really wanted to scream, murder. Help. The 3 wanted to slack off, but Toji Fushiguro had plenty of ways to make them get serious. Why are you suddenly giving them special training? Shoko Yeri sat on the steps, wiping her sweat-soaked hands with a tissue. Kiyotaka Eiji is just an afterthought. The important ones are Kento Nanami and Yuhayama. I want to get them to a level where they can deal with grade 1 curse spirits as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Shoko Yeri's movement stopped. That's impossible. Getting them to the level of exorcising grade 1 curse spirits in such a short time. Shoko Yeri looked at Eiji somewhat strangely. Indeed, but I don't intend for them to be able to exorcise grade 1 curse spirits on their own like grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerers. I just want them to have the strength to protect themselves when facing a grade 1 curse spirit. Eiji smiled and explained. For that, I've prepared some trump cards for them. What, curse tools? Shoko Yeri was a little curious. Yes, I had the lab order some equipment for them. As long as they hit, even a grade 1 cursed spirit won't feel good. Is that so? Shoko Yeri understood something. Eiji had asked Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto to keep his future sight a secret from the Jujutsu world. However, Shoko Yeri was not included in the scope of secrecy. Therefore, Shoko Yeri also realized something. Will the 2 of them encounter a grade 1 cursed spirit this year? Shoko Yeri, who had initially thought Eiji might be going too far, no longer objected at this moment. Compared to their lives, what was a little pain from training? Eiji saw the change in Shoko Yeri's expression. He knew in his heart that Shoko Yeri had understood what he wanted to convey. Because he didn't know the exact timing, Eiji couldn't stay by their side as a bodyguard all the time. Therefore, Eiji decided to directly give the 2 the ability to fight against grade 1 cursed spirits. For this, Eiji made preparations in 3 aspects. First, weapons to harm cursed spirits. Eiji had the lab manufacture a box of weapons that could harm grade 1 cursed spirits at any cost. As Jujutsu Sorcerers, the 2 could react effectively to the attacks of grade 1 cursed spirits, but the gap in strength was too large, so their reactions would be useless. However, it would be different with weapons that could harm cursed spirits. This would give them a chance to escape or even win. Second, to enhance their combat power. Fighting for survival would lead to rapid progress. Toji Fushiguro's killing intent and his fists that made them not want to be hit a second time would make their bodies remember the feeling of fighting for survival and take the most correct actions. Finally, escape. Yes, escape. If things go south, it's okay to escape. After all, life is important. Eiji referenced a dubious anecdote from his past life. It was said that in a world cycling competition in Canada, a young man won first place with an excellent performance. But because the young man's previous results were very poor, the organizers suspected him of cheating. The organizers conducted various checks on the young man, trying to find evidence of illegal drug use. Finally, the young men, unable to bear it any longer, told the organizers to check the race surveillance themselves. It turned out that a bear had been targeting the young man along the way and had chased him for half the race. This not only pushed the young man to break his limits to survive, but also made the second-place finisher afraid to ride fast for fear of the bear turning back. To survive, the young man not only took first place but also broke multiple world records. Although the veracity of the incident is unknown, Eiji drew inspiration from it. Thus, Eiji had Tiger Grave chase the three of them from behind for an escape training. If they could escape from Tiger Grave's pursuit, escaping from the pursuit of a Grade 1 cursed spirit would be a piece of cake. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 119, Satoru Gojo, come on, come on. After the physical training concluded, they moved on to the final training session of the day. Not long after Yuhayama and the other two were healed by Nu, they were taken to a desolate area for shooting practice. Since Eiji's goal was to enable the three of them to handle Grade 1 cursed spirits, the training targets were naturally not stationary. Instead, they used a moving target that was extremely safe and provided good training results. This moving target was quite willing to participate in this game. That's right, this moving target was Satoru Gojo. Can't hit me, gotta move, gotta move. Under Yuhayama's gritted teeth, Satoru Gojo was taunting the three of them with all sorts of bizarre and comical poses. The worst part was that despite being provoked so directly, they couldn't hit him at all. They hadn't even triggered Gojo's infinity. On the field, Satoru Gojo would sometimes run under the setting sun, and other times he would spin and jump like a ballet dancer, his eyes closed. Under the effect of blue, Satoru Gojo's movements looked as if he were ice skating. He's going easy on them, but then again, if he went all out with blue, it would be instant movement, and they wouldn't even be able to see him. However, Eiji soon realized that Gojo wasn't going easy, he was genuinely playing around. Nanami, you won't be able to hit me like this. Ijichi, why are your hands shaking? As expected of Hayama, full of spirit. Ganbat. Go for it. Kento Nanami, ####. Yuhayama, ooh, I'm fired up. Kiyotaka Ijichi, so scary. Soon, everyone on the field felt a sense of frustration from being unable to hit Satoru Gojo for so long. This won't do, I haven't had enough fun yet. Gojo was wondering what else he could do to stimulate them when Eiji, who was sitting in a tree spacing out, caught his attention. Hey Eiji. An interesting idea instantly popped into Gojo's mind. Eiji looked down at Gojo in confusion. Do you have any targets? The brighter, the better. Targets. Not understanding what Gojo was thinking, Eiji's body moved instinctively. He pulled out the wooden sign with "out" written on it from the shadows, which he had used before. He took out a box of watercolors and drew a few circles on the back of the wooden sign before tossing it to Gojo. Not bad. Gojo nodded with satisfaction. Then, he slapped the wooden sign onto his backside. Under the effect of infinity, the wooden sign hovered steadily on Gojo's behind. I've been thinking carefully about your performance just now. Gojo turned to face Kento Nanami and the others, imitating Masamichi Yaga's tone. Your attacks were all over the place. The bullets went in every direction, with no aim at all. That's because you're too fast. Kento Nanami said speechlessly. It's not just because I'm fast. For example, Kiyotaka Ijichi, your bullets went into the sky several times. And Nanami, your bullets flew towards Eiji a few times. Gojo wagged a finger back and forth. You were the one who moved towards Eiji. Also, my name is Nanami, not Nanami. Kento Nanami helplessly retorted Gojo's words. Therefore, the future strongest, spicy teacher has come up with an idea. Gojo seemed to completely ignore Nanami's complaint and turned around, bending over. Look, I've prepared a target for you to aim at. As he spoke, Gojo began to wiggle left and right, his flamboyant demeanor making Kento Nanami's hands itch. Don't just stand there watching, I've already picked your targets, come on. As Satoru Gojo said this, he leaned closer to the group, his rear end wiggling in an exaggerated manner. You're more of a wiggle worm than Shinchan Nohara. Eiji pulled out his phone and took another picture of Satoru Gojo, a treasured photo. On the field, Satoru Gojo was still acting crazy. Come on, don't worry about me. Could three hot-blooded teenagers resist such temptation? No. What followed was a scene of utter chaos. At this moment, Kento Nanami and Yuhayama had only one thought, to beat Satoru Gojo's butt to a pulp. Even the usually honest and timid Kiyotaka Ijichi, who was typically weak, cast aside his fear of Satoru Gojo and joined the fray. The three began to strengthen their bodies with cursed energy, cooperating to corner Satoru Gojo. Looking at the target that was flying around them, and then at the three youths roaring and chasing after him, Eiji found an angle, took a photo, and sent it to Suguru Geto. Eiji, Satoru Gojo is asking for it, wanna come? Suguru Geto, on a mission. What a shame, if it were Geto, there'd be a real chance. As the sun set, the three boys who had struggled together returned to the Jujutsu High dormitory area in disgrace. From this moment on, they became new members of the How to Beat Up Satoru Gojo research group. Hey, interesting. Satoru Gojo, hands behind his head, walked over to Eiji. How did it feel? Eiji, sitting in a tree, looked up at Satoru Gojo. It was incredibly fun. Satoru Gojo flashed a satisfied smile. I meant their skill level. Eiji was speechless. Ah, that. They've improved by leaps and bounds. Satoru Gojo rubbed his chin with his thumb and forefinger. Although they were all over the place at first, their accuracy improved quite a bit later on. They learned very quickly. Especially during that last stretch, the skill level of the three of them rose dramatically. I almost got hit. Seeing Satoru Gojo's serious expression, Eiji felt a bit strange. Did I misjudge Satoru? Was he deliberately provoking Nanami and the others for training purposes? Hey, Eiji. Just as Eiji was doubting himself, Satoru Gojo squatted down and poked Eiji's shoulder. What is it? When are we playing again? Playing. As I thought, I was overthinking it. Instead of that, you should worry more about Geto. Eiji decided to change the subject. Geto. Satoru Gojo looked confused. What's there to worry about with Geto? In Satoru Gojo's mind, Suguru Geto's strength was on par with his own, and he always had his own opinions. He was someone he could trust with his back. For a long time, Satoru Gojo had even used Suguru Geto's words as a benchmark for judgment. So, Satoru Gojo didn't understand what there was to worry about with Suguru Geto. In a while, a bad older sister is going to come and trick your Geto away. Eiji tilted his head to look at Satoru Gojo, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Huh? Where's this bad woman from? Tell me who it is. Seeing Satoru Gojo's exaggerated expression, Eiji couldn't hold back his smile any longer. Yuki Tsukumo. Yuki Tsukumo? Satoru Gojo found the name somewhat familiar. The special grade Jujutsu sorcerer who does nothing but travel abroad all the time. That's right. Watch me beat that bad woman away. Gojo said, making a motion as if to roll up his sleeves. If you have time recently, stay at Jujutsu High more often. She came back specifically to see you, so it's best not to leave Geto alone to meet her. Leave it to me. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 120, Yuki Tsukumo arrives. Haven't been sleeping well lately. Eiji looked at Suguru Geto, who had dark circles under his eyes. Yeah, there have been too many cursed spirits appearing recently, so I haven't been able to rest properly. Suguru Geto sat on a bench by the vending machine, his usually tied-up bun slightly loose, adding a touch of feminine softness to his face. It felt like a fox briefly transforming into a rabbit. You should take care of yourself. If you don't want to take a mission, just refuse it like Satoru does. Eiji skillfully handed Suguru Geto a bottle of honey tea. Thanks. Suguru Geto took the honey tea and took a sip. Satoru's been working hard too, exorcising cursed spirits everywhere right now. That's true. The missions Satoru Gojo refused were usually the annoying ones assigned by the old geezers at Jujutsu headquarters. Satoru Gojo never refused normal cursed spirit extermination missions. Despite his outwardly arrogant and unreliable demeanor, Satoru Gojo was surprisingly sensible. This was probably why Satoru Gojo wanted to change the Jujutsu world without simply slaughtering the higher-ups. In reality, it wouldn't be difficult for either Eiji or Satoru Gojo to overthrow the current Jujutsu world hierarchy. But what would happen after the old geezers were gone? Who would manage the Jujutsu world? Eiji, who had worked in various organizations before, knew that managing people was the hardest thing in this world. It was like that workplace theory of one-third. One-third of the people in an organization are working, one-third are slacking off, and one-third are hindering others from doing their work. It was difficult to cater to everyone's thoughts and make them all willing to work. And the bigger the team, the harder it became. By the time you realized it, small factions would have formed within the team. Each faction would have its own little agenda. Neither Eiji nor Satoru Gojo were Sukuna or Kenjaku, they had no interest in a river of blood. So, he wanted to wait until he had accumulated enough strength before overthrowing the current Jujutsu world. Speaking of management, though. Eiji narrowed his eyes. There were many heroic spirits among them who were skilled at ruling. Kings, emperors, pharaohs. If possible, he could focus on that direction in the future. But that was all too far off. Before the full arrival of the internet age, the speed at which phantasmal power could be gathered was simply too slow. Speaking of which, there seems to be a good opportunity to make money next year, 2008. I'll find a way to earn some money then and start investing in the internet. Making money isn't the main thing, as long as the internet takes off, my own strength will surge. While Eiji was half asleep and Suguru Geto was lost in thought, Yu Hayama, humming a tune, arrived at the vending machine. Ah, it's Senior Suguru and Senior Eiji. You. Suguru Geto opened his sleepy eyes. Didn't I tell you not to use Senior? Everyone around Eiji called him by his name, so Eiji had also told Yu Hayama to call him by his name. However, this enthusiastic young man was very polite and always added Senior. You've both worked hard. Yu Hayama looked at the exhausted Suguru Geto and Eiji, who was resting against a chair, with admiration. Recently, it was a period of concentrated outbreak of cursed spirits, and the students of Jujutsu High had also stepped onto the battlefield of cursed spirit extermination. The achievements of the third-year students had garnered the attention of countless people. It could be said that almost all grade 1 and above cursed spirits were being handled by the few third-year students of Jujutsu High. Among them, Suguru Geto was the busiest, as capturing cursed spirits could increase his strength, and he couldn't miss this annual opportunity. Yu Hayama, who already admired them a little, was even more moved seeing his seniors working so hard to exorcise cursed spirits. Of course, the most important thing was that Yu Hayama only valued others' strengths, and the students of Satoru Gojo's year were all monsters with incredibly obvious strengths. Here, honey tea. Eiji handed him a bottle of honey tea. Yu Hayama awkwardly sat down next to them. You've been working hard lately, can you still manage? Suguru Geto asked with concern. Recently, Kento Nanami and Yu Hayama had also been receiving many missions. Only Kiyotaka Ajichi remained at the school most of the time due to his poor abilities. It is a bit tough lately. But being able to give my all to do what I want to do, that feeling is truly wonderful. Yu Hayama displayed an expression typically seen on a protagonist. Confident and radiant, a smile that wouldn't falter no matter what difficulties he faced. Hearing this, Suguru Geto's narrowed eyes widened considerably. Is that so? Then keep up the good work. A genuine smile spread across Suguru Geto's face. This is the kind of person I want to protect. Hayama, how is your sister? Is she still insisting on becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer? Eiji asked out of curiosity. My sister? Yu Hayama, who had been a true sunshine boy just a second ago, now wore a pained expression. I will persuade my sister to give up on becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. Yu Hayama had a younger sister. That sister, like Yu Hayama, didn't have high talent. Perhaps wanting to share the burden with her brother, Yu Hayama's sister also always wanted to become a Jujutsu sorcerer. This was something Yu Hayama absolutely would not agree to. Initially, Yu Hayama himself didn't want to be a Jujutsu sorcerer. But he came from a commoner background, inferior to Suguru Geto in both origin and talent. On one hand, it was to see his sister, who could see curses, and on the other hand, to take care of his family. Yu Hayama eventually joined Jujutsu High. Is that so? Keep up the good work. Eiji also felt that it wasn't a good thing for a young girl from an ordinary family to join Jujutsu High. Eiji thought of Kasumi Miwa, the girl who desperately swung her sword to supplement her family's income, even though she was terrified in her heart. Tap, tap, tap. As the few of them chatted idly, the sound of footsteps reached the ears of the three. The sound is a bit like women's leather shoes. Is it Shoko? The three looked ahead. A tall, older woman with waist-length blonde hair appeared before them. The woman was estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall, about the same height as Suguru Geto. Judging by her appearance, she didn't look like an Asian, but rather more like a European or American. Her golden hair was a beautiful color, but it didn't seem to be well maintained, with many strands separated into wisps. The woman had a great figure. Her black tight-fitting clothes revealed her well-built physique, and the visible muscles on her arms, exposed outside her sleeveless top, were evident. Her posture resembled that of the warrior women, the Valkyries, from Western legends. Not the soft and voluptuous female warriors from Island Nation anime, but a Western female warrior closer to reality. Tap, tap, tap. Yuki Tsukumo. Are you two Suguru-kun and Dongfang-kun? Yuki Tsukumo walked up to the three and stylishly tossed her jacket behind her. What type of women do you like? Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 121, The Impossible Path. What kind of women do you like? I like girls who can eat a lot. Even though Yuki Tsukumo was a stranger, and even though she hadn't mentioned him when talking to Suguru Geto and Eiji earlier, Yu Hayama still earnestly and enthusiastically gave his answer. Girls who can eat a lot, they'd be chubby, huh? Do you like them a bit plump? Girls with a little meat on them are healthier. Yuhayama said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. You too, isn't the most important question right now figuring out who this woman is? Suguru Geto put his hand to his forehead, speechless. You mean her? Eiji, sitting between the two, turned to look at Suguru Geto. You must have heard of her, Yuki Tsukumo. She's that special grade slacker. Slacker. Special grade slacker. Yuki Tsukumo was instantly struck by lightning. Ah, so it's that one. Suguru Geto suddenly understood. Seeing Suguru Geto's expression, Yuki Tsukumo instantly revived and looked at him expectantly. She's a special grade sorcerer, but she never takes missions and just wanders around overseas all day, a total bum. Just like you, Suguru Geto, managing to be infuriating with such natural grace. Yuki Tsukumo's expression shifted from disbelief to anticipation, then to shattered dreams. Instantly disliked by two interested juniors, Yuki Tsukumo gave up. I really do hate Jujutsu High. She's sulking, isn't she? At this moment, Yuhayama also got up to say goodbye. Yuhayama's intuition told him that Yuki Tsukumo was here to see Suguru Geto and Eiji, so he didn't linger. What a cute junior. Watching Yuhayama leave, Yuki Tsukumo regained some of her spirit. I think he's a bit too enthusiastic. He should be more wary. At least don't answer so seriously just because a woman comes up and asks you a question. Suguru Geto crossed his arms, feeling a little helpless. Yuki Tsukumo also understood Suguru Geto's implication. Then, Mr. Suguru, are you unwilling to answer my question? I haven't considered it. So he refused. He's really wary of me. Yuki Tsukumo felt a bit helpless. Speaking of which, if you hate Jujutsu High, why did you come here? Eiji tossed the empty honey jar into a distant trash can. I came to find Satoru Gojo, and to see Toji Fushiguro again. I see, Eiji understood. At this time, Yuki Tsukumo was still traveling the world with the goal of eradicating curses. Toji Fushiguro, with his complete lack of cursed energy and inability to leak negative emotions, was precisely the target Yuki Tsukumo wanted to study. Yuki Tsukumo's curiosity about Satoru Gojo was probably just that, curiosity. She had left promptly in the original story without seeing him. You should call him Toji Fushiguro, otherwise he'll hit you. Eiji corrected Yuki Tsukumo's address. Yuki Tsukumo seemed a little puzzled. Having been overseas, she wasn't very familiar with the situation in the island nation. In fact, after Toji Fushiguro got married, he had been in seclusion. Therefore, even many in the current island nation's jujutsu world still referred to him as Toji Zenin. Just like old woman Ogami in Shibuya, who used spirit summoning and also referred to Toji's surname as Zenin during her summoning. Toji left the Zenin family a long time ago. He's Fushiguro now. If you call him Zenin, he'll dislike it. I see, I've already gotten useful information as soon as you arrived, Yuki Tsukumo said with a smile, thanking Eiji. What are you looking for Toji Fushiguro for? Suguru Geto pressed. Because I want to create a world without cursed spirits, Yuki Tsukumo's expression instantly turned serious and earnest. Huh. Suguru Geto's eyes widened in surprise. Let me teach you a lesson, what is the true nature of cursed spirits? Yuki Tsukumo seriously asked Suguru Geto. Things that gradually accumulate from the overflow of human negative emotions. Correct. Based on that premise, there are two ways to create a world without cursed spirits. Yuki Tsukumo held up two fingers. One is to eliminate human cursed energy, and the other is to have all humans master cursed energy and become Jujutsu Sorcerers. However, I think the first method is better, because there's a risk of Jujutsu Sorcerers transforming into cursed spirits if they aren't properly handled after death. Moreover, there's already a prime example for the first method. Yuki Tsukumo looked earnestly at Suguru Geto. Toji Fushiguro? Heavenly restriction. Suguru Geto was completely captivated by Yuki Tsukumo's words. Since Toji Fushiguro hadn't fought Suguru Geto during the Star Plasma Vessel incident, and Riko Eminai was currently living safely abroad, Suguru Geto's attitude towards Toji Fushiguro was still quite friendly. Furthermore, Suguru Geto felt a sliver of fondness for this person who always lay around daydreaming and sunbathing, but could immediately engage in physical combat training whenever needed. After all, there were very few people who could spar with him purely through physical combat these days. Especially after Satoru Gojo became increasingly busy. That's right, Toji Fushiguro, Yuki Tsukumo nodded, her gaze seeming to look through the wall into the distance. Heavenly restriction isn't uncommon in this world. I've seen many whose cursed energy is suppressed to normal human levels by heavenly restriction, but someone with completely zero cursed energy can only be found by searching the entire world. He's the only one. And Toji Fushiguro's uniqueness doesn't stop there. Despite having zero cursed energy, he can perceive cursed spirits with his five senses. By completely abandoning cursed energy, he elevates his physical body to a higher realm. A powerful body, extremely high resistance to curses, he is a true superhuman and the ideal specimen for me. Yuki Tsukumo painted a picture of the world she desired. Relying on something akin to heavenly restriction to completely channel cursed energy into strengthening the body. This way, ordinary people's cursed energy would no longer overflow and form cursed spirits that harm humanity, and it could even be used to benefit ordinary people. If it could succeed. Suguru Geto began to ponder the feasibility of Yuki Tsukumo's plan in his mind. It won't work. Eiji's words drew the attention of both Yuki Tsukumo and Suguru Geto towards him. What scale of heavenly restriction do you think would be needed to cover all of humanity? Indeed, it would require an incredibly vast scale. Yuki Tsukumo also admitted this point. The entire world, what a colossal concept that was. Moreover, heavenly restriction originates from the cursed energy system. However, existences like Toji Fushiguro have broken free from the judgment of the cursed energy system, none of their actions can be bound by it. Power originating from the cursed energy system yet unable to be bound by it, do you think such contradictory existences can appear in large numbers? And in a sense, your approach would overturn the existing cursed energy system. Even if you had the ability to do it, this jujutsu world wouldn't allow you to. To be an enemy of the world. There will always be a way. Yuki Tsukumo leaned back in her chair. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 122, Come Work for Me. Yuki Tsukumo's wish was beautiful, but she lacked the ability to fulfill it. In a sense, Yuki Tsukumo's desire to protect humanity from cursed spirits could be considered a form of salvation for humankind. Much like Kiritsugu Amiya and Shiro Amakusa Tokisada. Kiritsugu Amiya, due to his painful past, wished for world peace. Shiro Amakusa Tokisada, having witnessed the cruel realities of war, wanted to save humanity through the Holy Grail. If Yuki Tsukumo, like those from the Type Moon universe, treated the Holy Grail as an omnipotent wish-granting machine, she would definitely find a way to seize it and wish for a world without cursed spirits. But the outcome would ultimately be failure. This is because Yuki Tsukumo lacked the ability to protect the Holy Grail, and her methods would inevitably plunge the world into chaos. According to Yuki Tsukumo's two proposed methods. The first method was to have all of humanity develop in the direction of Toji Fushiguro through heavenly restriction. Theoretically feasible, but practically fraught with difficulties. One was to implement a cursed energy system capable of achieving heavenly restriction across the entire world. In this world, the phenomena of cursed spirits and Jujutsu Sorcerers were concentrated only in the island nation, enclosed by Master Tengen's barrier. Cursed energy, cursed spirits, and Jujutsu Sorcerer phenomena were rare in other countries. Therefore, to achieve heavenly restriction for all of humanity, Master Tengen's barrier would need to be expanded worldwide to ensure the cursed energy system could establish heavenly restriction with all of humanity. But was this even possible? Would other countries permit you to place them under such a dubious barrier? Armed conflict would be unavoidable, and Yuki Tsukumo lacked the military might to confront the entire world. On the other hand, throughout history, the strong have often defied the law. A heavenly restriction that caused a physical transformation in all of humanity would naturally lead to widespread chaos. Power breeds ambition. This approach would undoubtedly face severe crackdowns from the governments of various nations, whose primary focus was maintaining stability. The second method, allowing all of humanity to wield cursed energy, was equally problematic. On one hand, there was the issue of the strong defying the law, similar to the above. If all of humanity could wield cursed energy, the number of Jujutsu Sorcerers would increase dramatically. Furthermore, without the threat of cursed spirits, the blades of Jujutsu Sorcerers would be turned entirely upon humanity itself. This would inevitably cause a massive upheaval to the existing social structure. And if a powerful individual like Satoru Gojo were to emerge, conflict could easily erupt. After all, not everyone was as uninterested in power as Satoru Gojo. Most men couldn't resist money, power, or women. On the other hand, there was the issue of population dividend. If all of humanity could wield cursed energy, the number of Jujutsu Sorcerers would increase significantly. This could be referenced by Ma Xianhong from Hitori no Shida. In the world of Hitori no Shida, those who possessed supernatural abilities were called unconventional humans. The number of unconventional humans was as rare as that of Jujutsu Sorcerers. However, with Chu Tong's help, Ma Xianhong created a body cultivation furnace that could turn ordinary people into unconventional humans. Perhaps Ma Xianhong's intentions were good, but this body cultivation furnace severely impacted the interests of the unconventional human community at the time. They had amassed vast wealth and resources through their powers as unconventional humans. Once their power was wielded by a large number of ordinary people, and ordinary people gained the strength to oppose them, how could they continue to maintain their existing power and wealth? Therefore, Yuki Tsukumo's idea would not succeed. Because whether it was the first or the second method, Yuki Tsukumo would have to face pressure from the entire world. You don't have the power to confront the entire world, even Satoru Gojo wouldn't be able to. After all, it's just that there are fewer Jujutsu sorcerers abroad, not that there are none. Eiji's analysis calmed Suguru Geto, who had just been shocked by Yuki Tsukumo's idea. To be an enemy of the world. Just thinking about it made Suguru Geto feel a sense of heaviness in his heart. Despite Eiji's opposition, Yuki Tsukumo remained remarkably nonchalant. Would you give up on your goal just because it's difficult? Yuki Tsukumo looked at Eiji with a smile. No. Eiji couldn't bring himself to lie just to oppose Yuki Tsukumo and go against his own feelings. See. Yuki Tsukumo smiled brightly. I was very lost in the past. Yuki Tsukumo's thoughts drifted into the distance. As a star plasma vessel, I knew I would eventually face a hopeless future, so I always cherished everything around me. But what I didn't expect was that my companions would fall one by one before me, killed by cursed spirits. The sacrifice of my companions. Eiji wasn't surprised by Yuki Tsukumo's experience. After all, being a Jujutsu sorcerer was a profession with a high casualty rate. Jujutsu sorcerers could earn a lot of money quickly. But they had to be alive to spend it. Therefore, many Jujutsu sorcerers chose to become curse users. Afraid to fight cursed spirits, they turned their blades against the more vulnerable ordinary people. This perfectly exemplified Lu Sun's saying. The strong, when angered, draw their swords against the stronger, the weak, when angered, draw their swords against the weaker. One day, I suddenly had an idea, would the world be better if cursed spirits disappeared from it? So you started researching how to eliminate cursed energy. That's right. Actually, getting Toji Fushiguro to cooperate with your research would be very simple. Really? Tell me more. Yuki Tsukumo showed an excited expression. How much are your savings? You charge? Little brother, you shouldn't be short on money, right? Yuki Tsukumo felt a little guilty. Although she was a special grade, she hardly ever took on missions to exorcise cursed spirits. And because of her kind nature, she wouldn't follow the example of curse users and earn profits by persecuting others. So, Yuki Tsukumo was the type of person who had a little money, lived comfortably, but couldn't come up with a large sum. Don't look at me, I can't help you if you don't have money. Eh? Don't be like that, just think of it as helping your big sister. Eiji's eye twitched. Big sis, it's no use begging me. This money is for Toji Fushiguro, not for myself. Ah, he's short on money too. Yuki Tsukumo was a little surprised. Yeah, he hasn't taken missions for many years and likes to go out and have fun, so of course he's short on money. Then how much do I need to give him for him to cooperate with my research? Let me think, the last mission he took earned him 1 billion in a few days. If you offer him that price, he'll definitely agree. How much? Yuki Tsukumo's voice became a little distorted, and her face showed the same shocked expression as Covey. 1 billion. As a special grade, you can't possibly not have that much, right? I won't even mention that guy Gojo. Suguru spent 500 million on heavenly restriction. Suguru Geto nodded from the side. Ha ha ha, it's just that I haven't taken missions in a long time. How about you guys lend me some? No. I refuse. Eiji and Suguru Geto refused in unison. What an unlikable brat. Yuki Tsukumo was speechless. Do you want to join me and work for me? Eiji extended an invitation to Yuki Tsukumo. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 123, Eiji's Ambition. Would you like to work for me? Eiji's words reached Yuki Tsukumo's ears. What kind of work, and how much will you pay? Yuki Tsukumo assumed Eiji was just looking for some help and didn't refuse. Though she might seem lazy, Yuki Tsukumo was a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, after all. When she was abroad, she often helped others with minor troubles and earned some spending money. Ah, for this, I don't plan on paying you. Are you kidding me? A hashtag symbol faintly appeared on Yuki Tsukumo's forehead. This brat first negated my ideals, then called me big sis, and now he wants me to work for free. I'm so angry, should I teach him a lesson? Yuki Tsukumo prepared herself mentally. If Eiji's answer wasn't to her liking, she would teach him how to respect his seniors. Your goal is to create a world without cursed spirits. Your intention is not to see anyone else die because of cursed spirits, right? That's right. Yuki Tsukumo nodded. I have an idea, create a massive barrier, and within it, create a small world. Then, absorb all the cursed energy dispersed by ordinary people into the barrier. Lines extended from the shadow beneath Eiji's feet. One line formed a circle on the outside, labeled World. Another line formed a smaller circle within the world circle, labeled Small World. Then, assistant supervisors responsible for maintaining the barrier will observe the situation inside. Once the cursed energy becomes dense enough for a cursed spirit to be born, we'll send people to eliminate it. Isn't that the same as Jujutsu High now, a method that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause? Yuki Tsukumo was a little disappointed. But ordinary people won't die from cursed spirits anymore, and this method is more feasible than yours, isn't it? But Jujutsu Sorcerers will still die because of it. Yuki Tsukumo looked at Eiji seriously. Firstly, no industry is entirely without risk. Even ordinary people working in offices can die from car accidents during their commute or from certain natural disasters. Secondly, the location where cursed spirits are born is within a barrier that we control. We can accurately see everything about the cursed spirits, so there won't be frequent misjudgments of cursed spirit information like there are now. The casualties among Jujutsu Sorcerers will be significantly reduced. Finally, if possible, I don't intend to have Jujutsu Sorcerers themselves enter the barrier to fight. Oh. Then how do you plan for Jujutsu Sorcerers to fight cursed spirits? Yuki Tsukumo became interested. Do you know about heroic spirits? Eiji didn't rush to answer. I've heard of them. I even saw a heroic spirit outside just now, but it wasn't much help to my research, so. Yuki Tsukumo suddenly realized something. You want heroic spirits to exorcise cursed spirits? If that were the case, it might actually be feasible, but could Jujutsu Sorcerers summon that many heroic spirits? Or rather, was Eiji willing to hand over the method for summoning cursed spirits? Not entirely. On one hand, we can have heroic spirits take turns on duty, and on the other hand. Eiji's gaze fixed directly on Yuki Tsukumo. We can make Jujutsu Sorcerers into heroic spirits. Suguru Geto and Yuki Tsukumo's eyes widened simultaneously. I see. Making Jujutsu Sorcerers into heroic spirits. Suguru Geto thought of many things. For example, if he and Satoru Gojo became heroic spirits, would they also ascend to the Hall of Heroes together after death and protect humanity together? It's definitely feasible, but as you said, achieving this will also face resistance from the world, right? Yuki Tsukumo brought up the reason Eiji had opposed her. However, Eiji wasn't hit by his own boomerang this time. First, I believe I will possess the power to confront the world in the future, and I also have trustworthy companions. As he spoke, Eiji put his arm around Suguru Geto. Whether it was the current Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, or the future Yudo Katsu and others, these were all powerful forces Eiji could win over. Second, I don't intend to achieve it all at once. I will start by gaining control of this country and gradually change the world. Eiji slowly clenched his fist. It was as if he were trying to grasp the entire world. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. You're even crazier than I am, kid. Yuki Tsukumo laughed exaggeratedly. However, this laughter wasn't mocking or sarcastic. Those old geezers in the Jujutsu world won't give up their power. Aren't you planning to go against the entire world, just like me? Eiji knew Yuki Tsukumo was very interested in his proposal. Controlling this country is actually much simpler than you think. Tell me. The three great families hold most of the power in the Jujutsu world, and they can even interfere with the country's operations. But Eiji looked at the two of them seriously. The Jujutsu world respects strength. And I possess the legitimate 10 Shadows technique of the Zenin family, so it won't be difficult for me to take control of the Zenin family. I just need to eliminate some, win over some, and support some. Furthermore, Satoru Gojo is destined to become the head of the Gojo family. He also wishes to change the Jujutsu world. With two of the three great families secured, the last one, the Kamo family, won't be able to cause any significant trouble. Eiji held up 2 fingers. Next, we just need to win over some influential local families, and the Jujutsu world will fall under our control. Interesting. What about Master Tingen? This country is enveloped by Master Tingen's barrier. Such a large-scale operation will surely attract Master Tingen's attention. What if she objects? Yuki Tsukumo raised another question. You've met Master Tingen before. She's like Rottenwood now. There's no need to worry. And even if she objects, it doesn't matter to me. My heroic spirits include beings with top-tier barrier techniques. Besides, the current Master Tingen is no longer human. Before completing her evolution, Master Tingen's existence is closer to that of a cursed spirit. Eiji's lips curled into a malicious smile. As long as it's a cursed spirit, Mahoraga will never lose. In fact, if I wanted to. Eiji's gaze shifted to Suguru Geto. Master Tingen was close to a cursed spirit, and Suguru Geto possessed cursed spirit manipulation. Both of them understood Eiji's idea. For some reason, Yuki Tsukumo was quite looking forward to such an outcome. Is that so? Then I'll look forward to it. However, I won't abandon my original plan. Seeing Yuki Tsukumo agree, Eiji also showed a satisfied expression. Just as the three were about to delve deeper into their discussion, Eiji was hit by a boomerang he had thrown a few days prior. Boom. Enemy attack. The sudden sound made them instantly vigilant. Before the Star Plasma Vessel incident, none of them would have thought this. But after someone actually attacked Jujutsu High, they had become overly cautious. You bad woman, stay away from Geto. Before the dust had even settled, a familiar voice came from within. Satoru. Eiji and Suguru Geto looked at Satoru Gojo, who rushed out of the smoke, in surprise. Satoru Gojo pulled Suguru Geto closer and warily eyed Yuki Tsukumo. Bad woman. Me. Yuki Tsukumo looked bewildered. That's right. Tell me, what are you trying to do by getting close to Geto, you bad woman? Slap. Eiji slapped himself across the face. A few days ago, he had jokingly told Satoru Gojo that Suguru Geto might go down the wrong path because of Yuki Tsukumo. His original intention was for Satoru Gojo to keep an eye on Suguru Geto and prevent him from being led astray if Eiji was out on a mission. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Looking at Satoru Gojo, who was shielding Suguru Geto as if he were protecting his beloved, Eiji didn't know how to explain the situation for a moment. You better explain yourself. How am I a bad woman? Always running around outside doing nothing productive, what else could she be but a bad woman? And the moment she gets back, she goes straight for Geto. Be careful, or I'll send you flying. Huh? If you can do it, then try me. Yuki Tsukumo's temper flared. Under Suguru Geto's stunned gaze, the two completed their annual task of demolishing the Jujutsu High training grounds once a year, adding another sum to Jujutsu High's GDP. Damn it, is that infinity? What an annoying brat. Yuki Tsukumo limped out of Jujutsu High. Her cursed energy was too depleted, and even her reverse curse technique wasn't operating smoothly. Inside Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo wasn't feeling great either. It wasn't that Satoru Gojo had lost, but rather. You must fix the classroom before sunset today. Yes, Teacher Yaga. The three of them, heads hanging like quails, skillfully repaired the classroom's exterior wall under Masamichi Yaga's supervision. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2,500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 124, Abusanagami. Abusanagami is a term used in the island nation for a type of land deity. There are usually two types of Abusanagami, one is the ancestor of the local residents, and the other is a guardian deity worshipped and venerated by the villagers. However, with the advancement of science, people have learned more and more, and their understanding of deities and faith has naturally become less pure. The Abusanagami, once worshipped and respected by countless people, has now been abandoned by the villagers. Many even blame the Abusanagami for not protecting them, attributing the village's lack of development to it. A large amount of negative emotion surged towards the dilapidated shrine, giving birth to an evil god that devoured all outsiders. Good morning, Nanami. Upon seeing Kento Nanami arrive, Yuhayama, who was waiting by the car, immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning, have you been waiting long? No, I just got here too. Yuhayama flashed a very sunny smile. After the two got into the car, the assistant supervisor skillfully started the sedan and began to brief them on the mission. According to observations from the window, a grade 2 cursed spirit has appeared in a village. Yuhayama and Kento Nanami listened intently to the information provided by the assistant supervisor. Understood, leave it to us. Yuhayama patted his chest, clearly full of confidence for this mission. Hayama, don't be careless. A grade 2 cursed spirit is still dangerous for us. Although Kento Nanami was also confident, he still cautiously reminded Yuhayama not to let his guard down. Nanami, don't worry. After the hellish training with our seniors, I feel like I've gotten much stronger. I can handle a single grade 2 cursed spirit now without any problems, so you don't need to be nervous. Yuhayama had clearly misunderstood. I just wanted to remind you to proceed with caution. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Realizing his misunderstanding, Yuhayama awkwardly scratched his head. Hellish training. If there was one thing Kento Nanami remembered most vividly from the sudden hellish training, it was his backside. First, Eiji sent his summoned spirit, Tiger Grave, to bite at their backsides. Then came Toji Fushigiro's attacks, which were so painful he didn't want to experience them a second time. What was crucial was that whether intentionally or not, Toji Fushiguro would kick their backsides whenever their movements slowed down during combat. Finally, there was Satoru Gojo. The sight of him dangling around, full of taunts but impossible to hit, was incredibly infuriating. Even the steady Kento Nanami couldn't help but want to sneak attack Satoru Gojo and punish him severely. After several hours of long waiting, the three arrived at a rural shrine. Is the mission here? That's right. According to the Windows report, the mission target is in the shrine on the mountain. Leave the cursed spirit to us. We'll trouble you with the curtain. The assistant supervisor repeatedly agreed. Most Jujutsu sorcerers had rather eccentric personalities, polite and enthusiastic ones like Kento Nanami and Yuhayama were truly rare. Born of darkness, arrived from darkness, defilement and cursed remnants, be exorcised entirely. The curtain, used to obscure vision, was lowered, and the figures of Kento Nanami and Yuhayama disappeared from the assistant supervisor's sight. I hope they return safely. The assistant supervisor offered a silent blessing for the two. Speaking of which, we don't need these things to deal with a grade 2 cursed spirit, so why do we keep carrying them? Yuhayama looked at the equipment tied to his waist. These were items Eiji had given them after their hellish training. He had specifically stated that they could only be used when facing grade 1 cursed spirits or higher. There's no reason to refuse our senior's kind gesture, and they don't affect our combat. Kento Nanami was actually a little puzzled. He and Yuhayama were usually responsible for exorcising grade 3 and grade 2 cursed spirits. They would go out alone for grade 3 cursed spirits, and together for grade 2 cursed spirits. The missions issued by Jujutsu Headquarters to Jujutsu High for exorcising grade 1 or higher cursed spirits were all handled by Eiji and his team. He and Yuhayama couldn't even get close to grade 1 cursed spirits. Yet, Eiji insisted they take the mission. He also said that with the current peak of cursed spirit outbreaks, anything could happen with them. Lost in thought, the two of them walked along a mountain path, passed through a peeling torii gate, and arrived before a dilapidated shrine. A tall, terrifying figure was sitting quietly inside the shrine. Its appearance bore a strong resemblance to the shattered Abusanagami statue beside it. Target confirmed. Commencing exorcism. Kento Nanami drew the blunt sword wrapped in a cursed talisman from behind him and began to consider where to strike. Leave it to me. Yuhayama had already charged forward. Yuhayama felt he could quickly exorcise a grade 2 cursed spirit on his own and didn't need to trouble Kento Nanami. Yuhayama, wearing fingerless gloves, charged forward, his fists enveloped in cursed energy. The massive cursed spirit, the Abusanagami, now noticed them. The benevolent smile that belonged to the Abusanagami on its face turned sinister and terrifying at that moment. Bang. Yuhayama's fist slammed heavily into the Abusanagami cursed spirit's stomach. That hurt. The intense pain from his fist made Yuhayama instinctively pull his hand back. No, get away quickly. Kento Nanami realized something was wrong. Kento Nanami had noticed something was off the moment Yuhayama's fist hit the Abusanagami cursed spirit. The cursed energy aura on the cursed spirit is wrong. This isn't a grade 2 cursed spirit. Kento Nanami quickly ran towards the Abusanagami cursed spirit. The Abusanagami cursed spirit's massive fist, carrying terrifying power, struck Yuhayama's body as Yuhayama watched in shock. Puffed. Yuhayama was sent flying instantly. Hi Hayama. Kento Nanami immediately reversed his grip on the blunt sword in his hand, spread his arms, and caught Yuhayama's flying body. If Yuhayama had been allowed to fly out, he would have surely suffered secondary injuries from hitting the wall. With Kento Nanami's cushioning, Yuhayama finally landed steadily. Thank you, Nanami. Yuhayama looked at the cursed spirit with blood on his lips. Hayama, we need to retreat. Kento Nanami's voice trembled slightly. Huh. Yuhayama looked surprised. This is a grade 1 cursed spirit, it's not something we can handle. We need to leave here immediately and report the situation. With that, Kento Nanami grabbed Yuhayama and ran outside. Hee. An eerie laugh entered their ears. The Abusanagami cursed spirit rushed behind them at extreme speed. You run ahead, I'll be right there. Kento Nanami pulled Yuhayama's left hand and pushed forward with force. Yuhayama was propelled out of the room dedicated to the Abusanagami by Kento Nanami's strength. Then, Kento Nanami swung the blunt sword with his right hand to meet the Abusanagami cursed spirit's fist. Clang, bang. Kento Nanami's sword cut into the cursed spirit's fist but was also caught by it. The Abusanagami cursed spirit exerted sudden force, and Kento Nanami was sent flying instantly. Hayama is almost out of the shrine, but just to be safe, I should buy him a little more time. Glancing at Yuhayama stumbling away, Kento Nanami made up his mind. I can't believe I actually encountered one, a grade 1 or higher cursed spirit. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 125, Life and Death Together. I didn't expect to actually run into a grade 1 cursed spirit. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kento Nanami's temple as he reached for the equipment Eiji had given them with his left hand. My chances? I don't know. This was Kento Nanami's first encounter with a grade 1 cursed spirit, and he had no idea how it would turn out. But with this equipment, I should be able to protect myself. However, to Kento Nanami's shocked gaze, the cursed spirit Utsubushi's fist slammed violently into the ground. Rumble. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking Yuhayama's escape route. This is bad. The moment Kento Nanami worried about Yuhayama, the cursed spirit Utsubushi attacked Kento Nanami again. Its massive, rock-like fist smashed towards Kento Nanami's head. Kento Nanami only had time to raise his blunt sword horizontally. Bang. The cursed spirit Utsubushi's fist struck Kento Nanami's blunt sword heavily. Nanami. Upon seeing Kento Nanami sent flying, Yuhayama immediately ran towards him. Bang. 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 Yuhayama drew the revolver from his waist as he ran. This gun was modeled after the M500 revolver, the most powerful handgun currently in mass production. This handgun, known for its large caliber and immense power, was also called a palm cannon. This type of handgun was actually quite suitable for Jujutsu sorcerers, as their cursed energy could be used to strengthen their bodies. Concerns that ordinary people might have, like injuring their wrists when firing, were almost non-existent for Jujutsu sorcerers. The cursed spirit Utsubushi's body was incredibly durable, and the distance between them wasn't great. Therefore, all three of Yuhayama's bullets hit the cursed spirit's body. Hee hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed again. The cursed spirit Utsubushi turned its gaze towards Yuhayama behind it. Rumble, rumble. The cursed spirit Utsubushi, resembling a giant stone statue, moved like a mythical giant, exuding immense pressure. Nanami, damn it. Seeing Kento Nanami not far from the cursed spirit, Yuhayama immediately ran into the mountains. Yuhayama intended to lure the cursed spirit deeper into the mountains, leaving the path out of the mountains for Kento Nanami. Boom, bang bang. Hee hee hee. The cursed spirit Utsubushi's massive fists continuously landed near Yuhayama. Under the threat of life and death, Yuhayama's potential was fully unleashed. The complex mountainous terrain felt just like the obstacle course they practiced on daily during training. The cursed spirit's fists, each capable of severely injuring or killing Yuhayama, gradually overlapped with the memory of Toji Fushigiro's punches, pain so intense he never wanted to be hit a second time. Bang bang. Two more bullets struck the cursed spirit Utsubushi's head. The cursed spirit Utsubushi's sinister laughter now carried a hint of anger. This small bug hopping around in front of it was extremely annoying. And every time it was about to catch the bug would hit it with a strange stick, causing pain. The cursed spirit Utsubushi clasped its fists together, raised them above its head, and then slammed them down onto the ground. Rumble. Accompanied by the effects of its cursed technique, the earth rippled like the surface of water under this blow. The sudden change made Yuhayama lose his footing and fall to the ground. A massive shadow completely enveloped Yuhayama. He looked up, and the cursed spirit Utsubushi, with its mouth wide open, stood before him. Damn it, I'm so scared, but... Yuhayama trembled as he unbuckled the strap from his waist. It held his last weapons, grenades that Eiji had left them, capable of inflicting massive damage on a grade 1 cursed spirit. Yuhayama charged towards the cursed spirit's gaping maw, holding 3 grenades. Dad, Mom, please, whatever you do, don't let my sister become a Jujutsu sorcerer. And Nanami, live a long and happy life. Aya. You idiot. It's not time to give up yet. Kento Nanami's roar reached Yuhayama's ears, momentarily clearing the despair from his mind. Kento Nanami gripped his blade with both hands and struck with all his might towards the cursed spirit's head. Squelch. 10 Shadows Technique, Variations. Kento Nanami's curse technique allowed him to divide a target's length into 10 equal parts, then forcibly create a weak point at the 7:3 mark. Hitting this weak point would inflict critical damage. Kento Nanami's full power strike successfully grazed the cursed spirit's massive head. The critical hit left a wound on the cursed spirit's head. Listen up, Hayama, we're not without a chance. I'll create an opening for you with all I've got, and you deliver the final blow. With that, a handgun and grenades, the same model Yuhayama had used before, landed in front of him. But before Yuhayama could protest, he saw Kento Nanami's hand bound with his own clothes. Although Kento Nanami's blunt sword was wider, its length was ultimately too short to fully defend against the cursed spirit Utsubushi's enormous fist. Kento Nanami's right hand was already twisted and deformed, his muscles and bones screaming in intense pain. His left hand, though not deformed, also throbbed with pain. Under these circumstances, he couldn't hold his sword to fight. To compensate, Kento Nanami tore his jacket and tightly bound his right hand and his blunt sword together. I'm entrusting my life to you. With that, Kento Nanami charged towards the enraged cursed spirit Utsubushi. Leave it to me. Yuhayama bit his lip hard and spat out the words. He knew that Kento Nanami, with his injured hand, truly couldn't hold a gun to shoot. He also knew that Kento Nanami was fighting so desperately for his sake. Wiping away his tears, Yuhayama discarded his empty handgun and picked up Kento Nanami's. He held the strap laden with grenades in his left hand and raised the handgun with his right. Yuhayama's eyes, red-rimmed and wide, stared intently at every movement of the cursed spirit Utsubushi. At such close range, and considering how they often had to avoid allies while firing wildly at Satoru Gojo, Yuhayama was confident he wouldn't hit Kento Nanami. Bang, bang, bang. Head, arms, legs. The cursed spirit's body was far larger than Kento Nanami's, so it wasn't difficult for Yuhayama to disrupt the cursed spirit's movements without friendly fire. Bang. A bullet struck the cursed spirit's vacant eye. The cursed spirit, its eye injured, instinctively retreated. Hiya. Kento Nanami didn't let the opportunity slip away. Jumping high with both feet, Kento Nanami ignored the pain in his hands and brought his blunt sword down heavily on the cursed spirit's other eye. In pain, the cursed spirit swept its massive hand out, and Kento Nanami, mid-air, was instantly sent flying. The sound of cracking bones reached Yuhayama's ears. Yuhayama pulled the pin on a grenade. No roar, no shout. Just a charge filled with determination. 6 grenades were thrown into the cursed spirit Utsubushi's howling maw. Suddenly feeling foreign objects in its mouth, the cursed spirit instinctively closed its jaws and tried to spit them out. But before the cursed spirit could expel the grenades, they detonated. The massive explosion instantly blew apart the cursed spirit's head, and the immense force even pulverized its neck and chest into a bloody mess. Dragging Kento Nanami behind a tree, Yuhayama shielded him with his own body. The sound of the explosion stopped. The Grade 1 cursed spirit Utsubushi had been successfully exorcised. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 126, It's Good That Nothing Happened. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The Grade 1 cursed spirit, Abusanagami, had been thoroughly exorcised. The 2 individuals not far away, who were severely injured, had also fallen unconscious. A flash of light blue light flickered, and heroic spirit Amiya appeared beside the 2. After Yuki Tsukumo visited Jujutsu High, Eiji had instructed Shuji Zenin to constantly monitor the missions posted at the school. Upon seeing that Kento Nanami and Yuhayama had accepted a mission to exorcise a Grade 2 cursed spirit, Abusanagami, this morning, he immediately contacted heroic spirit Amiya, who was the closest to them. Heroic spirit Amiya also arrived at the mission location at the fastest possible speed. However, heroic spirit Amiya did not rush to act. For a Grade 1 cursed spirit, even from a distance, he was confident he could kill it with a single shot using his superb archery skills. And it wouldn't harm Kento Nanami and Yuhayama. In fact, if Kento Nanami hadn't arrived in time, heroic spirit Amiya would have already loosed an arrow when Yuhayama was about to be bitten by Abusanagami's massive jaws. As for why he didn't directly intervene to help the 2. Because this was Kento Nanami and Yuhayama's mission, their growth. People often say there is great terror between life and death. Those who have experienced life and death undergo significant changes in their mindset. Just like Kento Nanami chose to enter society after losing Yuhayama, and Satoru Gojo attained enlightenment in Jujutsu High between life and death, believing himself to be supreme. A guaranteed life or death crisis can make one recognize many things. Therefore, heroic spirit Amiya did not act immediately. Instead, he silently waited in the background until the last moment. Well done, young men. Heroic spirit Amiya provided basic treatment for the severely injured duo and then projected a grenade. Pulling the pin, heroic spirit Amiya tossed the grenade out of the curtain. Since Yuhayama had intentionally drawn the cursed spirit, Abusanagami, away, the battlefield had moved far from the center, reaching the edge of the curtain. Thus, heroic spirit Amiya only needed a slight effort to throw the grenade outside the curtain's coverage area. The curtains set up by assistant supervisors during missions usually do not have a sealing effect. This is because stationary cursed spirits are more numerous, and they do not easily leave their nests. Therefore, the curtains of assistant supervisors are more for concealing and masking the battle within, serving to block vision and sound. The purpose is to prevent social panic. So, even though gunshots and the sound of grenades could be heard from inside the curtain, the assistant supervisor outside did not hear them. But this time, he did hear a sound. Boom. The explosion of the grenade sounded outside the curtain. The assistant supervisor, who was waiting in the car, immediately opened the door and got out. That sound just now. The assistant supervisor immediately realized something. The noise from the battle had moved outside the curtain's range, meaning Kento Nanami and Yuhayama might be fleeing for their lives. The assistant supervisor's body trembled slightly. He was worried about the 2 Jujutsu sorcerers, who he still saw as children, on the mountain, and also afraid of a cursed spirit that even Jujutsu sorcerers couldn't exorcise. Damn it, I can't just stand by. The assistant supervisor hurried up the mountain, his fingers hovering over the dial button. As soon as he confirmed the situation inside, he would immediately call for reinforcements. Soon, a scene of ruins came into view. A torii gate blown away by an earthen wall, a shrine that had collapsed in the great earthquake, and a path through the forest gouged out by the cursed spirit's massive body. The assistant supervisor ran into the mountains and soon found the two severely injured individuals lying on the ground. They're badly hurt, but thankfully no vital organs were hit. The assistant supervisor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately made a call, but it wasn't for reinforcements, it was to summon nearby medical personnel to come and assist quickly. If one doesn't have sufficient knowledge and skills, it's best not to move severely injured individuals carelessly. He could handle minor injuries himself, but he was worried that by moving them, he might worsen their condition. Having done all he could, the assistant supervisor began to carefully survey his surroundings. Numerous broken trees, massive craters on the ground, and the cursed energy in the air, not yet fully dissipated, that made his body tremble slightly. Grade 1. Honestly, what are those guys at the window doing? The assistant supervisor angrily cursed the window a few times. A Grade 2 cursed spirit and a Grade 1 cursed spirit were completely different. Two more geniuses. The assistant supervisor looked at the two unconscious people on the ground. Two more geniuses. Jujutsu High in Tokyo has really been producing talent in recent years. As for Kyoto, the assistant supervisors often kept in contact with each other, mainly to inquire about the personalities and strengths of the Jujutsu sorcerers they were responsible for. In a sense, they were also semi-service personnel. While performing their auxiliary and logistical duties, they also had to take good care of the Jujutsu sorcerers accompanying them. Therefore, he was also aware of the situation with the students at Kyoto Jujutsu High in recent years. He heard that most of the students from Kyoto Jujutsu High came from the three great families, and when partnering with them, one not only had to be respectful but was also easily scolded. In comparison, the Jujutsu sorcerers from Tokyo Jujutsu High had much better personalities. Soon, someone arrived on the mountain with a stretcher and took the two severely injured youths away. They would receive some treatment for Kento Nanami and Yuhayama, and after their condition stabilized, they would be sent back to Jujutsu High. There, Shoko Yeri, the full-time healer, would make them completely well. Heroic Spirit Amiya, hidden behind a large tree, silently left after witnessing this scene. This was the achievement of the two youths. He was not suited to be present. Once Heroic Spirit Amiya appeared, the nature of the matter would change. Even if Heroic Spirit Amiya vouched that the Grade 1 cursed spirit was exorcised by the two, not everyone would believe it. Jujutsu High Infirmary. Shoko Yeri, having completed her treatment, was flipping through the mission report submitted by the assistant supervisor. Grade 1 cursed spirit Abusanagami, mistakenly identified as a Grade 2 cursed spirit due to an error by the window. Corresponding punishment has been issued to the window for providing the intelligence. Did that little punishment really help? Feeling depressed, Shoko Yeri opened the window and lit a cigarette. Who? Exhaling a smoke ring, Shoko Yeri turned to look at the two still unconscious individuals. She remembered asking Eiji a while ago why he suddenly wanted to put them through hellish training. Eiji's answer was that he hoped they could fight against Grade 1 cursed spirits, or at the very least, escape from them. If those two had died, I would have been sad for a while, I suppose. Shoko Yeri had a good impression of the two. Compared to her three classmates, these two juniors were practically little angels, model junior students. Click. The sound of a door opening, Eiji entered the infirmary, looking a bit travel-worn from rushing. How's the situation? Seeing the two lying intact on the infirmary beds, Eiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't be at ease without confirming with his own eyes that Yuhayama was still whole. Don't worry, thanks to you, they're both fine. Shoko Yeri extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. That's good. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 127, Satoru Gojo, Amusement Park. I have one at home. Young Master Eiji, here is your special grade Jujutsu Sorcerer identification. Shuji Zenin arrived at Jujutsu High early in the morning to hand Eiji his new student ID, signifying his status as a special grade Jujutsu Sorcerer. I understand. The three of them figured becoming special grade Jujutsu Sorcerers wouldn't be too difficult, as the Gojo family and Zenin family were already on the judging panel and would handle things. The only one affected by this was Suguru Geto. This was because the Kamo family had repeatedly tried to recruit Suguru Geto. If, as in the original story, only the Gojo family among the three great families had a special grade, it would be one thing, but now there was Eiji as well. With two of the three great families now having special grade Jujutsu Sorcerers, the Kamo family felt immense pressure. A special grade was, in a sense, a family's calling card, a beacon in the Jujutsu world. Their mere existence attracted the attention of countless Jujutsu Sorcerers. After all, Jujutsu Sorcerers were drawn to strength. When new Jujutsu Sorcerers entered the Jujutsu world, they would hear of the three strongest in the Jujutsu world and aspire to be like them. Then, their guide would quietly say, one of them came from a commoner background, so keep trying, kid. The boy would retort, they aren't from the three great families. The senior guide would then say, the Kumo family doesn't have a special grade. That scenario would be more awkward and uncomfortable than winning a team match. Also, this is an application from the Research Institute. I see, they want to research methods of controlling summoned spirits through cursed tools. Eiji pondered the research application in his hand. After years of research, they had solved the industrialization of imbuing weapons with cursed energy. However, they discovered that even with powerful weapons, it was difficult to threaten high-grade cursed spirits when ordinary people couldn't become Jujutsu sorcerers. The gap in speed, strength, reaction time, and so on was too vast. Heavy firepower wouldn't work either, as most cursed spirits were in urban areas. The biotechnology in this world couldn't create super soldiers like Captain America. Later, they focused on summoned spirits and began researching ways for ordinary people to control powerful ones. Unfortunately, progress was also unsatisfactory. At this point, two ancient Jujutsu sorcerer families entered their sights. The Isayama family and the Tsukumiya family. The Isayama family possessed an ancestral curse tool, the Lion King, which allowed its wielder to summon the Grade 1 summoned spirit Crimson Lotus to fight. The Tsukumiya family, on the other hand, had sealed a special grade cursed spirit, White Heron Inugami, born from the cursed stone. However, unlike the cursed tool Lion King, which could stably summon Crimson Lotus for combat, the power displayed by White Heron Inugami from the Tsukumiya family depended on the Jujutsu sorcerer themselves. The first head of the Tsukumiya family, who sealed and wielded White Heron Inugami, could fully unleash its special grade power. But most of their descendants could only manifest Grade 1 strength. Otherwise, White Heron Inugami might break free from its seal. Make arrangements. I will visit the Isayama family and the Tsukumiya family in a few days. Yes. Senior Eiji. Hayama, how are you recovering? I'm completely fine, I can jump around as usual. Initially, there were doubts when Kento Nanami and Yu Hayama exorcised a Grade 1 cursed spirit. However, after reviewing the mission report and learning that they relied on external forces for the exorcism, no one said anything further. Kento Nanami and Yu Hayama also received a period of leave and generous compensation. Although Jujutsu sorcerers fought life and death battles, their benefits and treatment were truly excellent. And Nanami? Thank you for your concern, I have recovered. Kento Nanami and Satoru Gojo also appeared together, which was rare. It had been several months since the five of them had gathered. Is it finally coming to an end? The peak season for cursed spirits was nearing its end, and the group at Jujutsu High finally had time to relax. Since the opportunity is rare, let's go out and have some fun together. Satoru Gojo was very proactive. For the past few months, during this period of high cursed spirit activity, the three of them haven't had more than a few days off, constantly running around exorcising high-grade cursed spirits. Satoru Gojo, bored after a long time, really wanted to have some wild fun. Where should we go? Shopping. Young Master Eiji also wanted to relax properly. No way, shopping with Gojo is a disaster. Shoko Yeri was the first to object. According to regulations, Shoko Yeri had to have bodyguards when she went out, and several people from Jujutsu High had served in that capacity to varying degrees. Satoru, what did you do? Suguru Geto looked at Satoru Gojo curiously. Which time are you asking about? Which time? Suguru Geto suddenly understood why Shoko Yeri was so resistant. Then he turned his gaze back to Shoko Yeri, hoping to get an answer from her. Sigh. Shoko Yeri sighed. One time we went to the mall to buy cosmetics, and I asked him which color looked good, and he said they all looked equally ugly. The scene was so vivid that the others almost burst out laughing. Although Shoko Yeri was naturally beautiful and looked good even without makeup, her frequent late nights doing treatment work often left her with dark circles under her eyes. Therefore, she had to use cosmetics regularly. They didn't look good in the first place. Putting it on your face makes you look like a ghost. Satoru Gojo didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. No wonder you're single. Shoko Yeri rolled her eyes. She enjoyed watching drama unfold, and would quickly withdraw before the drama affected her. So she didn't argue with Satoru Gojo. Because she knew that once she got involved with Satoru Gojo, no matter the outcome, it would eventually become entertainment in her eyes. Shoko Yeri liked watching drama, but she didn't intend to become the drama herself. How about a movie? Suguru Geto smiled and changed the subject. No. This time, it was Eiji's turn to object. Satoru will act like a child. Wouldn't it be more fun if we all discussed it together? Is it interesting to just sit there like a zombie for 2 hours? Facing everyone's gaze, Satoru Gojo didn't feel like he was the problem at all. How about an amusement park? My sister has wanted to go for a long time, and I've earned quite a bit of money recently, so I want to take her. Yu Hayama suddenly raised his hand and suggested. An amusement park? That sounds good. An amusement park was large enough, and it was perfectly fine for them to go play together. Moreover, there were many attractions in an amusement park, which could fully satisfy everyone's needs. But wouldn't amusement parks be very crowded right now? It was currently the summer vacation in the island nation. Amusement parks received a large number of visitors every day. Indeed. I remember that at this time of year, you have to queue for several hours to play just one ride. Young Master Eiji recalled the terror of being dominated by holiday attractions. During the holidays, he finally went out for a stroll, only to see people everywhere in the scenic area. He couldn't experience the joy of playing at all. You don't need to worry about queuing. Shoko Yeri hadn't reacted after being teased for so long, which made Satoru Gojo feel bored. My family owns a pretty big amusement park. We can just go play there. Satoru Gojo's tone was very casual, as if he were talking about a roadside stall instead of an amusement park. Are we going through the VIP channel? Then we really won't have to queue. No need. I'll just tell them to clear out the amusement park for tomorrow. At this moment, even the well-off young Master Eiji couldn't help but want to hit Satoru and divide his land. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 128, Bumper Car Battle. The next day, the group arrived at an amusement park that belonged solely to them. That's right, solely to them. At Satoru Gojo's request, the amusement park had been closed to the public for the day. All the employees in the park were serving only them, and it was completely free. Yu Hayama had already taken his sister ahead, leaving the rest of them at the park entrance, discussing what to play. The Ferris wheel here has a great view, want to go, Saber? Shoko Yeri clearly didn't want to play with the boys. She had a feeling that if these guys went wild, something bad would definitely happen. Perhaps it was due to Shoko Yeri's childhood environment. Although Shoko Yeri had a somewhat lively and willful personality, she always maintained a subtle sense of distance when interacting with people. It wasn't that Shoko Yeri was keeping her distance from the group, but rather that when they were playing, Shoko Yeri preferred to quietly watch the fun from the sidelines. As soon as the fun escalated to a point where it might involve her, she would quietly slip away. Shoko Yeri, I like watching the fun, but I don't want to be the fun myself. The Ferris will perfectly fit Shoko Yeri's expectations. It allowed her to enjoy leisure time while also quietly observing the fun from a high vantage point. What's so fun about that slow thing? If we're going to play, let's play these. Satoru Gojo held up the flyer in his hand high. Roller coaster, bungee jumping, bumper cars, haunted house. No. Playing these with Satoru Gojo would definitely be very bad. Ah, are you scared, Shoko? Saber, are you going to run away too? Knowing Shoko Yeri's personality, Satoru Gojo chose to provoke Altoria. Altoria frowned slightly. Satoru Gojo's provocative tone and that smug smile brought back unpleasant memories. There was once a white-haired guy who hid a sword in his staff and often provoked her. Oh, is Ria going to give up? Altoria clenched her fist slightly. Is this a challenge? I accept. Altoria's expression was serious. And so, scenes that nearly scared the park staff to death began to unfold. On the roller coaster. Suguru Geto's eye twitched as he hugged Satoru Gojo's waist, striking a classic Titanic pose on the roller coaster. Altoria, unwilling to lose, struck the same pose with Eiji. On the bungee jumping platform, Satoru Gojo snatched the rope from the staff member's hand. It's fine, my neck is very strong. Under the stunned gaze of the staff member, Satoru Gojo put the bungee rope around his neck and leaped off. With his neck held by the rope, Satoru Gojo began to shake his body, singing and dancing in the air, turning the bungee platform into the liveliest party spot. I knew this would happen. Below the execution ground, Shoko Yeri was tending to the manager who had fainted from fright caused by Satoru Gojo. This manager had received word that the visitors today were all young masters and ladies from prominent families, and he was instructed to fulfill their every request. Any mishap would cost him his job. But how am I supposed to satisfy them like this? I'm tired, let's just destroy it all. And so, this poor manager fainted from shock. Soon, the group arrived at the third activity venue. Passionate bumper cars. Bang. Bang. Under Satoru Gojo's onslaught, the group quickly descended into a free-for-all. Pretty good, Saber. Satoru Gojo gave Altoria a satisfied smile. I possess the riding skill, so a mere bumper car is naturally no challenge. Altoria's expression was much more serious. Altoria was naturally a stubborn personality. But if someone else defeated her fair and square, she could accept it. However, Satoru Gojo was an exception. She absolutely refused to be defeated by this white-haired trickster. Altoria's pupils ignited with fierce fighting spirit. Outside the bumper car arena, Eiji and Suguru Geto, who had disengaged from the battlefield while Altoria and Satoru Gojo were locked in intense combat, were leisurely cruising around the edges of the arena in their small cars. I don't know if it's just me, but Saber seems to have a deep grudge against Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto watched the two locked in a fierce confrontation with great interest. It's not just you. Eiji affirmed Suguru Geto's statement. Ria probably remembered her teacher. That legendary magus, Merlin. Exactly. Eiji nodded. Suguru Geto's eyes widened in surprise. Merlin was a magus of considerable fame worldwide, the mentor who had trained King Arthur, a legendary king. Satoru Gojo was like Merlin. Suguru Geto recalled what Eiji had said earlier on the cruise ship. Gojo will become the strongest, most troublesome teacher in the future. Could it be that I've misunderstood Gojo? Does he really have a talent for teaching? Suguru Geto murmured in disbelief. Pfft. Eiji couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Suguru Geto looked at Eiji in confusion. Didn't you just say Satoru Gojo was like Merlin? Why are you laughing at me now? No, it's nothing. Think about it, if you were a student in Satoru Gojo, this big white cat, kept playing tricks on you under the guise of teaching, and then disappeared the moment class was over, what would you do? Find a chance to beat him up. Now you understand why Ria holds such a deep grudge against Gojo. Suguru Geto. As the two were happily chatting about Merlin and Satoru Gojo, new developments occurred in the arena. This is getting a bit boring. Bumper cars might offer some excitement to ordinary people, but they felt nothing to them. Alright, let's do this. An interesting idea popped into Satoru Gojo's mind, and he immediately put it into action. Saber, I'm going all out now, don't get knocked away. As Satoru Gojo spoke, red light emanated from his white bumper car. Humph, you should worry about yourself. Seeing Satoru Gojo's actions, Altoria's entire body surged with cursed energy. Wind King Barrier. The next moment, the bumper car was enveloped in a layer of silver armor. Boom. A violent storm and repulsive force spread from the point where the two cars collided. Kento Nanami and Shoko Yeri, who were enjoying their leisurely time, were immediately blown away. You're pretty good. Satoru Gojo's expression was arrogant. You're not bad either. Altoria replied with a smile. The fronts of the two cars turned and then passed each other. Cough, cough, Gojo's acting up again. Suguru Geto waved away the dust that was blowing towards him. Let's get further away too. With that, Eiji drove towards the exit tunnel. Don't even think about running away. Satoru Gojo extended his left hand towards the two of them. Curse technique, blue. A massive suction force pulled the two who were trying to leave back. Hee hee, here I come, invincible Gojo go, charge. The bumper car glowed red again. This is bad. Gojo. Dark shadows climbed onto Eiji's bumper car. Eiji's bumper car was immediately encased in Uria's shell. Suguru Geto's cursed energy surged, and the special-grade cursed spirit bone woman burrowed into the bumper car, instantly transforming the ordinary bumper car into a bone chariot. Bump. A huge collision sound rang out, and the group immediately began fighting in their cars. After a few rounds of exchanges, Eiji quietly withdrew from the battlefield. The wheels of the Uriah chariot spun fully, but miraculously, the car body barely moved. It turned out Eiji had used shadows beneath the car to create a treadmill-like conveyor belt. Geto. Eiji, who had been charging up for a long time, saw his chance. Suguru Geto's gaze flickered towards Eiji's direction. He instantly understood Eiji's plan. The bone chariot crashed head-on into Gojo's invincible Gojo Go. Eiji also deactivated the shadow treadmill. Take this. Treadmill Uriah Go. You have this move too. But my invincible Gojo Go won't lose. You guys. Don't forget about me. Altoria also fully activated the Wind King barrier and charged in. Aya, X. Rumble. Under the immense impact, the entire bumper car park turned into a large pit. This. How much is the compensation going to be? Kento Nanami, who had retreated early, trembled as he looked at the collapsed buildings and the disappeared grounds. It's fine. Gojo chased everyone away from here long ago, and this amusement park is his family's. Do you think you'll have to pay? As expected, just as Shoko Yeri finished speaking, Satoru Gojo walked out of the large pit as if nothing had happened. Hey Shoko, Nanami, let's go play the next attraction. Kento Nanami, I want to escape, but I can't. The next day, news channels reported that yesterday, X amusement park experienced a gas leak due to improper operation by an intern during routine maintenance. Residents need not panic, this incident. Finally, it urged everyone to use gas fuel safely. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com. Chapter 129, Oddity, Don't Come Near Me Ah. Inside a hidden compartment within the haunted house, a staff member in blood-stained white clothing and a pale mask peered intently through the peephole, observing the situation outside. As soon as someone passed by, she would silently appear before the visitors to give them a big surprise. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps reached the staff member's ears. The staff member, who had been somewhat lost in thought, immediately held her breath and focused. This sound, it must be a woman's heels. The staff member carefully distinguished the footsteps. Only one set of footsteps. A girl playing in a haunted house alone. The staff member found it a bit strange. She was a veteran employee here and had seen all sorts of visitors. Generally, girls rarely visited haunted houses. Those who came were usually with their boyfriends. Many reserved girls would take the opportunity to do bold things in a haunted house. Therefore, she sometimes chose different scare tactics depending on the visitors. For example, if a couple came, she would confront them directly and then quietly disappear as they held each other tightly. If it was a guy, she would wait for him to pass and then sneak up from behind. The main reason was that scaring guys head-on carried a higher risk. She was afraid of getting hit. Don't think it's impossible, she had actually been hit before. That guy screamed and then punched her hard. Even now, her head still buzzed thinking about it. It really is just one person. After listening carefully for a while longer, the staff member finally confirmed it wasn't just that the guy's shoes were quiet. It was genuinely only one person. A courage test. A punishment game. No, the footsteps are too steady. After ruling out all possibilities, the staff member's gaze sharpened. There was only one truth. This girl wasn't afraid of the haunted house, she was here to challenge their haunted house. No wonder the boss said there was only one group of customers in the haunted house today and told us to give it our all. So, someone's trying to pull a fast one. With that thought, the staff member began to adjust her state, preparing to go all out. The staff member gently closed her eyes, listening intently to the footsteps in the corridor. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The staff member opened her eyes, and then she rolled her eyes and fainted. Outside the peephole, a pale, upside-down face was swaying slightly. A long tongue, blood-red eyes, a terrifying expression, and pale skin. Thump. The staff member fell straight to the ground. Ah, not very brave, are we? Satoru Gojo turned off the flashlight and pulled off the long, fake tongue and glasses. His legs, which had been bent and hooked onto the ceiling mechanism, relaxed and let go. Gojo, don't bully the staff. Ah, aren't they professionals? I guess I'm just too strong. Shoko Yeri rolled her eyes. Shoko Yeri squatted in front of the staff member and removed the ghost mask. Beneath the mask was the face of a woman in her 20s. Confirming that the person was fine and had simply been too startled, Shoko Yeri breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back and saw Satoru Gojo already rummaging through various horror props in the corner. Gojo, when will you ever learn to be gentle with women? What did you say? Satoru Gojo looked up when he heard his name. No, it's nothing. Shoko Yeri gave up trying to persuade him. She had a feeling that if she continued, Satoru Gojo would become interested in her. However, it was too late now. Satoru Gojo glanced at the blood-stained white coat in his hand, then at Shoko Yeri, a mischievous expression appearing on his face. Hey, Shoko, come play too. Shoko felt a sense of dread from Satoru Gojo's overly affectionate tone. Shoko Yeri stood up and immediately walked in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a white coat was thrown over her. The coat was very large and could effectively conceal human features underneath. This made it easy for Satoru Gojo to put the coat on Shoko Yeri. Gojo, MMMPH. Just as Shoko Yeri was about to resist, her face was covered. It was the grotesque mask of the employee who had just fallen. Heave-ho. Satoru Gojo easily lifted Shoko Yeri and hung her on a mechanism on the ceiling. It was a horizontal wooden bar held by a rope. If Shoko Yeri guessed correctly, the haunted house staff would usually hang a fake monster model on it, which would then glide past the visitors via a zipline. Except this time, it wasn't a model being hung, but Shoko Yeri. Here you go. Satoru Gojo gave her a strong push, and Shoko Yeri flew forward rapidly along the mechanism's track. Aya. Go. Joe. Go. You always hide on the sidelines when we play, which is so boring. This time, Shoko, you're going to play too. Satoru Gojo seemed to ignore Shoko Yeri's screams. Dressed in black, he moved through the dimly lit haunted house like an indistinct ghost, occasionally popping out to push Shoko Yeri. This is why I don't dare get close to you. Ha ha ha. Not far ahead of them at this moment. Screaming so loudly. Rumiko is really energetic today, so I have to put in some effort too. A haunted house employee, pretending to be a statue, got ready. Then he saw a terrifyingly grim female ghost rapidly approaching. Weird, do we have this employee at our place? The female ghost was much taller than Rumiko. He, I found you. As the employee was wondering, a terrifying voice suddenly came from behind him. Whoa, who's there? The employee was startled. Their makeup artists were professionals, and combined with the dim environment and the cover of other statues, no one had ever discovered his disguise. The employee turned around in fear but found nothing. Gulp, wah, what's going on? Am I imagining things? He, I'm here. Aya. There's a ghost. The haunted house employee frantically dropped his prop and sprinted towards the end of the passage, followed by Satoru Gojo, who was dressed in a monster costume, cackling, and occasionally pushing Shoko Yeri. Finally, there was the female ghost, Shoko Yeri, floating in the air, continuously shouting Satoru Gojo's name with a voice filled with anger and terror. As expected, going out with Satoru Gojo is a disaster. Female ghost Shoko Yeri wept internally. It seems like they're having a lot of fun over there. Eiji, walking in the corridor not far from them, remarked with emotion upon hearing the sounds from a distance. At this moment, a haunted house employee appeared before them. He. The haunted house employee chuckled menacingly. It was clear they'd put effort into cultivating such an obviously unnatural laugh. Snap. Mid-chuckle, half of the employee's face fell to the ground, revealing raw, red muscle. Ah, my face fell off. With that, the haunted house employee turned their gaze towards Eiji and Altoria. Can I have your faces, he. Sure, here you go. Under the haunted house employee's stunned gaze, Eiji reached out, tore off his own face, and handed it over. Altoria knew it was fake, but the employee didn't. Monster. The employee turned and fled. Eiji, we came here to experience the haunted house. Altoria's eyes were serious. Eiji's actions were borderline bullying the weak. Ah, sorry. Gojo was having so much fun over there, I wanted to try something too. The noise from over there had been too boisterous earlier, and Eiji couldn't help but sense it through the shadows. The two didn't scare the poor employee any further. Suguru Geto and Kento Nanami, who entered last, were playing red light, green light with a haunted house employee. Ah. Come on, give me some kind of reaction. The haunted house employee couldn't take it anymore. Sorry, your performance was excellent, but for us, it was just a tiny bit lacking. Huh. The haunted house employee blinked in confusion, then dejectedly walked away. At that moment, they began to seriously doubt their professional abilities. Seriously, why did Gojo-senpai bring us Jujutsu Sorcerers to a haunted house? Kento Nanami put his hand to his forehead, speechless. Maybe Gojo's idea of fun is different from yours. Suguru Geto offered the answer with a calm expression. Translation by randomtranslator.com. Read 2500 plus original and fanfic translations and translate for free at randomtranslator.com.